but officials say it remains an extremely powerful and life-threatening storm.
It's a mandatory evacuation. It's not optional. As I've said, though, we are not going around arresting people, and we're not going door to door. If you want to make a bad decision that puts your safety at risk and potentially puts you at peril, then you're going to make that choice.
The center of the storm is creeping north along Florida's west coast. Miami was spared a direct hit, but the city was still pounded by rain and a 5-foot storm surge. Damage is widespread, including a pair of construction cranes that collapsed in the wind. Tampa is feeling the effects of Irma's powerful winds, rain, and storm surge. The city is vulnerable to flooding, and people were told to seek higher ground.
If you haven't gone to a shelter, the time to do so is now.
Millions of Floridians are without power, and millions more could lose it. Residents are being warned that it may take weeks before electricity is restored. Don Champion, Wink News Now.
And now look at this. This is a very touching photo from Estero. It's going viral. And I just look at this photo and check out the picture of Chris McInerney and his daughter Maya riding out Hurricane Irma. If you're listening to us, there is a father here just kind of hunkered down with his family. His little girl is on his back. Maya's mom is there with the 4 of her siblings as well. And Maya's mom told the toddler, the toddler really didn't want to leave his side. And the Florida governor's office says more than 72,000 people have moved into some kind of a shelter. There's more than 390 shelters across the state. But that photo is just, you know, it says it all for so many families right now that are still in these shelters with all their children waiting to go home and to see. And I think that's probably the worst part.
Yeah. I think between exhaustion and seeing that, I'm gonna start crying. That was a very sweet and touching picture. Marco Island man trying to evacuate was stranded. Listen to this one.
I was supposed to fly out early this morning, and I had my ticket booked a week ago. And then all of a sudden, you know, the gov came in and did what he had to do, so that put me back. And then I was set to fly out tomorrow, and then that got crushed.
So apparently Wayne Plogoff was slated to leave is slated to leave Marco Island tomorrow now at this point, but you could see he tried and tried and tried, and then he wasn't able to, which is, we heard that time and time again. You know, I heard several, after we got off air yesterday, Corey, I heard several phone calls with Chief Meteorologist Jim Farrell and Chris Safadi and Lois Tomey, and a lot of people were saying, we don't want to be here, because Marco Island was the first, so they were really giving us insight into what was coming, and they were saying, we don't want to be here, but we tried and we tried and we tried, and this was what we were left with. So.
And sometimes life just gets in the way and you just can't sometimes. And you know, that's really tough for a lot of people. Airbnb has also expanded its disaster response program to parts of Alabama and North Carolina, Northwest and Southeast South Carolina, and Augusta, Georgia, all to help those of you who evacuated out of the state and need to find further accommodations until you can return to your home. Now, Airbnb hosts in those areas can actually take part in the program and list their homes for free to evacuees and emergency relief workers.
And this is real life right here. Doctors, they were forced to talk a Florida woman through delivering her baby at home while Hurricane Irma's outer bands lashed Miami. The city of Miami said on its Twitter account early that firefighters couldn't respond. So doctors from Jackson Health System talked her through that birth of the baby girl while she was at home. And when crews were able to travel to the mom, they took mom and baby to the hospital. And great news this morning, because we reported on this yesterday. I went into a little bit of panic mode.
Yeah, because you got one there, and that one needed to stay here.
Mom and baby are doing well. So he made, or she made, we don't know what the gender was, quite an entrance into the world.
Yeah, her first days in the world during Hurricane Irma, something very special. They're never going to forget her birthday. That's for sure.
No.
One viewer caught a transformer exploding. Take a look.
Whoa is right. That video taken on the 1300 block of Tamiami Trail. You can see that transformer light up the screen there. That's pretty scary.
That's why it's so important to not stay outside during these storms, because who knows what you can get hit with.
And take a look at this creepy video. This is captured from inside a high-rise in Miami. For those of you on the radio, I want to paint the picture here. It's 2, 4, 6 lights that are hanging on a cable, and they're all on. There's like a glow coming from it, and they're just slowly swaying. It looks like they should be on a cruise ship.
Kind of looks like earrings.
Yeah,
earrings
and they're just kind of swaying back and forth. But what actually it is, this was taken on the, I believe, 37th floor of a tower in downtown Miami.
And you know, those towers, we've been telling you, the higher you are, the more powerful the wind is up there. So it can be very dangerous. A man trying to ride out Irma on his boat had to be rescued in Riviera Beach. Look at this. The man's anchor broke off of his boat, so he decided to swim to safety as the weather conditions worsen. Now, this video was captured from a nearby condo, and you can see 2 people trying to pull him out of that water. And it's not just any water. That water is rough. The winds are blowing really hard. The rain is smacking them in the face. But can you believe that? That man jumped in the water to safety, and he swam his way to shore. Just incredible. And I'm thankful that the people are there that were, able to get him to safety.
And he wasn't hurt, right?
No, I think he's okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
And one of our reporters captured this video of a firefighter in Naples who was trying to raise the red flag and seriously struggling in the wind. That flag he's got there is part of the U.S. Maritime Warning Flag System. It's a red square with a black square in the middle of it. Flying one indicates a storm warning, but you can see he's got a couple there.
Yeah.
Trying to signal, the warning, and boy, he's having a real hard time trying to raise it up the flagpole because the wind just keeps tossing it around.
And if you look really closely, it looks like many people signed their names on that flag as it was, as they had it on the ground, and then they started waving it in the wind. So that's really a sight to see. The Florida State Emergency Response Teams activated its information hotline. Now that line is active 24/7 still. You can call anytime for up-to-date information about the state's response to Hurricane Irma. And of course, a lot of you are dealing with power outages right now, especially those of you listening to us over the radio. We don't know right now when your power will be restored. Obviously, we hope it's sooner rather than later, but FPL is saying they haven't even really made it to Southwest Florida yet, and they can't even give us a time frame now of when power can be restored. So just be mentally prepared that your power will be out for days, if not possibly weeks. So here's some tips to keep your food safe. Meat, poultry, fish, and eggs obviously need to be refrigerated at 40 degrees Fahrenheit or lower. Frozen food should be kept at 0 degrees Fahrenheit, and keep your refrigerator's doors closed as much as possible to maintain the cold temperature. Now, your refrigerator will keep food cold for about 4 hours if it's unopened, and I know not opening it is it's a tough challenge. If your freezer doors remain closed, it will keep frozen food frozen for about 48 hours and 24 hours if half full.
And also for constant hurricane updates, you can go to winknews.com. We've got our timestamp story. It includes the latest forecast, updated advisory information. Also, there's all the numbers that you can call for any information that you need about the hurricane. We've got some helpful tips from all of our meteorologists. And like we've been saying, if you cannot broadcast on TV because so many of you are without power, but you do have a Wi-Fi signal, there's been a lot of hotspots set up, you can live stream our continuous coverage. Look for Wink News Live at the top of our winknews.com page. We've got the app and the radio station, so we're trying to bring you the very latest, the best way that you can get it, because we know a lot of you are in some situations that are not ideal right now.
And especially on the Wink News Facebook page, we're live right now, so head there and ask your questions to meteorologist Matt Devitt and meteorologist Zach Malak. Some of the big ones right now is, what can we expect now as the day goes on when it comes to the storm surge?
Okay, so the storm surge right now in spots, it is still there because of what you see behind you. Okay, so we basically have the wraparound wind with Irma continuing across the northern half of the state, and it is still allowing for that water to build in spots. Now, Zach, we were looking at some of the levels. It depends on right now where you live. Some, it's trying to go down a little bit, and then others, it's going up a little bit.
Yeah,
so,
and if we can take a look at the radar full, if you guys in the back don't mind, you can really see the motion of how that water would move.
Yeah, that's right. So it's basically counterclockwise motion. And
it's basically that counterclockwise motion around, of course, Irma, that counterclockwise flow around that low pressure system. And before Jim left, he made a pretty good observation from the main sensor in Naples, from one of the main, basically tidal sensors. And so he was showing that we had the recession in water that we talked about the last 10 to 12 hours. Really, the Donna effect, as Jim mentioned, as that northeast breeze had all the water move out, and then we had the water move back in rather fast. In fact, it came back in at least 3 to 5 feet above average. But it did moderate actually really quickly within at least a 5-minute period. Moderated, still is staying at least 2 to 3 feet above average tidal conditions right now. High tide for many of us going to be through at least the next 2 to 5 hours. So that is something we will continue to watch, especially across the Naples area south, as they continue to get the water back at a faster pace than us in Fort Myers and also in Port Charlotte. But also another high tide will be later on this afternoon and evening. So that may be even better news for everyone, really, Lee County northward from the Lee County coast to the Charlotte County coast, because we will then be approaching lower tide through Fort Myers northward when everyone else starts to get that recession of water that we had back as we start to remoderate what really happened as Irma has been making its way through.
And just to state the obvious, obviously it's going to be worse, with Irma's proximity. Now, as Irma goes away, gradually and slowly, it will get better. But as Zach noted, it's the high tides. That's what we have to at least have a heads up with.
The other question a few people have posted, one in Bonita Springs, one in Lake Mary and Naples, so in our southern county, or right on the rim of our southern county. They said they're still hearing howling winds and they're very scared. And do you guys have any idea when that will stop? Because they've been through a lot in the last 24 hours.
Second half of today and especially into Tuesday, we promise you the howls, they're going to be out of here. Okay, so it's one of those where we heard the howls absolutely. So after our shift yesterday, Zach and I, we went across the street, and we were actually staying at the same place, and we heard the howls. And it was, I can imagine, for those who aren't meteorologists, it's scary. But what we basically can tell you is that as Irma continues to move away, the winds will gradually start to lower, and you're going to stop hearing those howls. It won't be as scary, and then it's going to get better.
So later this afternoon, hopefully.
Yeah, gradually. It's still going to be breezy at times. You can have that on, obviously, the back end of tropical systems, but especially by Tuesday, the winds will lower.
And we are seeing sustained wind speeds that are below tropical storm force right now, so already seeing a big change of pace across our area. So even though there are those wind gusts, they are becoming less frequent, so that's better news.
Okay.
Let's see. Megan has a question. Megan says, how do we know when it's safe to return? We evacuated up north.
Well, you obviously want to coordinate with your emergency management officials. Like, for example, if they told you to evacuate, they're going to also tell you when it's safe to go back. So I would look for as much information online, and Wink will continue to relay that.
Sure.
But please coordinate. If somebody tell you to evacuate, they also will tell you when to come back as well.
And obviously, they're going to have effects. Even if you evacuated up north, this is moving north, right? So you might experience this too.
Maybe you have friends or family. Maybe you decided to stay and you have friends or family that decided to evacuate to Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Atlanta. Obviously, this storm is continuing to move off towards the north over the next day, 2 days, 3 days, where you have to wait till those effects subside before you can leave. Before you then can leave that area and move back towards our area, and that actually gives more time for all of the crews here to really get the roads back in shape, because really throughout the rest of the overnight hours tomorrow morning, there's a lot of debris on the roads, and that's only going to affect your car even more.
Okay, guys, at this point, we've got Kenneth from North Fort Myers who is joining us on the phone. Good morning or good evening, I guess, depending on if you've slept yet, Kenneth. We're all here. How are you doing right now?
Oh, doing fine. Yeah, we came through the storm okay. It was it got a little sporty, just like Jim was saying earlier, and it was true to its word. That eye wall was pretty much something else, something I've never got to experience, and it did pass over us where we're at. My location, pretty much right across from Hog Bodies off of Bayshore Road, near the Civic Center in that area. And, after that eye wall went by, we were without power since 9 o'clock this morning. So I was just listening to y'all on the radio, and I said, well, wow, this might be it. I went downstairs. I was going to plug the generator in, not such a smart idea.
Yeah.
Winds turned around and came back from the other direction, but it wasn't as bad as the first go around, so that was good. But then we kind of drove out around and started looking at some of the damage just up and down the street. My parents live down the same dirt road, which they're a little bit down from me, probably a quarter of a mile or so. I can't even get to them. There's multiple fallen trees down, one whole power line's down, actually in the road, and the other back road to get into where they're at, it's kind of the same situation. There's trees down in the road and everything else. Just can't even hardly get to him. I talked to him on the phone, he's okay, but I'm going to have to cut my way to him tomorrow. And the flooding, too, is the other thing. We got a lot of freshwater flooding because we usually get that sheet flow, too, from Charlotte County. But the end of our road, which is Sable Palm Drive, is just completely underwater. Got an expedition, and it just comes right up to the running boards, almost inside the door of the vehicle.
Oh, wow.
That's right off of Bayshore.
And Kenneth, and first of all, it can be so dangerous going outside like that. So please stay safe out there because with those power lines down, you don't know if they're still live or not.
Yeah.
What is
Right.
it like right now, Kenneth? Are you seeing still some heavy winds and rain at all?
Right, yes, absolutely. We still do have winds out there. It's not nearly as bad as it was, some occasional gusts every now and then, but it's completely calm, way different than it was before. And we were just riding up and down the street, just our road itself a little bit, just a few feet.
And Kenneth, maybe one of our meteorologists can better describe, you're in North Fort Myers, so how did it look as the storm moved through in North Fort Myers and Fort Myers?
Oh, he definitely got the eye wall for sure, because we got hit and we were on the other side of the Caloosahatchee.
And Kenneth, meteorologist Zach Malak here speaking, even if you listen to the radio too. You said that you felt like you were in the eye wall. Matt and I could both attest that we were in the eye wall here in Fort Myers since you were right across the river. Hog Bodies, fan of their wings, in case anyone wants to go check them out. But
once they're back open.
you know that, Kenneth. You're right there. If you said that, I said, oh man, I got kind of hungry. But how was it in the eye? You said that was your first experience of the eye wall. What did you think about it? When you thought it was getting worse, did you think how could it get any more worse? And it did. Take us through what you experienced as the conditions kept getting worse.
Well, I'll give you my mindset. I went through Charlie, and it did blow pretty good here. I can remember I had some fencing that I got to watch dance around before it disappeared, and a few other things like that. But it was. I went in with that mindset. Now, it was a little bit different. We were on the fence, and my whole story was we seen it was a Category 5. We had the possible intentions of possibly evacuating, but job, everything else, I know how it goes with everybody else, wound up working so late in the week and everything else that there was just no way by the time it got down to the end we were going to evacuate. So we live in a decent house. We just kind of boarded my parents' house up and kind of got it ready, and we were sweating our place down at St. James, hoping it's okay. But as far as going through the storm, though, that eye wall was intense. It was unbelievable, and I'm a huge fan of meteorology. I mean, I love meteorology. I'm a Skywarn card carrier. So.
Oh, great.
Oh yeah, so I'm a huge fan. But when I first got into the eye, everything stopped. And I was like, I got to thinking. It caught me by surprise. I didn't really know at that point. I was trying to listen to the radio too and see where the eye wall was, but I didn't have that information readily available, so I wasn't sure that I was actually in the eye wall. And in fact, to the point of I'm like, okay, well maybe everything's finally calmed down. I was going to go in and hook the generator up, and that's when the winds started coming back around from the other direction. But I wish I could have went back, well, not through all the storms and stuff, but I wish I could have took more pictures, video, stuff like that of the actual eye wall. That was a neat experience, and it's one I'll never forget.
Yeah, and Kenneth, one final question for you. You mentioned that you did just board up your house and everything, as many Southwest Florida residents did board up their house, or maybe not if they had the hurricane-proof doors and whatnot. But since you did board up your house, what impacts did those boards have with the wind speeds from the eye wall itself? Just to try and paint the picture for our radio listeners or viewers really seeing that they also boarded their house. Maybe they're listening and they're in a shelter wondering what they'll come home to. Since you are at your house that was, maybe still is boarded up, how did the boards suffice? How did everything work?
Well, I'll tell you, and I hate to admit it, the only thing that I actually had time and resources
I think we just lost him.
I think we just lost Kenneth's
Yeah.
phone call, but it's great hearing from people like that in North Fort Myers, especially in anywhere around town, because I'm glad to hear that they're safe.
Yeah.
And that's just the biggest relief. And I know that so many people were so scared for this storm, and it really played a toll on so many of you and your families and your children. So I'm hoping that everyone is safe this morning. You may not be in the best condition or comfort,
Right.
but we're safe. So.
All right. Well, I think at this point, let's go ahead and get out to reporter Kim Powell, who is in also Fort Myers, and she has a look at what Irma left behind.
Well, my photographer and I have been driving around just outside of my neighborhood a little bit, just off of Metro and Winkler and Fowler area. But what really caught our attention was this right behind me. This is at the intersection of Old Metro Parkway and Hanson. This is one of the gas stations that, of course, people have been trying to get to in the last couple of days, trying to fuel up. They still have the bags on the pumps, but this awning, it is completely bent in half and tilted. I can even see these flashing lights. It's hard to see because it's so dark. They're crooked. We've also seen a lot of flooding around town, just in the little area that we've been through. Just right here, even it's a little too deep for me to walk in. Obviously, this is a swale, but it's pretty flooded still. Now, Fowler, from what I can tell, we were not able to drive on most of Fowler, but Fowler is underwater. Fowler also has some lights hanging. From what I can tell, they still have those wired stoplights. So those stoplights are hanging right now, some of them. Most of the power's out, so obviously it's pretty dark out here, but just wanted to show you guys this. This is pretty unbelievable, and honestly, thank goodness it didn't fly completely off and hit the whole store. It could have been much worse. We still have a lot to assess in the morning. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
Wow.
That, for anyone who was on radio, the awning of the gas station, a Shell gas station, was just completely tilted sideways and bent. Someone else who can help paint a good picture of what's happening right now is Wink News reporter Taylor Bisacki. She's joining us via the phone right now. Taylor, tell us where you are on the beach and what exactly it's like right there. Taylor, we still have you?
All right, she might have her cell phone. It's spotty, especially with the cell phone service right now.
Yeah. We'll see if we can check back in with her.
And now let's go to Brooke Schaefer, I believe. And Brooke really got to see some big impacts of this storm. And she's in Cape Coral.
Yeah, again, we are in southwest Cape Coral near Tarpon Point Marina. We're in one of the neighborhoods here where you can see these winds are still very strong. The rain has died down. We stepped out for just a few minutes to give you guys some of the first looks at this damage, what people will be waking up to tomorrow morning. Right now, you're looking at a light pole. The covering for that light actually blown off in the wind. It's now shattered across this person's front yard. If we walk a little bit further down, you can see this branch of a tree just barely missing this car. We walked around the car. It does look like it's okay, but still, you can tell this is just giving you an indication how strong these winds are from Hurricane Irma here in southwest Cape Coral. Even the worst of it's gone. We're still feeling these winds and still likely more damage to come from this. As we keep walking, if you look over this way, another tree. This tree sort of snapped in the middle. A few of the branches were cracked off, and I don't know if you guys can tell, it took down some wiring with it, and it's covering a sign over here. So this is going to be an issue for the homeowners here. A lot of cleanup that people are going to be dealing with tomorrow morning. And guys, this is just down the street from where we have been staying all afternoon. We stayed inside, and even further down there's a tree blocking the road. So lots of damage here already just on this street in southwest Cape Coral, and it's going to be a few hours, if not until tomorrow morning, before first responders can get out and start dealing with this, because as you can see, these winds still really gusting, and everybody's going to want to stay indoors and probably reassess in the morning and see what homeowners are going to be waking up to tomorrow. For now, in Cape Coral, Brooke Schaefer, Wink News now.
And we have Morgan Francis, who's helping to paint the picture in Punta Gorda. She's joining us live right now. And Morgan, last we saw you, you were holding up a big tree limb because of all the debris. What debris have you seen out there?
We went from debris, Lindsay, to flooding. We're over on, I believe it's Carmen and Airport Road. And this whole street is flooding. And Eric, let's just set a little bit because we are coming. We want to make sure that this is what we're seeing here. It drops off a little bit when you go from the road to the grass over here. And this is the flooding that these homes are dealing with. This flooding stops a little bit down the road and then it starts back up again. And the reason that we're over here is because we were seeing a lot of transformers starting to go, and that's something that we've seen a lot. You see those green flashes in the sky, and those are transformers that are blowing, and we don't really want to be standing in water when those are going. We've also seen a cable line that was down, number of trees that have been down. We showed you that before, but this area going all the way back, this car is in a little bit of water here, but there are some houses all the way back into this neighborhood past Carmen Street and Airport Road here that are under significant water. We did see some houses with lights on, so that we were surprised because there's at last check in this county, Charlotte County, there were 48,000 people without power. So we were surprised to see that some people did have their lights on in this neighborhood. So guys, we're dealing with little bit of everything here in Punta Gorda, but we haven't seen anything catastrophic yet, which is a good sign. Back to you.
Yeah, and Morgan, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of that flooding, especially off on the side of the roadways as well. Is there any indication of that water? I know you just got there, but is the water going down, or do you think it's still rising?
It's hard to tell, Corey. It's moving. There seems to be a little ripple, so I don't know where it's coming from exactly. We did look over on the Peace River. We're a ways from the Peace River, but we looked over an hour or so ago to see how that storm surge was going, and the water was coming up a little bit, but not the storm surge that we were expecting a day ago. So it's hard to tell where specifically this water is coming from, but for the most part, we're not seeing this in every neighborhood where we go. This is the worst flooding that we've seen driving through Punta Gorda tonight.
And I'm sorry, Morgan, again, where are you exactly so we can tell people, and in that neighborhood where we're seeing that flooding, does it look like it's going into homes, or does it look like they're high enough up that they're not getting flooded?
There are a few homes. Eric, can we just pan over to this one over here since it's close? Hopefully we don't cut out. There are a few homes that do have, it looks like a little bit, maybe it's seeping into this home at the bottom there. Some of them are raised up. Some of them are on a little bit of a hill. But we are seeing just ever so slightly right at the bottom of these houses. But a few of them in this neighborhood, I think actually if we pan over to this one over here, it looks like that one is on stilts a little bit. So a few of these homes are raised a little bit, Lindsay. So that might be kind of their saving grace. But we have seen a few that are underwater just a little bit. But again, we saw those transformers start to blow, and we didn't want to be.
Yeah, of course not. And it looks like we just lost her live signal there. Just so you guys know, as we're dealing with all of this, a lot of our reports are now coming over cell phone. So it's dependent on the bandwidth that they can, get there. So bear with us if we're losing a few. But that was Morgan Francis in Punta Gorda, and she's saying intermittent. There's some neighborhoods where there's nothing. There's some neighborhoods where she was, and I was trying to get an exact location. I had a hard time getting that.
I think from her, yeah.
But she was saying, when you could see it, the water kind of coming up against the home. So we'll see if we can check back in with Morgan a little bit later on in Punta Gorda.
And it was interesting, Morgan did say that water has some flow to it. So it's coming from somewhere. So we could still see water rising, even though this storm is moving north. Keep in mind, that water could still rise. So you want to be careful. Don't get yourself in a situation where you think you're okay and then the water quickly rises. And that's where we're seeing people stuck in cars. They have to be rescued, possibly stuck in their homes if the water gets high enough. So just be careful and keep that in mind today.
That and the electrocution because of transformers. Let's get down to Olivia Mancino, who is live right now in Collier County outside of the Emergency Management Command Center. And wind's still blowing there. Can you even hear me, Olivia?
Yeah, I can. You would think that the hurricane was back. The winds here have just not stopped all night.
As you can see, the parking lot's pretty calm right now, but a lot of trees are going crazy, kind of reminiscent of earlier before. We've been inside for the past couple hours because it's just really not safe to navigate the county yet, but I did take a short drive down Collier Boulevard earlier tonight, and I saw a lot of downed branches, lots of power lines that were hanging kind of like spider webs all over the roadways. We are just on standby, waiting for the sun to come up anxiously so we can see how we can navigate the county and start to get things back to normal slowly but surely here. It is definitely too dangerous to do so until we get some light out here. I know a lot of people are wondering about Marco and Everglades City. As I mentioned before, we have very limited information on those areas, but are hopefully going to get some new updates in the morning once crews can get out that way, guys.
All right, Olivia, thanks so much. And what you talk about, you said the winds are so bad, and we can see that in your picture. We're hearing that from a lot of people down in Collier County.
And they're saying it on Facebook, too. And I'm watching it now. We hear you. If you're watching on Facebook, we're live on Facebook right now, and you're asking us questions. So, and yeah, we're getting a lot of you. What's happening in Naples, even in Bonita Springs, very heavy wind. People are getting a little nervous down there. Matt,
can you paint some pictures? Can you tell us what's going on? Because there's a lot of people who said it's very scary right now down there.
Yeah, so if you could in the back, I don't know if I'm mic'd up, but so we've lost the Naples airport sensor, at least getting it into our system. But it's right now being estimated at about 40 to 50 miles an hour, and that was the reason why you saw that shot with Olivia. And that happens with tropical systems. Now, if we can actually, I'll tell you what, let's pop up Max 1, and I'll show you what's
Matt, we were
going on.
talking about earlier today, still, be prepared for the tropical storm force wind gust.
Yeah, that's right.
Anywhere you are, really, right?
That's right. So what we're looking at right now, obviously the state of Florida, but as we zoom on in, you can see the worst part of the storm. For all my radio listeners right now, the eye and the eye wall, and the strongest part of the storm is basically from Orlando towards Tampa. It's crossing over I-4, slammed Winter Haven. They have the potential for wind gusts over 100. So that is the worst part of the storm. That was the part of the storm that slammed Naples, it slammed Marco Island, also Lehigh, Immokalee, Gateway. You saw that strongest wind potential, and that continues northward across the state. So you can also see those bands of rain and storms all the way towards Daytona, St. Augustine. And if this tropical system is not enough, there's also the potential for tornadoes, isolated tornadoes. And see that right there on the right portion of your screen for those who are watching me on TV. If you're watching me on radio, or if you're listening to me on radio, we have these bands of rain and storms from St. Augustine towards Daytona. And sometimes you can get some twist and you can get some spin, and there will be that potential for isolated tornadoes. So that's going to be around I-95, St. Augustine to Daytona. We'll just have to watch out for at least a few isolated tornadoes. Gainesville, Ocala, we had a lot of people that evacuated there. Right now, they are seeing those bands of rain and strong winds. But what we're seeing here in Southwest Florida, granted much better, it's basically the wraparound activity. It's coming right off of the Gulf, some of these light to moderate showers, but also the winds are by no means lower. It's not a calm overnight right now. We've still got winds gusting in spots at 40 to 50, and I have seen some of that right now across Collier County. So you can see the showers continuing to filter in across Lee County. This includes around Tamiami Trail, also the Cape, seeing some light to moderate rain extending all the way towards Pine Island, Sanibel, and Captiva. So infrared imagery, here's a look at Irma, those colder cloud tops right now on top of Tampa, Orlando towards Melbourne, and this system will continue northward across the state. But what a storm officially made landfall on Marco Island, at least locally here, also made a landfall in the Keys, and it was a Cat 3. Now the sustained winds were not as high as these numbers, but look at the gusts, 142. That was at Naples Airport. Can you imagine that? 142 miles an hour, and that's why we have all the reports of damage and also all those trees down. I expected this. Marco Island, 130. Peak wind gust, and Marco Island, the observations that we have on the island were a bit limited, so truthfully it could have been a lot higher than that. Lely, 122 for your highest wind gust. Key West towards our south, they had a wind gust to 91, and then we never heard from the sensor again. Southwest Florida International had a peak wind gust to 90 as that eye wall continued up the interstate. So I've had a lot of questions about the storm surge. And as Irma starts to move away, slowly and gradually, it will start to improve. However, because we're still going to have this persistent wind as we go throughout your Monday, I literally had to think about what day it was. I'm not even kidding. That's how this coverage has been here, folks. But the one thing that you'll probably notice if you're watching me on TV, we've gone from the shading of purple. When you see the purple with this map, and this is going to be the wind speed, the purple is the strongest wind, and then watch the transition in the colors. We go from purple to red to yellow, and then watch this by 6 o'clock. The yellow turns to blue. So what's happening is we are lowering that wind speed as we go throughout the day as Irma moves more towards Georgia and Alabama. So as Irma moves away, our winds will lower, and that will help our storm surge factor. Now, I will say that over the next 12 to 18 hours around high tide, we do have to watch out for a potential storm surge lingering across southwest Florida, especially in Collier, Lee, and Charlotte counties. And it's because of this. Follow my finger here. These are going to be the wind streams, and you can literally see the wind piling up from the Gulf towards us here in southwest Florida. Now, until we get that change in our wind, this will continue, especially around high tide. So for those who are listening to me right now on radio, basically think of your clock. Okay, so you got clockwise motion, and what's happening now with Irma is the exact opposite. So think counterclockwise, and the wind is coming right off of the Gulf, and wind is essentially force, and it is forcing that water into parts of southwest Florida, and that is why you will notice that water level rise. Look at the wave heights. Now, thankfully, this is not the surge. These are just wave heights, and Irma's definitely kicking up those conditions in the Gulf. Just offshore of Collier County, 13 feet, and it actually maxes out at 20 feet, and that is well out in the Gulf. So here's our future track model and what you can expect. Breezy, windy conditions for the next few hours, those wraparound bands of light to moderate showers. Here's our future track model at 6 and 7. And for my radio listeners, again, this is going to be a bit unconventional, the way that we're going to do these weather hits, because people have lost power and they're going to be just strictly listening. So I'm going to be very descriptive and always referring to our radio listeners during these weathercasts. So you can see around Charlotte County, we do have a few isolated showers hanging around with our future track model at 6 and 7. This does include parts of DeSoto County, also spotty around Immokalee all the way towards Naples. And for those listening to me, it's going to be very hit or miss as we go throughout the day. These spotty showers from time to time, you get hit by the rain, you'll see a break. You get hit by the rain, you'll see a break. It will not be to the extent of what we saw yesterday, and as far as the wind, it's not going to be to the extent of what we had yesterday. So Sunday was the worst day, and if anything, it only gets better from here. Tuesday, Wednesday, we will start to get back to normal. But that's also when we're going to start to clean up. Here's a look by this afternoon as we hit lunchtime. Some spotty areas of rain extending from Lake O all the way towards Hendry County, parts of Lee, as well as Collier counties. And it's pretty much open season for all of us. We have that opportunity for these spotty, lingering showers, guys, as we hit this morning, also this afternoon, and this evening. But to answer all those storm surge questions, the winds will gradually lower, but I just want to give you a heads up, at least for the next 12 to 18 hours, if you live along a waterway around high tide, you could see, at least in feet, a slight water level rise. Guys?
All right, Matt, thank you very much. Let's get out to Angelica, who's live on the phone with us now. And Angelica, you live in Punta Gorda. How are you this morning?
Hi. Yes, live in Punta Gorda, and I am in the area of PGI, which is Zone A. We were supposed to have evacuated, but since we're on the second floor, we decided, to take a chance because it's a new construction, and we didn't expect that we would find a safer place or an alternative to go to.
So, and a lot of people thought, you know what, my home's new.
Yep.
It's newer construction, post-Hurricane Charlie, and all that, and the new building codes. So, Angelica, I'm curious, what was it like in your home, even if it was a new home? Did you still feel the effects of the wind?
Yes, it is actually a condo, and I'm on the second floor. What we felt is the wind itself, a lot of howling noises, And there was something we're going to check tomorrow on the roof. I don't know. It was this furniture is being dragged, and that is up on our roof. But there is no water in the house at all. And looking here in the parking lot of my condo, we don't have standing water either. And I was surprised because even with rain, we still have the drain that seems to get clogged.
Yeah.
I don't know when the water got sucked, if we had all the pipes cleaned up, but it's raining, but there's no standing water here in the parking lot.
And Angelica, you're on Punta Gorda Isles, right? Which is like right off of the Peace River. Okay. I know you mentioned you heard something on the roof. Have you had any chance to really see what the damage is like around you? And if so, can you describe it to us?
No, we really didn't go outside because we didn't feel that it would be wise to do so. But the only thing that we see is just the trees, some of them, the limbs coming out. But we didn't see all the debris of any kind. And we were surprised that that was just it. We didn't see anything flying around here either.
Do you have power?
Yes. All my friends that I've been talking to on the cell phone, they don't have power. And here where I am in PGI, we never lost power. There was a little bit of flicking for a while, but never really lost power. What we don't have is TV. I listen to you guys on the radio.
Okay.
And we also don't have internet. So I'm not understanding how some of those signals can work and others don't.
Yeah, and it's going to be such a weird thing. I mean, one community could have power, the next community over.
It's going to be so
everyone with no power. Angelica, so many people here in Florida, they've ridden out hurricanes before, and they say, oh, it'll just be another hurricane. But many of the forecasters and our own meteorologists say, not one hurricane is the same. Have you ever been through anything like this in your lifetime before?
Yes, I lived in Punta Gorda for a long time, and I was here at Charlie. I did evacuate at Charlie because the sheriff drove by our street and said, get out. It was another place, and it's not this place here. And when we left, we went, of all places, to Fort Myers. And so we were afraid then because we were going towards the hurricane. But I'm glad that we did because our street, there was a lot of damages, and my house got some wind damage because like we did not expect on Charlie that was going to come to Punta Gorda. We thought it was going to go to Tampa until we woke up in the morning and watched TV and realized that it had changed course. So when Hurricane Charlie happened, we went for a very long time without electricity and without water. And so it was difficult for us to make a decision this time what to do. One thing it was certain that we learned from Charlie is that the course can change. And we all thought that it was going to go to the East Coast. We thought it was going to hit Miami. We did expect that we were going to have effect of the hurricane, but we didn't think it was going to come here. The eye was not supposed to come here. So that was one of the reasons that we delayed in planning to find a place to go.
Yeah.
And it seemed that Florida, there's no way safe anyway. So we decided to stay here because, like I said, new construction, second floor, and
and you just kind of hunkered down through and everything. I'm so glad you are safe this morning, Angelica.
Yeah, thank you so much for calling in and providing some perspective for us. You take care of yourself. And just to paint the picture for those of you who may be joining us, we were just talking to Angelica on the phone. She's in Punta Gorda Isles, which is one of the evacuation zones over on the Peace River, a couple blocks. And our reporter, Morgan Francis, was doing a live shot with us 2.5 miles basically direct directly east
to it, yeah.
just east of 41 there, and she was at Airport Road and Jerry. So Angelica, who's in Punta Gorda Isles, had power. She was on in a condo, no flooding that she could see, but she hasn't really had a chance to get out and assess the damage. 2.5 miles east away from the water, Morgan Francis saw a lot of flooding, and she saw water still moving and transformers blowing, and said the power was out. So I know a lot of you are asking what's happening in my neighborhood. We're going to try to get to all these different locations and show you guys, but that just goes to show how, you know, it's very spotty, and it just depends on the conditions vary in that close proximity right there.
And it's such a weird thing. And just for perspective here of how many of you are without power right now, I just want to go through some of the counties. Charlotte County FPL customers, 66,410 customers just in Charlotte County without power. In Lee County, FPL customers, 239,850 customers without power. And in Collier County, 202,590 FPL customers without power. And of course, it gets a little bit better as you move inland. Hendry County, 9,700 FPL customers without power. DeSoto County, 14,000 customers without power. So you have thousands and thousands and thousands of customers without power this morning, and FPL says they have about 16,000 crew members now across the state of Florida, and they're moving in, you know, through the state down to Southwest Florida, but it's just going to take time. So I know a lot of you now are asking on Facebook, how about the power here, you know, when's it going to be restored? We cannot sit up here and tell you any time frame because FPL is saying they don't have a time frame. So that's just how bad of a situation it is as far as power.
What we can tell you is we, about 24 hours ago, we were getting a press conference from FPL, and kind of to build off what Corey was saying, you know, because of where we were in Southwest Florida, they didn't have any crews and these extra 1,700 people positioned, but they did in Orlando and southeast of us, and they said the moment it's safe to be on the roads, they had manpower and equipment, and they were going to be making their way in. And so that's what I anticipate us to see this morning as we hit daylight hours, is we're really going to see a lot of that. And LCEC was setting updates that they are going to be doing the same thing. So, you know, especially if you're listening in a shelter on the radio and you're anxious. I was talking to my mom late last night, who's in a shelter with my daughter, and you know, she's anxious to get home. I'm anxious to get home and see what's happened. We all are. And then it's like, am I going to have power when I get home? You know, so
it's a tough situation.
We're trying to get those updates, and I think when the daylight hours come, we'll really start to have a better idea.
And also, we were also learning that in Cape Coral, you know, the neighborhood that I live in, we had power. Even as the storm came through, we lost power after the storm blew through. So it's just such a weird thing to happen. FPL is now saying that they're going to start driving through the roadways. But the first priority for first responders this morning is we're told they're going to inspect the bridges. They're going to try to clear as much debris from they can as the bridges. We're being told that the causeway might, you know, have some damage on, or you know, some debris on it as well going into onto Sanibel. So crews are going to be out as soon as daylight starts to break to inspect the roadways, to clear any damage, because that is really how we're going to start being able to move back into our neighborhoods as soon as those roadways are clear.
And I did see a release from Sanibel City saying that at the height they had 57 miles per hour. And they said one of the things that they were, you know, worried about was high tide this morning being at 334 and getting 3 foot with the high tide. So they said they believe Causeway, like Corey said, is impacted, and it's going to stay closed until the crews can assess the damage there, and then they'll move to other bridges in Southwest Florida.
Meanwhile, Wink News reporter John Carlos Estrada, I believe, or John Carlos has been tracking it from Port Charlotte. He filed this report about the conditions he's seeing there.
We decided to step outside at the Country Inn here on Port Charlotte just to give you an idea of what kind of winds we're dealing with now. The rain has stopped, but the wind has really picked up. You can actually hear that there is a windy sign that has been tore up because of these wind gusts and probably because of the rain earlier today. But I want to show you something. I want to show you this sign over here. We've been monitoring this sign since we got here. I want to show you a video of what it looked like about a couple hours ago. And now look at it now. It's been knocked down because of these high winds. Now I want to remind you, we've been monitoring the traffic from our room on the 4th floor, 75 and Kings Highway. Just want to let you know, this, if you want to take your car and go for a drive right now, you should not. You're under a curfew until 6 a.m. here in Charlotte County, and these are the type of winds that you're going to be encountering right now. You can see it's sort of knocking me around, and I want to remind you again, we keep hearing this rattling sound right behind us, and that is the windy sign that has been torn up because of these high winds. Back to you.
And a reminder that all counties except for Lee County are in a curfew till 6 a.m. Folks, in Lee County, it's till 7 a.m. And if you're caught out on the roadways, it's a misdemeanor. More importantly, it's for your own safety. It's for all of our own safety until they can assess the damage. Let's get over to Wink News reporter John Treeweiler, who's taking a look at some of the damage in Cape Coral.
Guys, good morning. We are still in the Cape Coral area here, the Tarpon Point neighborhood, just behind the marina in this residential neighborhood. Rain coming down pretty heavy this morning. I can show you this right here. This is a very large tree that got uprooted last night because of the high winds. You can see the root system over here. It busted some type of a water pipe. You can see water spitting into the sky. That's been the case ever since this happened, since yesterday afternoon. The rain coming down actually pretty heavy. The wind has stopped, which is very good news, but we talked about that eerie, creepy feeling kind of really throughout this storm, before, during, and now we can tell you after. It's dark out here. Believe it or not, we did really well with power in this neighborhood. We just lost power probably about half hour to hour ago. So we know some people have been out with power for a long time. We were very, very lucky out here, but this entire neighborhood completely dark right now. We can see blue flashes in the sky, transformers popping most likely. So definitely very creepy, definitely very eerie. Haven't had much time to see the damage, but obviously that curfew is still in effect for Lee County, telling people to stay inside until 7 a.m. and obviously stay inside until emergency first responders give you that all clear. Definitely a big cleanup ahead of everybody after this storm. We're reporting in Cape Coral. I'm John Treeweiler, Wink News Now.
All right, John, stay safe out there. Meanwhile, Donald Trump spoke about Hurricane Irma as he returned from Camp David to the White House. And as the president, he did not hold back about the severity of the storm. Listen.
It's been going really well. It's a rough hurricane, as you know better than anybody. The Coast Guard has been amazing already. You've been hearing what they're doing right in the middle of the storm. FEMA has been incredible. We're working very well with the governor and the other governors in surrounding states. I just got back. We had the whole cabinet out, and every group is coordinated really well. I mean, the bad news is that this is some big monster.
President Trump also indicated that he would visit Florida in the near future.
And this next video, this is frustrating to see right here. Despite punishing winds and heavy rain from Hurricane Irma, do you see the handful of people here running out of what appears to be different shoe stores? We're getting several reports of looting coming out of Fort Lauderdale, and there you see it looks like a police officer, but this is in a strip mall here. And South Florida police have vowed to monitor the streets, and what they're doing is they're pulling up in the back door of the strip mall. They're running in. We see people running out with boxes. It looks like Adidas shoes.
Unbelievable.
I can't even tell what that is, but just grabbing whatever they can and taking off.
I mean, it's sick to see people taking advantage of others during this time.
And driving in Key Largo, here's a look. Wow, this is heading south on US 1. That is a jet ski in the middle of the road right there. This is a two-lane highway, and right in the middle we just saw a jet ski amongst a lot of other debris, branches, power lines, all kind of damage coming out of Key Largo, heading south again on US 1 is what you're looking at there.
Especially, as daylight breaks in Key West, it's going to be something to see. Just to see the damage out there and to see what they have really gone through, because it really slammed into the Keys also, and that's just going to be devastating to see the impacts. Time right now is 1:32. Let's get over to Wink News meteorologist Zach Malott with a check of the Hurricane Irma now. Jack.
Yeah, in fact, the 1 a.m. advisory came out a half an hour ago. Still a Category 2 storm. Still have a centralized wind speed 100 miles per hour. And still moving off towards the north at 14 miles per hour. So we're going to continue to see Irma track off towards the north. Something that you should keep in mind, especially if you are still here in Southwest Florida and you have friends, family, loved ones who may have evacuated. It is going to take some time for them to come back because they have to wait for Irma to clear their current location. So you have friends, family in Tallahassee, possibly even Jacksonville, Atlanta, maybe even in places in Alabama, Georgia. We are going to continue to see the effects of Irma continue over the next 2 to 3 days. Really, the early morning hours on Tuesday to Tuesday afternoon. That's when finally the entire southeast region of the country will see conditions improve, return to normal, and that is when we can actually have a lot of those loved ones and family members travel safely back here to Southwest Florida. And also, that's good news to allow all of our road crews to continue to clean up the damage that is now left behind from Irma. All right, the big thing that we have been looking at, really the worst is now behind us. The high wind speeds, that is now over with. The rain, the highest amount of rain, really, that is now over with as well, but still tracking the wind on the backside of Irma to see if there's any chance some inundation of water into your homes along the coast. Now, we do see that surge levels are way below what was forecast. Again, we showed you those maps earlier. What those maps were the reasonable worst case scenario by the National Hurricane Center. Usually in forecasting and meteorology, we forecast on an average basis. Usually we would forecast what would typically happen per the conditions we would see. But when it comes to surge, it is such a drastic and scary and even intense type of a problem that comes with hurricanes that is the reason that they actually issue the reasonable worst case scenario to help emergency managers evacuate zones that could potentially see the worst flooding if the worst case scenario does come true. Luckily, we had the best case scenario come true. We still have some flooding across Naples, southeastward Everglades City, reporting some inundations from the surge in that area. I'll show you the reason why coming up in closer detail, but really tracking the surface wind here, still from the west to southwest through the 6 a.m., 7 a.m. hour. This is going to increase high tides just a bit. And because we had so much water recede before we had Irma move through our area, much like Donna back in 1960, we actually have to have that water get replaced somehow. So now that water has now surged back in. We are seeing more water fill back up, anywhere from 2 to as high as 4 feet above average heights per tide, and we are actually going to continue to watch this. Not really too much of a surge, though. We noticed that Taylor Bisacki called in earlier, as well as showed us her live shot, and Fort Myers Beach showing a minimal surge in that area. I have friends, some former storm chasers back from my old market, and they are actually in Naples, and I'm texting them pretty frequently to see if there's any surge in their area, and they were also sending back good news that there is minimal surge, just some freshwater flooding. So that is some great news, but we will continue to watch this westerly breeze throughout the morning and late morning time frame to see if it can affect any high tides. Now, high tides overnight tonight going to be from now off towards the south through at least 5, 6 a.m. across the north, so we'll continue to watch those across our area. The high tide near Fort Myers Beach, per se, is actually near 5 a.m. Then we go into low tide around 10 a.m., 11 a.m., so that is great news. But then also going to see another high tide in the late afternoon and also evening, but that's when wind speeds actually drop significantly back down to only 10 to 20 miles per hour sustained, potentially even less than that, as that model usually is a little on the higher side. Looking into Doppler radar, this is something we will really watch all morning long as you start to go home later on in the morning, afternoon hours, possibly putting tarps on your roofs. We will continue to see if rain is going to move over your area, seeing some light to even some moderate pockets of rain across North Captiva, Pine Island. We will continue to see these showers and move inland. Not really seeing too much, though, inland as of yet, but this shower activity will continue to move off towards the north-northeast. And even even really across the Pine Island area, not seeing too much in terms of heavy rain like earlier. Again, just a small pocket of some brief moderate rain across that area. Now, Arcadia is seeing some very light rain. We are dry now. Lake Placid, Sebring, LaBelle, Immokalee seeing dry conditions, Bonita Springs, but seeing, again, the light to moderate rain from really Pine Island, Captiva, Matlacha, western, central, eastern portions, southern portions of Cape Coral, and even in downtown Fort Myers. Now, we do have a few other systems that are currently in the tropics. We have Jose just southeast of Irma, also tracking another tropical wave, a 40% chance, medium chance of tropical storm formation here in the next 48 hours. Unfortunately, I would love to just stop talking about the tropics altogether, but we are still a few months away from the end of hurricane season, still a few months away from November 30th, so still having the chance to continue to see the tropics remain active as they have been over the last month to 2 months. Here is information on Jose as of 11 p.m. Wind speeds at 115 miles per hour, a Category 3 storm moving northwest at 14 miles per hour. It is going to make this a loop in the central and western portions of the Atlantic, and you may see this cone and say, what's going to happen for us here in Southwest Florida? I know everyone's on edge from what just happened with Irma, but the good thing is you notice this line. There is the longitude-latitude lines, and you notice this as well. It is going to continue moving off towards the north. Also going to continue this track, really a loop once again back off towards the Atlantic. So we will continue to watch really Jose, but really it is going to have no effects here in Southwest Florida. So that is the great news. Still have to watch that other tropical wave. Again, a medium chance of formation here in the next 48 hours or so. So we're going to continue to watch that in the central Atlantic. All right, for today, if you haven't gone to bed yet, for Monday, if you are just waking up and checking in for today, it's different for many people. Back in the mid to upper 80s for highs, 87 Lehigh Acres, Lake Placid. The wind will be decreasing. I know you still hear some gusts right now. I know it still is going to be frequent at times, but this will be continue to actually become less frequent throughout the afternoon, evening. Scattered showers are in the forecast. So Matt, Jim, and Scott are back at noon. We will track radar all day long, as many of you will be coming home. We'll continue to see and really tell you exactly where the rain is going to be, so you can begin to really put your homes back together, put your lives back together, and get ready for a decent forecast. I'll show you that 7-day forecast. Guys, back to you in just a bit.
All right, Zach, thanks so much. And we want to get you some looks at different neighborhoods that many of you have sent in. So the first one, I believe, is from Palm River in Naples. And what we're looking at right now is a massive tree, and all of the roots just completely uprooted, and it's now laying on its side. Lance Parmelli sent this one in.
Now let's go to something from Brittany Napier, and you can see from the video here, look at her pool. The waves that were in the pool, she got 3 inches of water flooding her entire home in East Naples. God, that's really tough to have that much water. Even just a few inches in your home is devastating. So hopefully everyone is safe, obviously.
And here's a look at video from Margaret Cruz. This is on the river just west of 75, and what we're looking at is just palm trees blowing in the wind. It looks like a pool, her pool, and it almost looks like there's a little bit of tidal waves like you would see at a water park maybe, but it's just because the wind's picking it up and moving that pool water.
A family preparing for a potential storm surge in Cape Coral. Take a look. I mean, this is a serious situation. They really were serious about this. They were wearing life jackets as they were waiting in their home because, so many of us didn't know what the storm surge is going to do in our neighborhood. And so people took precautions, and you're better safe than sorry in these situations.
I'm glad they did that. Yeah. It's nice to be prepared. And here's a video in Everglades City. Oh, wow. This home in Everglades City, it looks like it's up to maybe a third of the height of the home. You know how you have 2 panels of lanai screen that are normally stacked on top? It's at least halfway the water height, halfway through the first panel.
And it looks like that almost that entire neighborhood is underwater, really.
Yeah.
Tough situation there. Pictures and video from our street here in Province Park community located behind Eastwood Golf Course and Hodges University. This was at 7:30 p.m., really during the eye of the hurricane. You can see ponding, more like flooding on the roadway there. Good thing, at least at 7:30 yesterday, the water wasn't coming too high on the driveway. But again, that could change, especially in Collier County.
And this next look is at Daniels Park in Fort Myers, and that is a massive palm tree that has fallen on top of, it looks like a Jeep, and then a white sedan right in front of the home. Not good news for the cars, but it literally is right in front of the house. It looks like it just missed the house.
And, you know, obviously that's terrible if it landed on a car, but I'm wondering if they're feeling, you know, hey, we're lucky that it landed on the car and not on the roof of the house. Now, I will say, though, that, you know, those royal palm trees, they're pretty bendable, you know, in these hurricanes, and they'll give quite a bit. So the fact that a royal palm like that was just knocked over, I mean, that just shows you how strong the winds are. Just incredible, and I hope everyone in that house is okay. Elizabeth posted this video. Take a look out of Rotunda, and what the video shows is just water all over their street there. It was very windy in the river, or excuse me, it's very windy, and the road is flooded over. Just a very dangerous situation there, and hopefully that water this morning hasn't risen dramatically.
And this is a look, a video a couple hours ago. This is in San Carlos Park, where it looks like some pretty severe flooding. There's someone showing us walking or looking out of their window there, and heavy rain and the water up against the fence. Please, as you're waking up this morning, if you took pictures last night, you couldn't get them to us, or you're waking up this morning and you're seeing damage, we'd love to see your pictures, your videos. Just send them to us here at winknews.com, assignments at winknews.com, or you can upload them on the app and we can receive them that way. It's very easy.
And on the
we
Facebook
appreciate
page, because
it.
I think we're live right now, still on the Facebook page.
Yeah.
If you have anything you want to say or send, just head to the Wink News Facebook page. We're monitoring it right here from the live desk.
And guys, I want to tell you about the U.S. Navy, which was very busy during Hurricane Irma, stepping in today to help some storm survivors in the Caribbean. Let's take a look at this footage from the U.S. Virgin Islands. You can see Navy helicopters conducting medical evacuations. The Navy also delivered more than 17,000 pounds of supplies to hospitals on those islands. Hurricane Irma killed at least 24 people in the Caribbean. Now, more video of damage in the British Virgin Islands. Take a look at these aerial images. You can see boats just clustered together, smashed onto the shore, and the roofs ripped off of the houses. Look at all of those boats together. Look at the destruction there. It was just incredibly massive. Guys, back to you.
Thank you so much. And we're getting a lot of you responding on the Wink News Facebook page right now. We are live. A lot of people obviously asking, how is Golden Gate? How is Collier County? Let's see, Allison said, I'm in PGI on St. Andrews South. The fairway is flooded, but street out front is good, so that's the good news for now. Fairway is flooded, obviously. Can't see a canal to know if there's any surge. But listen to this, Allison and PGI, they have power and cell phone signal, but no cable. So you're going to see these, these weird anomalies that, you have this, you don't have that. It's just a weird situation.
It's so scattered. Yeah. Well, we know a lot of you are dealing with power outages, and we're trying to get the latest information. I know late last night we were at 3.2 million homes without power throughout our state. Locally, Corey, do you have some numbers right there?
Yeah, these latest as of 12 a.m., 3,563,220 FPL customers across the state of Florida without power. And I can break that down here. In Collier County, 202,590 of you FPL customers are without power. Charlotte County, 66,410 FPL customers without power. Hendry, 9,700. And in Lee County, 239,850 FPL customers without power.
So if you're an FPL customer, we did get a chance to speak with Representative Peter Robbins about what you can expect for their response. Listen in for a second.
We have got 16,000 people ready to respond to this storm, and they are from all over the United States and Canada. It is the largest pre-storm workforce we've ever had at FPL, and we're quite sure it's the largest in United States history. And we really thank all those men and women who came from out of state and are going to help us get everybody's lights back on as soon as it's safe to do so. Know that our crews and our entire team will be working around the clock until every last customer is reconnected. So if there's a dangerous situation, if you have a live power line down or you see something sparking and you think it's a dangerous situation, don't call us, call 911. That is always your best option if you think there might be danger involved in a situation.
And that's a great tip, because we actually had Chris just email in about 20 minutes ago saying that they've got down power lines, and he's actually an LCEC customer and didn't know if they should call LCEC or 911. He's worried about it. If you think it's dangerous, call 911. That's the priority, because if they could be live, you want to make sure you're being careful.
Lee County Utilities says due to the power outages, water treatment plants will be operating under limited conditions and water pressures will be reduced. Also, because of all the power outages, lift stations used to convey sewage to wastewater treatment plants will not work or will have only limited operation. So too much toilet flushing or too much water going down drains might cause lift stations to overflow and actually back up into your home. So really watch how much water you're going to be using over the next couple of days.
Well, NASA continues to send images of Irma from space. Look at this photo from Randy Bresnik, the astronaut. Shows actually both Irma and Jose churning there in the Atlantic.
Cuba's capital was crushed by Hurricane Irma. These images really just say it all. I mean, these buildings were demolished. You can see people struggling to even cross the street in the high winds, having to climb over all kinds of stuff. Such a dangerous situation there. Others had to jump over fallen trees, even power lines to get through. So far, there are no reported deaths in Cuba. Hurricane Irma has impacted CenturyLink Voice and 911 services in the Golden Gate area, and in the coming days, people there will not be able to use their landline telephones to call 911. Now, if you are in the Golden Gate area, you're encouraged to use your cell phone to dial 911, or if it is safe to do so, drive to the nearest fire station just in case of an emergency. As soon as it's safe, technicians will restore all the services.
And folks in Collier County, they have issued a boil water notice for all of Collier Water District customers. That's until further notice. It's the same case if you live in the city of Arcadia as well.
And to give you a better idea of what's happening around town, let's take a look at more videos and pictures that you're sending us in now to the newsroom.
This is in Punta Gorda, and it's the eye passing it through. And this is from John Joyner. Pretty unique shot there. It's interesting with the lighting too. Yeah.
This is at Copper Oaks in Estero. You can see, I believe this is a condo community right there, and you can see it's flooded, and a lot of that water even going into the garages of the condos there. So it's a very dangerous situation. And as like we've been saying, you know, if you're seeing flooding in your neighborhood, it could continue to rise today.
And Corey, those are actually single-family homes too. That's over off of Three Oaks Parkway, and you can see it's up past the garage, where the garage would meet the driveway. So that's pretty amazing. The Cruz family on River, just west of I-75, they sent this in. And I think we showed this a little bit earlier, and this is a great way to describe it. It looks like Whitecaps, but it's their pool. You know, like you might see a tidal wave park at a water park. That's kind of what it looks like just from their pool. This was actually taken during the storm.
And another one that we're getting from you, branch. Look at this. This is a massive tree branch through the roof of a Fort Myers Estates home. Look at that. I mean, here's the scary situation. Someone could have been sitting right there. And it could have, you know, obviously killed someone. But this right here just goes to show you the power of hurricanes and the wind that it brings with it. But that massive tree branch right through the roof in someone's home there in Fort Myers Estates.
And Mike Jeffers sent in this picture. I believe, this was taken during the calm, he said, in Gateway. He said the water got so high it came into the house under the front door. He said during the calm of the eye, the water actually dropped 5 inches. Before then, the winds picked up again. And let's take a look at Bellaterra off of Corkscrew. Do we have that one?
I don't know if we have that one still.
Don't have that one, but thank you again for sending. Okay, there's Bellaterra real quick. This was actually 6:30 last night in Bellaterra. This is off of Corkscrew in Estero there, and you can see flooding in the streets.
Now, obviously, like we've been saying, we're live on Facebook right now, and so many of you are saying, you know, why don't you have a crew here? Why don't you have a crew here? You know, we are doing our best to try and get to all of the locations across Southwest Florida. It's just going to take time. There's only so many of us right now. So over the next coming, hours and days, we're going to try and spread out as much as we can and kind of survey all of the areas. So we hear you. We're trying to get as many of our crews out to as many areas, but right now safety is is the biggest priority, and crews still have to make sure the roadways are, of course, clear to drive on.
And our reporters need sleep too. I mean, they can't deliver the best information if they're not sleeping. So we've got some of them sleeping right now because they were working all day yesterday because that was the big day. And then once the curfew ends, because if you remember, there's a curfew in effect for all of the different counties till either 6 or Lee, 7 o'clock this morning, then they'll get out on the streets. I think at this point, we're going to go over to meteorologist Matt Devitt with the latest. And what are we tracking right now? What's it looking like?
Okay, so we have it as a Cat 2. It's in central Florida. It's moving north. We have the wind outside.
So it's out of here then?
Oh, it's out of here.
We're still going to feel what, though? I mean,
yeah, I mean, essentially, it's, basically right now we got to clean up.
Yeah.
And we have the wind. We have the lingering showers. But, after what we've kind of been through, let's take a more optimistic tone. And what I can tell you is it gets better from here. It's going to get better tomorrow. It's going to get better the day after that. But let's take a look at what we have right now, because a lot of people in Southwest Florida, they evacuated to central and northern Florida, and they're still dealing with the rain. They're still dealing with the wind, sustained at 100. More than likely, that's in a very tiny and limited spot, but it's moving north, still a Cat 2 around Lakeland and Tampa Bay, and the game plan from here on out, right on top of the Big Bend as we hit around sunrise, and then after that point around the border of Georgia and Alabama by this evening, and then weakening even more across northern Alabama as well as Tennessee. So this massive storm, look at that, continues across the state. You can see the bands of heavy rain, also some lightning from time to time, but the worst part of the storm, that notorious eye wall, which led to wind gusts 120, 130, 140, is, although weaker, right now bringing some big winds from Orlando all the way towards Winter Haven and moving north. So here's going to be your center of circulation. If you're listening to me right now on radio, the center is between Winter Haven all the way towards Lakeland and just east of Tampa. But on the northern side of it, we have the eye wall. And that eye wall is what caused all those issues from Marco Island, also Golden Gate, Naples. You had that wind gust to 142, and then up towards LaBelle. We had a lot of viewers in LaBelle that said, hey, it was pretty bad out here. We had those significant winds. They probably gusted over 100. We also had some big winds around Lake O, Clewiston, Moorhaven, and it was because of this, the eye wall, worst part of the storm, as it kind of expanded as it moved northward across the state. And right now, Orlando, they're under the gun. Big metro area, they're seeing some wind gusts over hurricane force. Those bands of rain continuing farther up the East Coast, including St. Augustine, Daytona, so it's still raining. It has been raining for hours across the northern half of the state. But for us, after a very active Sunday afternoon and Sunday evening, right now we still have the wind. We also do have a little bit of surge, and we have some lingering showers. But this is very typical on the backside of a tropical systems, counterclockwise, coming right off of the Gulf, and these showers will bring you, some light to moderate rain, and then they will continue on their way. So what we're looking at right now for our radio listeners, this is the infrared satellite imagery, and the core is right on top of central Florida, and we're going to continue that towards the Big Bend and then over towards Alabama and Mississippi, Tennessee, and Kentucky here in the days ahead. But if there was a true test to how strong this storm was, and it did make landfall as a Category 3, a major hurricane. Look at this. I literally just updated this. I did some homework and I looked at a few of our other sites across Southwest Florida, and you may have noticed I added Arcadia as well as Sanibel, and again Naples. It's hard to top that. 142 miles an hour. That was the peak wind gust. Now, thankfully, that was not sustained, but it was basically the gust, that quick rush of air. Marco Island, where it officially made landfall yesterday afternoon, 130 was the peak gust. Also, Lely, 122. Bonita Springs at 90, not too far off. Southwest Florida International, the peak and highest wind gusts, 89. Arcadia, literally just added you, near 80. Sanibel, near 80. And at hurricane force for that gust in Punta Gorda. So this can happen oftentimes with a lot of tropical systems. We lose our sensors. So what I'm going to do is I want to show you our computer model. Okay, so I lost a lot of sensors because of the wind. So we're going to use a computer model to gauge what the winds are right now. So right now they're gusting between 30 to 50. But notice by 7 o'clock and by sunrise, 20 to 30. Baby steps, getting lower. Still coming off the Gulf. Notice by lunchtime, 20. Still breezy, still windy at times, but notice how as we transition towards dinner time, we're down to 15. So gradually, step by step, hour by hour, as Irma moves away, the winds will lower. So again, winds at around 5 and 6 will be out of the southwest at 10 to 20. So that's just a quick check of what you can expect for today. But coming up here in a little bit, we will highlight the very latest on Irma and how conditions will get better here in the days ahead. And I'll tell you what, let's do one more graphic into the mix. Here's that surface wind, and notice how the colors on the bottom portion of your screen, the legend, they're going to be coming off of the Gulf, which in the short term could lead to an additional storm surge and a water level rise. But by Tuesday, by Wednesday, storm surge not an issue. But I just want to give you a heads up, around high tide, that storm surge, if you live along our waterways, could be an issue. More news, more weather, coming up after the break.
Family, your safety and well-being, because news happens now. Count on Wink News. At Wink News, we're proud of the honors and awards our team has earned. But far more important to us is our commitment to you. A commitment to bring you important information that makes a difference in your family's life. A commitment to go deep behind the headlines to report stories that matter. A commitment to keep you safe and ahead of dangerous weather. Count on Wink News, our photojournalists, reporters, and anchors. Count on Wink News to serve you in everything we do.
We've got the wind, we've got the rain, and now we should start to see the development of the storm surge. No matter how long you've lived here, no matter how many storms you've weathered.
That storm surge is coming. As you can see, my hat just blew off.
Every hurricane is different. Brand new information from the National Hurricane Center. This storm's weakening. Stay with Wink News for continuing coverage of this powerful storm.
On TV, online, on your smartphone, and on the radio. Count on Wink News, the Weather Authority.
Wink News is the Weather Authority. Let's toss it out to Zach Malak, who has the latest on Hurricane Irma. Zach?
Yes, Bob. In fact, the 2 a.m. update still updating Irma every hour on the hour, showing it is now a Category 1 storm. Big change in the last hour. Wind speed down 15 more miles per hour, down to 85 miles per hour. So continuing to see it weaken. And really, this is great news for everyone in Tampa, all of us who may have friends, loved ones who decided to stay put in Tampa. My aunt and uncle are up there, and they decided to stay put and not evacuate. So that is great news, being a Category 1 storm and not like the Category 3 storm and the conditions that we had. Very different conditions expected across Tampa than what we saw earlier on Sunday afternoon into the evening. 85, though, again, is that centralized wind speed, current pressure at 960, and the track moving north-northwest at 15 miles per hour. Continuing to see it move off towards north-northwest, and it will continue to weaken, even across Tallahassee, western, southwestern portions of Georgia, eastern Alabama. And this track still does matter, even though it's not going to affect us here in southwest Florida. Going to affect many of our friends, loved ones who evacuated off towards the north, maybe Atlanta, maybe Tallahassee, maybe portions of Alabama, maybe as far north as Tennessee. But overall, everyone will be coming back to Southwest Florida rather soon, and really this track is dependent on when your friends can come back here. In fact, seeing the track still across Monday and Tuesday across the southeastern portions of the United States, it will finally move away from the southeastern United States, allowing everyone across the southeast to finally move and venture back to Southwest Florida, which is going to be good news. It gives some time for all of our road crew to continue to clean up all of the debris that Irma has left behind, as well as gives us some time to just take a deep breath and continue to realize that the worst is now over. Seeing the light to moderate rain move into portions of Lee County right now. There was a little pocket of moderate rain, now just some light rain in northern Lee County, southern Charlotte County. Still seeing some of this rain across the Cape Hayes Peninsula, basically Port Charlotte southward, but this track is moving off towards the northeast. So if you are listening to the radio in Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, expect some light rain back overhead here soon. Sanibel, Captiva, Pine Island, Matlacha seeing some light rain even as far south as South Fort Myers, the Iona, the Villas communities, really seeing the Cypress Lake area see some light rain. At the moment it is dry though. Naples, Immokalee, LaBelle though will start to see some light rain here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Now the big story has always been the wind speeds, still seeing sustained speeds anywhere from 15 to as high as 30 miles per hour across portions of the area, but zooming in across DeSoto County, showing that DeSoto County, Arcadia, Lake Placid, Sebring is now dry and really still seeing some wind gusts anywhere from 15 to 30 miles per hour sustained in that area. And a closer look across central and western portions of Lee County. Again, tropical satellite showing Irma, one of the biggest storms currently on tropical satellite, affecting portions of Atlanta as well as Georgia, South Carolina, much of Florida. Again, now a Category 1 storm, which is some great news for our friends towards the north where Irma is currently tracking. Here is, we also have a Category 3 storm, Jose, in the Atlantic, and then also tracking another medium chance tropical wave across the eastern Atlantic that has a medium chance of forming into a tropical cyclone in the next 48 hours or so. So still having some activity in the tropics as we are still a few months away from the end of hurricane season. The details on Hurricane Jose, again, a Category 3 storm, wind speed 115 miles per hour, moving northwest at 14 miles per hour. If you're listening, you say northwest, is this moving towards Florida? Well, it's actually going to make a giant loop in the Atlantic, then actually move back off towards the northwest, but it is going to be north of southwest Florida, which is going to be great because it is going to continue to track off towards the northwest, then the north, and then the northeast around this big area of high pressure currently centered across the Atlantic Ocean. Now that has been the main steering pattern that allowed Irma to move into our area in the first place, but moving back off towards the east because of this trough of low pressure, allowing Jose to stay away from us here in southwest Florida. For the forecast for Monday, we have highs back in the mid to upper 80s, 87 Lehigh Acres, Lake Placid. The wind will be decreasing throughout the day. The rain showers are still going to be around the area, isolated in nature for now. Still seeing some scattered light rain through the afternoon and evening in store for Monday, and we'll see the breeze still from the southwest 15 to 30 miles per hour sustained. Again, we will see this decrease throughout the afternoon and evening hours as well. Guys, still tracking Irma. Again, great news, a Category 1 storm working on the track that we just saw of Irma, as well as going to go into some detail on if it took a different track, if it decided to stay out in the Gulf of Mexico, how that would have affected the weather we saw across the area if it took a different track instead of making landfall at 335 in Marco Island. More details on that just ahead.
And thanks to Irma, more than 3.5 million Floridians are now without power. The Florida Power and Light Company says these are the updated numbers as of midnight. In Lee County, 239,850 people are without power. Collier County, 202,590. Sarasota County, 159,180. Charlotte County, 66,410 people. Hendry County, 9,700 people. And Glades County, 2,420 people. Now that the storm's passing, we're seeing some big problems on the roads, and it's just the tip of the iceberg. Wink News reporter Jessica Alpern's in downtown Fort Myers.
Well, right now I'm standing in the middle of a huge tree that has made this portion of 2nd Street in the downtown Fort Myers area completely impassable. I'm going to have my photographer step back so he can show you the magnitude of this tree. It is blocking the entire portion of this road. Again, I'm on 2nd just as you approach Park Avenue, and this is, if you're familiar with the downtown Fort Myers area, very close to the 41 bridge. Take a look. This is a tree that was once standing on this side near all of the houses to the left of me on 2nd Street, and this is just part of this morning as we've been driving through the downtown area, part of what Hurricane Irma has left for people living here to deal with. You can just imagine. It's a good thing we didn't have anybody on the roads at this time. It's a good thing that everybody adhered to either those mandatory evacuations or, as we told you, to stay inside, because this is not something we would have wanted anybody to be in the presence of when it came down. This is a huge tree, and again, as of right now, completely blocking this portion of 2nd Street. Now, as I've been driving up and down the downtown area, we've seen a couple of emergency crews out already. They're actually dealing with a downed power line not far from where I'm standing right now. That's on Palm Beach as you approach the 41 bridge. So I saw emergency crews, again, just maybe a block from where I'm standing right now. They're already dealing with that. We saw them passing up and down this area, so we'll try and flag them down and make sure that they know about this as well. But you know, it's still really not a good idea to get on the roads at this time, even though the hurricane has passed, because as you can see, you're going to be encountering a lot of dangerous situations like this, as well as that downed power line that I mentioned not far from where I'm standing. We'll keep an eye on things for you, and of course, if you have any photos, anything that you have seen that you can report to us, anything that you think people need to know about things like this that may have been left from Hurricane Irma, we urge you to share those with us on our Wink News Facebook page. In Fort Myers, Jessica Alpern, Wink News Now.
You can barely make her out there. You can see that the conditions are still very bad out there. Right. And Marco Island took a direct hit from Hurricane Irma. Watch and listen.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
This is from Henry Tyler Hill. The video shows the whipping winds and rain as the hurricane made landfall on Marco Island. You can just see how brutal it is at that point. Storm surge flooding is another big problem there. Curfews are in effect right now. Lee and Hendry counties are under a daily curfew from 8 p.m. until 7 a.m. Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto counties, and Lake Placid are under curfew from 9 p.m. through 6 a.m. These are daily curfews until further notice. Bridges won't reopen until they are deemed safe. The Lee County Department of Transportation and the Florida Department of Transportation will inspect their respective bridges today to ensure structural integrity and safety. And due to Hurricane Irma's significant wave action, the Sanibel Causeway may have been impacted.
Yeah, definitely. You have to watch out for that. But until there's an inspection, the causeway is off limits for now.
And you should really stay off the roads until emergency officials have time to get out and respond. This is from Caroline Allison. A tree went down in Burnt Store Aisle and it barely missed her car. There are downed trees and power lines all over the place there, so definitely be careful when you head out.
She got very lucky that that missed her car. Now, there are several areas that are under a boil water alert. Those include Sanibel, Captiva, Arcadia, Collier County Water District customers, Marco Island, Bonita Beach, Fort Myers Beach, Big Hickory Island, Little Hickory Island, and Black Island North. These boil water alerts are in effect until further notice. And folks in Cape Coral have a lot of work ahead of them.
Absolutely. Many people who evacuated will return home to find a mess. Wink News reporter John Treeweiler is in the Cape this morning showing us that damage.
Good morning. We are in Cape Coral. The rain coming down pretty heavy. Definitely a very eerie, very creepy morning, just like this entire storm has been. Let's look right here. Look at the power of what the wind did last night. Look at this tree. It literally mangled it, twisted it, ripped it right in half there, just like it's a little paper toy almost. You can see the tree is all fallen over. Didn't do it to property likely, but in this person's front yard. This is the scene we're seeing in multiple locations this morning, just in the neighborhood we're in Cape Coral. We know the damage is extensive, much more extensive in other places, but this is the power of the wind. This is the power of Irma after that major hurricane came through last night. This morning, it's dark out. The power is out in this neighborhood. Periodically blue flashes throughout the sky of likely power and transformers blowing. We hear the pops. We can see the flash in the sky. The rain coming down pretty steady here this morning as a big day, and obviously probably weeks and months ahead of us get to start now of cleanup after this major hurricane. Once, of course, we get daylight, once, of course, it's safer, we'll show you more. That mandatory curfew in Lee County in effect until 7 a.m. And remember, do not come outside to take a look at the damage until first responders and emergency managers give you the all clear. Reporting in Cape Coral, I'm John Schrieweiler, Wink News Now.
All right, well, more intense video we can watch as the powerful wind rips off a part of the roof at Lee Memorial Hospital in Fort Myers. Wow, just look at that. This is from Alim Kaleem. So we appreciate this video coming in because we really want to give people an idea of what they are facing.
And what's really amazing about this piece of video, watch when it comes down and it lands next to the car. You can see how big the piece of the roof is. It's almost the length of that car. It doesn't look that big falling down, but watch when it hits the ground over there. That's almost as large as that entire car that is parked next to it. Just imagine if that hit somebody. That could have been so dangerous.
Absolutely. And thousands of people are without power in Lee County. Wink News reporter Nicole Valdez is tracking the damage.
Guys, things much more calm here outside Health Park Hospital. This is now kind of the end of the storm here. Hurricane Irma has already made her way through here, and she really packed a punch. We saw incredibly strong winds and even horizontal rain hitting us under the awning that we were under. But now that things have kind of calmed down, we wanted to come out and show you most of the damage that we were showing you earlier. These are the trees that were knocked over by Irma's extremely powerful winds. You can see here, not almost every single tree, if not every single tree, is either completely uprooted or almost every single branch has been broken off at some point, and they're now scattered across this parking lot outside the main hospital entrance. Of course, people are very happy to hear that all the patients and staff inside the hospital are safe. They were told not to leave the building, especially during the brunt of the storm where we showed you earlier that incredibly strong wind was even toppling me over. I was just trying to explain to you guys the conditions out here. Again, we do know that they've been running on generator power for the last several hours. We have not seen the power go out here, and we're told that they have fuel to last a good amount of time until the power is restored. So good news out here for many people in this area near the Fort Myers Beach area. I know that storm surge was another big concern. We are not seeing much water out here, which is good. You can see it's pretty dry besides the leftovers of much of the rain that we had earlier on. Everything looking pretty good out here. Things getting a lot better and a lot more calm this hour. So again, that's the good news here, but we do see there are significant damage to at least some of the vegetation out here that we're going to continue to be looking out for tonight and as well as into the early morning hours tomorrow. For now, we are in Lee County. I'm Nicole Valdez, Wink News Now.
Nicole, thanks. And I think it's important to point out that, you know, it's still so dark out there. And it's great to get these updates from our reporters because that's what people are going to be facing. They don't realize we still don't know how much damage is out there. And that's why those curfews are in place, because it's really just not safe to head out there at this point.
Yeah, you have to wait until that curfew is over. It's light outside, so you know where you're driving. I mean, you could drive into a flooded area and not know how deep it is. You can drive into potholes. You can drive into things on the road that you can't see when it's dark. You just have to wait. You have to be patient, and that way you have to be safe.
Absolutely. And Cape Coral first responders return to service with special conditions. The police department says that officers, firefighters, and EMS workers will take priority calls, and initial damage assessments will take precedence.
And so far we know that Naples is one of the hardest hit areas. This video shows just one of the neighborhoods just slammed by the wind. Take a look at this. You can see a pipe bursting in the background. You see the water shooting up in the air, and there is debris everywhere. Now, there's going to be plenty more damage to see, unfortunately, when the sun rises. That's one of the things that scares me. When you see this video, it's still daylight here, and you think about, you know, the storm hitting the eye, hitting Marco Island at 130 miles an hour to go, and them losing all their power on that island. Naples hits super hard here. Other areas, we know Immokalee is pretty bad. I can only imagine what it's going to look like. We can only hope and pray that it's going to be better than we think.
I mean, what's great about this is we are out of the thick of it. And I mean, I want to reiterate that it is over and we got through it. And fortunately, some of this wasn't as bad as initially thought, but that doesn't, make it much better for some of these people who are going home, including some of our staff. I mean, a lot of us don't know what we're going home to, so we're right there with you. And, it's going to be interesting to see what happens, but we're really not going to know until daylight hours, and we're going to be able to see really the extent of the damage. And so this is, unfortunately, the worst of it is over, and it's only going to get better from here, but it's also, it's going to be a long road ahead for some people.
Yeah, fortunately, we can take a breath now, finally, after all that lead up to the storm, and now it's over. We got through that. Now you got to be careful, though, with everything that's out there. When you go out, there's possibly some power lines down, so don't rush to get home if you're away. Just be careful getting home. Take it slowly. Make sure the first responders have gone in there, and then when you can go back to be safe, that's the whole key.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to be hard for people. They're so anxious. A lot of us are. I mean, we are
Everybody
so
wants to
anxious
go
to get
home.
home. All of us want to go home. But you really just have to hang out for just a little bit. At least wait until that curfew is over. It's just a few hours away, and you can get home safely because the damage is done at this point, and a lot of people are going to be without power, too. So.
Yeah, that is so true. Well, our crews in Naples are hunkered down when Hurricane Irma swept in.
And Wink News reporter Channing Frampton is assessing the damage there.
We were in the lobby of the hotel where we rode out this storm, the Naples Grand Beach Resort, and the lobby looks a little bit different than when we were 24 hours ago. Look at all the stuff that the staff put in front of the front doors here that we were looking through last night as the storm was ramping up. Today, as the storm was ramping up, they took these heavy cases of water. They took these bins that were full of who knows what. Towels, it looks like. They pushed that up against the doors to make sure that the wind and the rain could not get inside as that eye wall moved through here. Their plan really did work to keep everybody in the building safe. On the other hand, though, in some of the behind-the-scenes parts of this hotel, we could see considerable damage where the metal roof that was covering part of the building was peeled back by those intense winds, and it led to water and wind getting inside. The ceiling tiles collapsed, the wires hanging down there. So some damage that they are going to need to fix in the weeks and the days ahead. But overall, the general manager says the drills that they go through to prepare for events like this paid off.
Yeah, we drilled before, and I think that really paid off. Everybody knew how important it is. I have a lot of exchange students here, and I explained it was important to me that I'm going to send them whole in one piece back to their moms.
And right now I can still hear the wind whistling outside these windows here as Hurricane Irma continues to wind down over southwest Florida. The leaders here at this hotel says it could be weeks or even months before things are fully back to normal here as they clean up this mess. In North Naples, Channing Frampton, Wink News Now.
All right, Channing, thank you. From Naples now, we go to Fort Myers Beach where Kelsey Kushner is standing by on the phone. Kelsey, we know they've lost a lot of power on the beach. How's things looking out there right now?
Yes, good morning, you guys. Well, this was a night that I definitely won't forget, and I definitely hope to never experience again. So I'm looking out the window here. I see there are a lot of trees in the middle, tree branches in the middle of the road. Don't see a lot of water. It doesn't look like there's any major flooding, which is good. And, yesterday I kept my eye on this one stop sign that was wiggling a lot in the wind, and it's still there. So that gives me a little bit of hope that some of these houses might be okay out here on Fort Myers Beach. It is still very, very windy, too dangerous to walk outside. So I don't really know what it's like inland, but out here it's almost like we're still kind of getting the effects of Hurricane Irma out here. Now, inside of our hotel, we did lose power. We lost power around maybe 2, 3 o'clock yesterday, so we were urged to grab all of our belongings and to head downstairs. Some of the hallways started actually getting flooding, and there was a door on the 6th floor that was hurricane-proof, but it shattered. I think they said a trash can hit it, and immediately just the glass broke everywhere. So we were safely out of our rooms. We were downstairs, kind of just hanging out. It is definitely a little scary, a little creepy walking through these hallways. I'm probably a chicken more so than anyone else. So walking through here, I have about 6 flashlights, just making sure I have every angle covered. Because, you're somewhere where you've never really been before, and you're here with people that you don't really know, aside from your crew member out here. So it's a little scary, it's a little eerie, but once the sun comes up, we will have a better chance to kind of walk around and take a look at the beach. I've been trying to keep people updated on my Facebook page, so I have videos, of what it was like. So I want to go back outside when the sun comes up today and kind of show those same spots and what the damage is done. But for right now, yeah, like I said, it's dark, but I do see just some branches, some coconuts in the road. I still see a car in the front lot here, but I see his tires, which is a good sign. So I don't think there's too much flooding going on here on Fort Myers Beach, but I will keep peeled to the window out here and keep you guys updated with what I see.
Well, Kelsey, thanks so much for that update. And you know, don't underestimate yourself or, you know, call yourself a chicken. We are all pretty scared in this situation, you know, and I think that with you losing power, like a lot of people are facing, being so close to the beach like that, I mean, those are terrifying conditions. So I think we're all kind of feeling that way. And you've been a trooper, so we really appreciate the update, and make sure to stay hunkered down and stay safe while the conditions are still pretty bad out there.
Thanks, Brittany.
All right.
Yeah, we really have to mention that Kelsey and all of our reporters are very brave to be out in the conditions that they're in, battling the elements, giving us the updates, showing us what it's like out there. And a lot of times it can be in dangerous conditions, but they did a great job of staying safe and giving us some fantastic information.
And we want to send it over to Wink News meteorologist Matt Devitt now. He has an update on the storm surge.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, I tell you what, I literally just wrote this down, so let me take a look here. Okay, so right now, Fort Myers, the storm surge is currently at only a foot, but right now it is trending up. Okay, so we will continue to update you on that. So again, that's going to be the Caloosahatchee, Fort Myers. Right now the storm surge is at a foot. Again, we're not talking 5 to 10 feet, but it is at a foot and it's going up. Okay, in Naples, right now the storm surge is at 3 feet. It peaked at around 4 to 5, but in Naples it's going down. Okay, so we like that trend. Okay, in Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda, we don't have a specific gauge and sensor within that area, but likely you are going to go up, just like Fort Myers is as well. And the high tide will be that greatest chance for that water level rise, at least in the short term. But as we go throughout the day, that chance for the storm surge is going to go down as Irma starts to roll away and our wind speeds go down. So again, just to reiterate, storm surge is going to be at 1 foot currently in Fort Myers along the Caloosahatchee. That has been trending up. And then in Naples, 3 feet. It peaked at about 4 and 5 during the worst part of the storm. But that's starting to go down, and that's to be expected. And then for Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda, we don't have specifics on the exact number and the storm surge in feet, but that is going to try to go up here in the next few hours. So again, just wanted to relay that information. Hurricane Irma, as of 2 a.m., it's gone from a Cat 4 to a 3, to a 2, and now it's a 1. And it will continue to weaken, moving towards the north-northwest at 15 miles an hour, and the sustained winds are at 85. The pressure is at 960 millibars. This will basically make a trip towards the Big Bend, cross over into Georgia as a rainmaker and a tropical storm, and then also paying a visit to Tennessee and Kentucky. So here's a look at this massive storm, rainmaker from the east coast towards the west coast, and the worst part of the storm, as we know, that eye wall, it slammed Marco Island, Naples, Golden Gate, all the way up towards LaBelle. It is here right now across the center part of the state. Orlando, they are seeing the eastern part of that lingering eye wall associated with this Category 1. And then you can see in Tampa, the rain gradually, slowly starting to taper down, but they still could see a few wraparound showers. Widespread rain around Ocala and Gainesville. We had a lot of people here in Southwest Florida that evacuated to Gainesville, Ocala, and St. Augustine because they wanted to avoid the eye wall, but the system is just so big that it really didn't matter where you were going to evacuate. At least to a certain degree, you were going to see the wind and the rain. So let's take you locally here. Much better than what we had yesterday afternoon and yesterday evening. However, we are still seeing some wraparound showers and wind on the backside of Irma. But we're not seeing the eye wall. Most of this rain is light to moderate, but it has been breezy. So for all of our fantastic radio listeners, you know, I know it's been a tough 24 hours. You're probably listening to me on the radio because you've lost that power. But I got you covered. We'll kind of paint the picture here. I know you can't see it right now if you're listening to me on radio. But what we have and what we're looking at is the infrared satellite imagery, colder cloud tops, the core right on top of Central Florida. And this is moving north and this is moving away. And gradually our conditions will get better. So I wanted to show you folks, this is an amazing picture from the Keys. Okay, so this is during the worst part of the landfall with Irma yesterday. Okay, so I know for our radio listeners, I'm sorry here, but I'll do my very best to kind of visually have you paint this in your head. This picture went viral, and it is legit, it is real. So basically, around Cujo Key, that's where it made landfall, and at that point, I believe it was a lower end 130, you have a house on stilts, 15 feet up, and the storm surge was at 10 to 14 feet. There was that potential, and sure enough, it did verify where this made landfall. So that ain't the ground level. That is actually about 15 feet up on stilts. That is the second floor, and look at this. That's a palm tree. That is the top of a palm tree. All this is that saltwater inundation, and that is why they had those mandatory evacuations in place for the Keys. They didn't want to take a chance with people's lives with that amount of storm surge, which was averaging around 10 to 14 feet in spots. Here in Southwest Florida, we also got hit with the wind. Look at Naples, 142 miles an hour for that peak wind gust at the airport. Marco Island, 130, where officially the eye made landfall. Lely, 122. Quail Creek Estates, 112. That's a pretty strong wind gust. Bonita Springs, as well as Southwest Florida International at around 90, around 80 for Arcadia. Sanibel, upper 70s, and right at hurricane force for Punta Gorda. So unfortunately, and this can happen with tropical systems, the wind, it knocks out most of our sensors. It really takes a toll on them. So I have a backup. Essentially, I'm going to use my computer model to gauge and estimate what type of wind speeds we have right now and at least those wind gusts. And you can see that we're averaging around 30 to 40 in Collier County. I'm going to help out my radio listeners right now. We're averaging around 15 to 30 in Lee County for those gusts, around 20 to 30 in Charlotte County, 30 to 40 in Arcadia and DeSoto County for those wind gusts right now. Around Highlands County, because they're closer to Irma, we could see some pretty good wind gusts out there, over 40. And then around Lake O, lingering wind gusts of around 40 to 50. But eventually, it's going to get better. It's not going to be as windy. By sunrise, notice how those bright reds and the pinks and purples, they're going to be reduced to yellows and oranges, as we're going to see those wind speeds at around 20 to 30. So better, but it's still going to be breezy and it's still going to be windy. But notice how we're going to continue this trend. As Irma makes a visit to the Panhandle, Georgia and Alabama, we're going to bring down these winds ever so slowly. And by lunchtime, around 20 to 25 gusting, and then look at that trend even more, 15. And then I expect by Tuesday you will notice a significant improvement and it will not be as breezy or windy. So let's talk about the storm surge and why we have it. All right, so we have Irma in Central Florida right now. The counterclockwise motion, so follow my finger right here on the left portion of your screen. For our radio listeners, basically think of the water and the wind streams coming right off of the Gulf, and it's pushing the water from the Gulf into all of our waterways, including the Peace River, also the Caloosahatchee, the Imperial River, just to name a few. But just like the previous graphic, notice these brighter colors. You can see the legend on the bottom portion of your screen. The red, the purple, gusting 40 to 50. Notice how the colors change as we go into time. We're going to see more of the yellow and the orange. Those are those wind speeds lowering 20 to 30. And then the blue and the yellow by 6 and 7. Look at that, 10 to 20. So as the winds lower, so does our potential for surge. And the surge dynamic is really by this afternoon and by this evening is going to lower significantly. Now offshore, it's rough out there. Look at some of these wave heights offshore of Naples, 13 feet, and then about 100 to 150 miles offshore, 20 feet, and during a very active and angry session here in the Gulf. So as we kind of plan out your day, let's talk about it. It will be windy, it will be breezy. By 7 and 8, we will see some spotty, lingering areas of rain and storms impacting parts of Southwest Florida. More of these spotty showers you can see sprinkled into the mix, impacting parts of our area as we hit lunchtime, Charlotte, Lee, all the way towards Collier counties, and also for our friends around Lake O, where you got hit with a lot of those bands of rain, strong wind. LaBelle, you got hit very hard with that eye wall as it moved towards the north. And as we fast forward towards around lunchtime, dinner time, you name it, again, these isolated hit or miss showers, but a far cry from what we had yesterday afternoon, guys, and yesterday evening.
All right, Matt, thank you so much. Now we know hundreds and thousands of people are without power in our area, and that is something that people are going to be dealing with. And so we want to send it over to LCEC spokesperson Karen Ryan. She's on the phone with us. Karen, can you hear us?
I can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks so much for joining us. And Karen, what can you tell us? How many people are without power?
LCEC has a total of 217,000 customers, and currently 170,000 are without power.
Oh, my goodness. And so what are you working on? What are your next steps? What's your plan here this morning?
Our next steps this morning is we will begin to assess the damage. So we'll go throughout our whole service territory, check to see what needs to be repaired, what is a quick fix, and what we have to get extra resources for.
And so do you have an estimated time that some of these people will be able to get their power back on? I know that it's just happening now, but people are obviously going to be anxious about it.
Right now, it really depends on what that damage is out there. We know that there's a lot of damage on Marco Island. We have all of our customers out there. So it might take a little bit longer to get that power restored, but it just depends on what we find. After we assess the damage, which will probably take through the afternoon, there might be some quick fixes. So some customers could see their lights coming back on this afternoon, but it really just depends on the outage, or the damage that is done out there.
So, Karen, what's the typical process for an LCEC customer who has lost power? Do they just sit and wait for you guys to come out and possibly fix it, or do they contact you and tell you, or do you already know exactly which homes are missing power?
That is a great question. If a customer is there and all of their neighbors are without power, then we already know about it. If their neighbors have power and they don't, then they should contact LCEC. They can call 656-2300, or they can visit our website, lcec.net, and report their outage if they are the only ones around them without power. Also, we ask customers to call if it's an emergency. So if they see wire on the ground that's sparking, if there's a wire that is possibly causing a fire, we want to know about those, so they should call in and report those also.
And just coincidentally, I happen to be an LCEC customer in Cape Coral, and I love LCEC. Can you give me an idea if I have power? I haven't been able to get home yet. Does the Sandoval community, as far as you know, in Cape Coral have power?
There's good news and there's bad news. Some of Sandoval does and some of Sandoval doesn't. And the only reason I know that specific area is some of our customers have been active on Facebook. It's been great. And there have been some that have written in from Sandoval that do have power. So hopefully you're one of those.
I really hope so. That would be great.
But you're going to be working at the radio, or the TV.
Yeah, we'll be working here.
Yeah,
eventually we'll have to get home, though.
I know, and that's part of it is we're with everybody. You know,
We
we're
don't
waiting
know.
to get home, and a lot of us don't know what we're coming home to. But it's good news to hear that for some people they could get it, back on as early as this afternoon. I know some concern was how long it would take, and it looks like you guys are really working around the clock to get this power back on for everyone.
Yes, we already had crews in the area from Kentucky, Texas, Ohio, and some other parts of Florida. So they have just been on standby waiting. As soon as it is safe for them to work and the damage assessment is finished, they will get out there and start getting customers on as quickly as they can. Then we also have resources lined up to come in so that those crews can rest. They're just waiting to be able to make it into Florida. And as soon as they get here, they'll start with the restoration process, too. For some people, it may be a few days, but we're hoping that we can start to get some people back on as quickly as we can.
You mentioned, down power lines are some obviously dangerous issues beyond just power outages. Are you getting any calls about that, about any downed lines or anybody, coming in contact with that?
We are getting calls about that, and we are also on social media getting some notices. So that's really good. And the important thing to tell people is always assume that the power line is energized. Don't try to move it. Stay away from it. Just report it either to LCEC or to local law enforcement. And with all the water that's out there, people want to wait to go out till it's daylight so they can see if those down power lines are there. If they are touching the water, that water will become energized.
Now, Karen, I had heard, and I don't know if this is even true, but when a hurricane comes, I heard that you're supposed to turn your electricity off because once electricity comes back, if you lose power, there's going to be a power hit to your devices in the house. One, is that true? And if it is true, should people turn their power off even if it is off right now, because once it comes on, they're going to get that power boost?
It is a good idea because there is a potential for power surges, so when the power is coming on. And the other thing is we are noticing that some customers didn't lose power during the storm, but they lost power afterwards, and that's because there's debris out there. It may have fallen on a line, tree branches. Now the wind is blowing things around. So it's a good thing to turn your breaker off to prevent those surges, to protect your sensitive equipment. Maybe leave one lamp on so that you know when the power does come on, and you can celebrate.
And can you tell us just, the magnitude of this outage for you? I know we've heard from FPL, I mean, as far as some of it being the largest in the state or even like U.S. history. I mean, can you talk about just the magnitude of these outages and this hurricane system that came through and how that's affecting things for you?
I don't want to jinx us because some of our customers were not impacted. We have a large number of customers in Cape Coral that do still have power. And so Hurricane Charlie for us was a lot worse in terms of outage. But really, when it comes to electricity, the impact, or the type of storm, it really doesn't matter. It's the situation. There could be tornadoes in certain parts of the area that cause damage, maybe that didn't impact during Charlie. But for us, our customers were very fortunate that some of them do still have power. After Charlie, there were none. Now, we haven't been out to see all the damage, so we don't know what to expect. We might find things out there that we don't know about yet that could be worse.
It's really good to hear. Thank you so much, Karen, for joining us this morning, and I'm sure you'll be getting a lot of calls, and we'll check back in with you. We really appreciate the update because I know people have a lot of questions for you.
Sure thing. I wanted to just put one quick other caution out there is if you're using portable generators, please do not connect your generator directly to the home's wiring at the breaker panel. That will cause a backfeed, and it will energize power lines, and it could injure or even be fatal to utility workers. So connect the generator the safe way.
Okay, great advice.
Yeah,
absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Karen, and you have a great morning.
Thank you. You too.
All right.
Bye.
Well, we've also seen a lot of videos and images of damages in the Tampa area.
Yeah, take a look in the back here. There, you can see Tampa. You can see all the green and all the waves coming around there. They're starting to get hit with it. That's where we find Wink News reporter Don Champion. And Don, what's it like out there right now?
Bob and Brittany, good morning to you. Thankfully, we are starting to see conditions improve here, at least in the downtown Tampa area. I'd say around 11 o'clock tonight. Last night, we did start to see those hurricane-force winds just batter this part of town, and the rain as well. Take a look behind me. That's UT over there. Definitely improved conditions there. Some of the water off the spires there. We saw the sheets of rain just showering down on Tampa. Of course, this part of the state was bracing for up to 10 inches of rain. Another thing that has happened overnight, Bob and Brittany, is we've started to see the storm surge move into this area as the center of Irma moved off to the north. The officials over the course of the day did reduce the amount of storm surge this region was going to see. At last check, they were bracing for a storm surge of like 2 to 6 feet here. It was incredible this morning to watch as Irma, the power of the storm, sort of sucked out some of the water from the waterways here in the Tampa Bay area, and it started to come back here, I'd say, within the past hour or so. I should mention within the past few minutes we have started to get in some damage reports from up to the northeast of here, including in the Orlando area, where we're just learning of a sinkhole, an entire neighborhood that's impacted by this sinkhole. We're told it's 30 by 60, and that 30 evacuations are underway right now in the Orlando area. But certainly once daylight hits here, there are going to be a lot of eager people ready to get out and assess the damage. I should mention one more thing, Bob and Brittany. There is an indefinite curfew in place here in Tampa. The mayor said that he wanted that curfew in place to give crews a chance to assess the damage this morning, and they're going to clear neighborhoods one by one, just making sure they are safe from any downed power lines or trees or debris. But safe to say there will be a lot of wind damage reported here in the Tampa area over the next few hours for sure.
And Don, I wanted to ask you, yesterday it was such a fluid situation for all of us. None of us really knew how it was going to hit us. At one point it was, headed towards the East Coast and then directly to Fort Myers, directly to Tampa. Mm-hmm. Do you feel that Tampa was prepared for it? And did you notice people taking it seriously? Or, was it completely evacuated where you were? Can you describe the conditions?
I think there were several factors at play in terms of the Tampa area's response to Irma. First, Harvey, those dramatic images that we saw from Hurricane Harvey over in Texas. I think that was still fresh on the minds of many people. And then, boom, you have another major hurricane threatening the United States. So you had that in play. Also, the mayor here, when he took to local media and on Twitter and in interviews I was reading, in newspapers, he was very adamant in telling people that this was not the storm to take any chances with. As you well know, Tampa has been on this streak of luck, if some people have been calling it here, where no major hurricane has taken a direct hit on this very flood-prone area in nearly a century. So the mayor here was very concerned about Irma, especially as the projected path definitely included the Tampa area. But when we saw the storm sadly make a landfall in the Naples area and really cause a lot of destruction down there, and then the storm started to take a more northerly turn, people here certainly probably started to breathe a sigh of relief because they were spared that dirty side of the hurricane, which they feared. Again, because Tampa is one of the most vulnerable places on the planet when it comes to flooding especially. So from the response that I've been able to see here, it does appear that Tampa was prepared. Officials were getting the word out about evacuations. At least here in the downtown area, we did not see a lot of people out. So that was a good sign that people were evacuating. So I think that was definitely good.
Don, having lived in Tampa, I can see you're standing in front of the Hillsborough River over there. You had mentioned about reports of a sinkhole. Also, what about when it comes to flooding? Have you seen some flooding, especially around the Hillsborough River area?
Not just yet, and I would be interested in knowing how long the storm surge will be coming in here. And right now, I would say it is dark out here, but I would say that this is probably, if I remember correctly, how we saw the river when we first got here yesterday. So I'm not sure how much more we're going to see the water rise, but here at least we have not seen any flooding. But of course, Bob, that is a big concern anytime Tampa gets any kind of major rainstorm. We spoke to the police chief here last night, and he said that, even with a storm surge of 1 to 3 feet, he had serious concerns about flooding here, including on Davis Island to the south of here. The mayor here himself had to evacuate because of this storm. But we'll be checking in to see if there are any reports of flooding here, but I personally have not come across any just yet.
All right, Don, we thank you for joining us. We appreciate your reporting, and make sure you stay safe out there.
All right, thanks, Don. You're watching Wink News. The Weather Authority will be right back after this break.
No matter how long you've lived here, no matter how many storms you've weathered.
That storm surge is coming. As you can see, my hat just blew off.
Every hurricane is different. Brand new information from the National Hurricane Center. This storm's weakening. Stay with Wink News for continuing coverage of this powerful storm.
On TV, online, on your smartphone, and on the radio. Count on Wink News, the weather authority.
We've got the wind, we've got the rain, and now we should start to see the development of the storm surge. No matter how long you've lived here, no matter how many storms you've weathered.
That storm surge is coming. As you can see, my hat just blew off.
Every hurricane is different. Brand new information from the National Hurricane Center. This storm's weakening. Stay with Wink News for continuing coverage of this powerful storm.
On TV, online, on your smartphone, and on the radio. Count on Wink News, the weather authority. At Wink News, we're proud of the honors and awards our team has earned. But far more important to us is our commitment to you. A commitment to bring you important information that makes a difference in your family's life. A commitment to go deep behind the headlines to report stories that matter. A commitment to keep you safe and ahead of dangerous weather. Count on Wink News, our photojournalists, reporters, and anchors. Count on Wink News to serve you in everything we do. At Wink News, we're committed to you.
Rain is pummeling southwest Florida.
Dangerous lightning to track.
Behind every breaking news story.
Breaking in the last 15 minutes in a arrest.
Behind every exclusive Wink News investigation.
We've uncovered never-before-seen statements that appear unethical.
Behind every weather forecast.
Thunderstorm activity moving through the
is
region.
a commitment to you, your family, your safety and well-being. Because news happens now. Count on Wink News.
We've got the wind, we've got the rain, and now we should start to see the development of the storm surge. No matter how long you've lived here, no matter how many storms you've weathered.
That storm surge is coming. As you can see, my hat just blew off.
Every hurricane is different. Brand new information from the National Hurricane Center. This storm's weakening. Stay with Wink News for continuing coverage of this powerful storm.
On TV, online, on your smartphone, and on the radio. Count on Wink News, the weather authority.
Wink News meteorologist Zach Malak joining us right now. And Zach, we saw earlier Kelsey Kushner out in Fort Myers Beach saying it was still kind of dangerous to go walk out there because of the weather conditions. Even though Irma has passed out through the area right now, it's still kind of dicey out there in certain areas, isn't it?
In fact, Bob, it sure is. In fact, if you pull up the other computer, you can notice that the 2 a.m. update showing that it is a Category 1 storm across Tampa, but we are still seeing some wind speeds sustained anywhere from 20 to 30 miles per hour. Some gusts still a little higher than that as well. Excuse me. North-northwest, though, is that current movement of Irma at 15 miles per hour, wind speed at 85 miles per hour. So it is continuing to fill. Notice the pressure back up to 960, and the pressure is going to continue to increase, and that increase in pressure means a decrease in wind speed and also a decrease in storm intensity. Okay, Monday, 8 a.m., still a Category 1 storm across the northern portions of the state, becoming a tropical storm afternoon and evening, but still notice the track. It is going to be off towards the north and northwest. If you have friends, loved ones, you're listening, and you may have evacuated, or you have friends or loved ones who may have evacuated across Atlanta, Georgia, or even Alabama, northern portions of this state, they will still be affected by Irma a little bit over Monday, over Tuesday, so over today and tomorrow, and we'll continue to see the impacts across the southeast United States. So if you have friends that did evacuate off towards the north in southeast United States, there may be a chance that it will take a few days for them to hop in the cars and return home, all because of the impacts of Irma in that area. Okay, the big thing we are going to continue to watch is the surface wind. In fact, the wind speed sustained along the Gulf, anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour. Once you hit land and get into all that friction, you see that sustained winds 20 to 30 miles per hour through at least 5, 6 a.m. But still, we are near high tide now through at least 9 and 10 a.m. And so this westerly, southwesterly breeze is going to increase that high tide. That mixed with all the water that is now flowing back into the Caloosahatchee, back into your canals, across Cape Coral, across much of the area, we are starting to see some higher water level rises across our area. Not really a complete surge like we were forecasting, that worst case scenario that we showed you yesterday. But still, there can be anywhere from a 1 to 3 foot surge across portions of southwest Florida, a little higher in spots. We are taking note that actually Billy Creek right here next to Wink News and Fort Myers flush with the surrounding land, and that is going to possibly continue to rise and just move overhead of it throughout the next few hours or so. Again, we are approaching high tide right now, but we are at least 3 to 4 feet above average even with high tide because of all that water flowing back in after it receded earlier from the northeasterly breeze before just like Donna, before Irma moved in. Here's a look at what's going on through at least 10, 11 o'clock. We start to see the breeze weaken a bit. We'll see sustained winds anywhere from 15 to as high as 30 miles per hour in a few spots, and still through the afternoon and evening, really seeing it completely weaken, just seeing them around 20 miles per hour or so. So something we will continue to watch throughout the next few days, that wind. But overall, the main impacts of the surge is going to be now between the next 5 to 6 hours, as we are in high tide and all of that water is now beginning to move back in after we saw those amazing pictures of the water that receded before Irma moved into southwest Florida. Another view we're looking at and keeping track of is current radar, seeing light rain from Port Charlotte through Arcadia. Arcadia about to see some light rain here soon. Lake Placid, though, Sebring, if you're listening, Buckhead Ridge, you are dry, and you will remain dry for the next few hours or so. Port Charlotte, though, about to get some light rain. Burnt Storm Marina, as well as Pine Island, Northern Pine Island, Bokeelia, Matlacha, Cape Coral, seeing some light to moderate rain move back in. It is dry, though. Sanibel, Southern Pine Island, St. James City, as well as the Iona community, the Villas, south and southwest Fort Myers, western Lee County. The Lee County coast is dry, but seeing a few more showers now approach Naples, 3rd Street, 5th Ave, and really continue to move off towards the east. All right, many of our sensors have gone down because of all the really high winds earlier today, or earlier Sunday, I should say. But overall, the wind west-southwest, 30 miles per hour right now sustained. In Punta Gorda, looks like it is going to be 16 miles per hour sustained in Port Charlotte. So seeing all the wind continue to move off towards the north. But notice the pink colors across Sanibel, Captiva, Pine Island, the Cape Hayes Peninsula, because there is no friction towards your west and the wind is coming from the west. It is going to be higher along the southwest Florida coast. Keep that in mind because we are going to continue to see those sustained wind speeds anywhere from 30 to 50 miles per hour through at least the next 4 to 6 hours. And we will see sporadic wind gusts still above tropical storm force winds. Notice the one sensor, unfortunately, we still have online Punta Gorda 47 mile per hour wind gusts just recorded within the last 10 minutes or so. That is respective for the rest of that area. Port Charlotte will have wind gusts close to that, as well as the Cape Hayes Peninsula, the Rotunda and Rotunda West area, as well as just east of Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda, even in Arcadia. All right, here's the top and maximum wind speeds of Irma. 142 mile per hour wind speed was recorded at Naples right when the eye wall was moving through. Marco Island, when the eye wall was moving through there, is seeing 130 mile per hour wind gust. Lely 122, Quail Creek Estates 112. So there are a few places that have a triple-digit wind gusts across southwest Florida. Those were actually coming in between sustained wind speeds anywhere from 70 to as high as 90 to 95 to 100 miles per hour at times. All right, Southwest Florida International Airport, RSW, 89 miles per hour was the maximum wind gust there. Arcadia, 79. Bonita Springs at 90. So it was a breezy, really breezy and windy day for all of us. But Bonita Springs, really just north of Naples, signifying that the storm was continuing to weakening fast. Notice 142 in Naples. 90, Bonita Springs, not saying these sensors were directly in line, but still saying that there was weakening occurring within Irma as it was moving from Marco Island through Naples and through Bonita Springs. Punta Gorda, though, rounding out the bottom of the maximum wind gust list at 74 miles per hour. So again, guys, we have seen the wind gusts earlier on today. of some maximum intensity, really off the charts. We still see wind gusts today and for the rest of the morning and early afternoon, anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour, especially in our northern communities. So Bob, Brittany, we will continue to track those wind gusts. Also going to track the wind speed and direction coming from the Gulf of Mexico to see if we will continue to see a 1 to 3 foot surge across our area within the next 4 to 5 hours.
All right, Zach, thank you. Now, more than 3.5 million Floridians are without power right now. The Florida Power and Light Company says these are their updated numbers. As of midnight, Lee County, as you can see, almost 240,000 people out of power right now. In Collier County, just over 202,000. Sarasota County, just over 159,000. Charlotte County, 66,410. Hendry County, 9,700 people. And Glades County, just over 2,400 people.
And curfews are in effect right now. Lee and Hendry counties are under a daily curfew from 8 p.m. until 7 a.m. Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto counties and Lake Placid are under curfew from 9 p.m. through 6 a.m. These are daily curfews until further notice, and it's really for your safety because it's very difficult once it's dark out like right now to see the damage out there and if it might impact you.
Yeah, so please honor that curfew and stay off the roads. Meanwhile, all Lee, Collier, and Hendry County schools are closed today through Friday until further notice. Cape Coral Municipal Charter Schools are also closed today. Meanwhile, Wink News reporter Kim Powell's in Fort Myers assessing damage outside of her own home. Kim?
Well, my photographer and I have been driving around just outside of my neighborhood a little bit, just off of Metro and Winkler and Fowler area. But what really caught our attention was this right behind me. This is at the intersection of Old Metro Parkway and Hanson. This is one of the gas stations that, of course, people have been trying to get to in the last couple of days, trying to fuel up. They still have the bags on the pumps, but this awning, it is completely bent in half and tilted. I can even see these flashing lights. It's hard to see because it's so dark. They're crooked. We've also seen a lot of flooding around town, just in the little area that we've been through. Just right here, even it's a little too deep for me to walk in. Obviously, this is a swale, but it's pretty flooded still. Now, Fowler, from what I can tell, we were not able to drive on most of Fowler, but Fowler is underwater. Fowler also has some lights hanging. From what I can tell, they still have those wired stoplights. So those stoplights are hanging right now, some of them. Most of the power's out, so obviously it's pretty dark out here, but just wanted to show you guys this. This is pretty unbelievable, and honestly, thank goodness it didn't fly completely off and hit the whole store. It could have been much worse. We still have a lot to assess in the morning. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
That just really shows you the power of the storm. These are images out of Marco Island right now. This one coming in by Wink News viewer George Solis, so we appreciate this. Marco Island has really been hit, as you can see from this image that shows flooding everywhere. Water is just completely in those neighborhoods. They have really been hit hard. One of the harder hit areas. Rescue crews will wait until daylight to assess the damage, and this goes for most areas. There's also been flooding in Estero. This is at Copper Oaks. This one sent in by a Wink News viewer as well. We're really getting a lot of great images in from you guys. We appreciate it.
Yeah, look at those trees going down in the background there. In that previous picture, we saw the water up about halfway up the stop sign, so that's got to be a few feet up. And it was amazing what Kim was just showing us, and seeing her walk around and seeing the flooding and the devastation out there. Sadly, I think we're going to see a lot more of that once it becomes daylight today.
And some of these structures just completely, falling off. It just makes them look like they're weightless because of the power of the storm. We want to send it out to Wink News reporter Oliver Redston now. He's in Collier County. Oliver, you're seeing some serious damage in Naples.
Yeah, Brittany, well, we are just outside of the Collier Emergency Operations Center, and I'll tell you, we really didn't have to go far to find the damage. I want to walk you around just a little bit and show you what we're seeing here. As you can see, quite a bit of debris on the road. A lot of these are downed leaves from palm trees, but this is pretty typical of most roads here in Collier County. It's quite dangerous to drive right now because you do have just so much debris on both sides of the road. If we actually turn over to my right here, you can see leaves from trees were actually blown into the lake here, and this little lake is about 6 or 7 inches higher than it was yesterday. This is all storm water that's now filled up this ditch here. And if we continue to walk down this road, I'll show you a little bit more debris. We were watching the storm yesterday from inside of the EOC here in Collier, and I'll tell you, we could actually see the wind teetering cars back and forth. It was like the cars were essentially wobbling in the breeze. It was unlike anything I've ever seen. And we were in the eye of the storm here in Collier. It actually passed over us. And if you've never witnessed that, like an eye of a storm, I'll tell you, it's a sight to behold. It was about 20 minutes or so when it was just very calm and quiet here. And really everything just sort of stopped, and we were actually able to go outside. But that should tell you just how strong the winds were here and how strongly we were affected here in Collier County. I'll see if we can get a shot right over here. All the way down at the end of the street, you can see through this downed tree, there's actually a sign that was snapped in half and is now bent onto the ground. And that's a metal sign that was snapped in half. So obviously this is just right outside of our door. There's a lot more damage here in Collier. This is the very beginning, guys, and I think, frankly, a lot of the first responders that we talk to inside the EOC are nervous. They're waiting to see when the sun comes up just how much damage is going to be left behind.
Oliver, thank you so much for that update, and that's going to be the case for a lot of areas as the sun comes up this morning, assessing the damage out there.
Yeah, we're just getting a little taste of it right now. We saw Kim's report. We just saw Oliver walking around. There's a lot of damage out there, so it's going to be really interesting to see what's really out there once the light comes up.
Yeah, and as we begin to assess the damage, you're helping us tell the story.
Yeah, so many of you are sharing incredible video and photos. Wink News reporter Jessica Alpern's keeping an eye on social media for us and checked on some of those conditions on the roads for us. Jessica?
Yeah, you guys, maybe about an hour ago is when you saw me live out on the roads in downtown Fort Myers. The roads are completely covered in debris, just branches and palm fronds all over the roads down in downtown Fort Myers, and some are completely impassable, like the one you just saw me at. Now, curfew is in effect, so you should not be on the roads, but right now there's a massive tree. It's completely blocking 2nd Street, again, where you saw me live just moments ago, just before Palm Avenue when you're heading northeast. Now, if you were on the roads, you would not be able to pass it in either direction. And right here, this is what I want to show you. Again, it's kind of dark to see. My photographer was trying to get the best shot of this that he could for you with all the rain and humidity. But this is a tree we also saw on 1st Street at Avalon, also in the downtown Fort Myers area. You can see it's just completely uprooted. And while we were out there, we also saw emergency crews. They were out there working to move it to the side of the road, which is what you're seeing right now. So again, you shouldn't be on the roads, but if you do see a downed tree like this from where you are, again, we hope you're still hunkered down in that safe spot. This is who you can call to report it. In Collier County, the number is going to be 311. For Lee, Charlotte, Glades, and Hendry, you can call 211. And Englewood residents, we want you to dial 697-4308. Then you can go ahead and select option 8 for 211. Now the number if you're in DeSoto County is going to be 863-993-4831. And keep in mind these hotlines are experiencing a high volume of phone calls, so just be patient. Back to you.
Great advice, Jessica. Thank you. And a new life in the chaos of Hurricane Irma. This is a picture taken just after a woman gave birth to a bouncing baby girl. Coral Springs Police and Fire Department helped out with the delivery. I just keep wondering, did she name her Irma or not?
Oh, that's a good question.
We'll have to find out somewhere down the road. Maybe she's still thinking about it. Also, 2 manatees stranded after Hurricane Irma caused a dangerous low tide near Bradenton. They were rescued. This is video of people coming to the aid of one of the animals. They rolled them onto this green tarp so they could be taken to the deeper water. Manatees are considered threatened species that face a risk of future endangerment.
Well, what do you do when you have to evacuate because of Irma and can't go to church? That's so cool because, you know, it did happen on a Sunday after all. 6 families from Covenant Life Church in Tampa gathered to sing and pray in one of the church members' homes.
What a great idea. Well, people can't believe some of the damage that they're seeing in Cape Coral. Wink News reporter John Treeweiler's in the Cape this morning.
Good morning. We are in Cape Coral. The rain coming down pretty heavy. Definitely a very eerie, very creepy morning, just like this entire storm has been. Let's look right here. Look at the power of what the wind did last night. Look at this tree. It literally mangled it, twisted it, ripped it right in half there, just like it's a little paper toy almost. You can see the tree is all fallen over. Didn't do it to property likely, but in this person's front yard. This is the scene we're seeing in multiple locations this morning, just in the neighborhood we're in Cape Coral. We know the damage is extensive, much more extensive in other places, but this is the power of the wind. This is the power of Irma after that major hurricane came through last night. This morning, it's dark out. The power is out in this neighborhood. Periodically, blue flashes throughout the sky of likely power and transformers blowing. We hear the pops. We can see the flash in the sky. The rain coming down pretty steady here this morning as a big day, and obviously probably weeks and months ahead of us get to start now of cleanup after this major hurricane. Once, of course, we get daylight, once, of course, it's safer, we'll show you more. That mandatory curfew in Lee County in effect until 7 a.m. And remember, do not come outside and take a look at the damage until first responders and emergency managers give you the all clear. Reporting in Cape Coral, I'm John Treeweiler, Wink News Now.
John, thanks so much, and great advice. Just stay hunkered down until you can go out there legally, since that curfew is still in effect. All right, you're watching Wink News, the Weather Authority. We'll be right back.
No matter how long you've lived here, no matter how many storms you've weathered.
That storm surge is coming. As you can see, my hat just blew off.
Every hurricane is different. Brand new information from the National Hurricane Center. This storm's weakening. Stay with Wink News for continuing coverage of this powerful storm.
On TV, online, on your smartphone, and on the radio. Count on Wink News, the Weather Authority.
We have Chris Grisby on the phone with us now from Fort Myers Beach. And Chris, we talked in the last hour with Kelsey. You're tag teaming with her as well as Taylor Bisacki out there at the Diamond Head on Fort Myers Beach the last few days, checking all the conditions that you've been going through. By the way, great job out there and great job staying safe. What are the conditions at this point? Are they still bad? Are they getting a little bit better?
Hey, good morning, Bob. Yeah, it looks like the winds are very consistent up this morning. We've been through it since 2 a.m. to relieve Taylor and Adam Wright, and the wind is just blowing, and it's going really hard. I stepped downstairs just a couple of minutes just to take a look at how fast that wind is moving and to see if there's any water on the ground. Luckily, there's no water on the ground. We're about 100 yards away from the beach right now, so that's definitely a good sign. So hopefully there's no water more inland towards Estero Boulevard. The trees are blowing pretty hard. We saw a couple waves on the ground, but other than that, all is relatively speaking.
Okay, it looks like we're having a hard time hearing Chris. We got a bad connection with the phone. We're going to try to dial him up a little bit later on to get another update on the conditions. But for now, let's toss it back into the Weather Center. We've got Matt Devitt there standing by with the latest on Irma. Matt?
Sounds good, buddy. Here's the 2 a.m. advisory. We have a Category 1 hurricane and a far cry from what we had yesterday afternoon and yesterday evening when it did impact Southwest Florida as a major hurricane. So 85 miles per hour right now around and north of Tampa Bay, and the plan is this will continue to ride up the coastline as either a Cat 1 or a tropical storm. You can see that with our projected path moving towards Tallahassee, crossing the border all the way towards Georgia and Alabama, really more of a rainmaker across that part of the southeast. But there you go, big picture. As we take a look at Irma right now, the center of circulation around the I-75 corridor in Tampa Bay, the west coast, and then the eye wall, the worst part of the storm, which greatly impacted us here in Southwest Florida from Marco Island, Naples, all the way towards LaBelle, Lehigh. That continues right now around Orlando. So as we zoom on in, you can see that eye wall right now moving across the top portion of your screen. If you're listening to me right now on radio, the eye wall, and if you have friends and family around Orlando, they were hit with some pretty significant wind gusts the past 90 minutes. More bands of rain, Ocala, Gainesville, their winds are picking up. St. Augustine all the way down US 1 towards Daytona. They're seeing these bands of rain and storms and the winds cranking up. So the worst part of Irma and the core for us here in Southwest Florida, it's done. It's only going to get better from here. However, for this morning, we are going to see some of this, some lingering showers on the back end wrapping around, and also some of those windy conditions. So right now you can see spotty showers across Charlotte County, also Lee County, all the way down towards Collier County, where we had wind gusts as high, and I'll show you this in 1 second, as 140 in spots. So go satellite high from above. You can see the center circulation of Irma, which again, not as significant looking as what we had around a day or two ago. So the storm surge. You know, for us here in Southwest Florida, there is no doubt about it. It could have been a lot worse. If the center of Irma, let's say, shifted more towards the west by around 30 miles, we would have had a much bigger issue with storm surge, no doubt about it. From Marco Island, Naples, all the way towards Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, Captiva, you would have been underwater. But the fact that this track, kind of the previous hours right before landfall, shifted a little bit towards the right, that made all the difference in the world, and we avoided situations like this. Now, thankfully, 10 to 14 feet of storm surge was never in the forecast. However, in the Keys, when this system made landfall as a Cat 4, they saw a significant water level rise, and I just want to show this picture one more time. It's amazing. So let me kind of break it down. And for our radio listeners, essentially visualize this in your head. Think of a house in the Keys up about 15 feet. Okay, so essentially it's this like a second floor home, and the water has risen so high that it's at a level of 10 to 14 feet, and that's the storm surge. So this house that you see for our TV viewers right now, that's the second story essentially, and a house on stilts. This right here is a palm tree. And look at how high up the water is. That is how significant the storm surge was with that eye wall when it impacted the Keys. So locally, here is what the eye wall did. Those peak wind gusts, 120, 130, 142. That was at the airport in Naples. You know, that's why we were saying for days, when that eye wall approaches, you want to treat it like a tornado. Seek shelter, get indoors, center part of your house, because that is wind equivalent to a tornado. 130 for the peak gust in Marco Island, Lely 122, Bonita Springs, Southwest Florida International, around 90 miles an hour, Arcadia near 80, Sanibel as well, and Punta Gorda at 74. So that wind, truthfully, it knocked out a lot of our local sensors. So we actually have so little official reports coming in. We have a computer model that does a good gauge to what we have right now. So I'm essentially using a computer model to project our current wind gusts. Okay, so we've been averaging around 40 miles an hour in Arcadia, around 30 to 40 in Charlotte County, 30 to 40 in Lee County, and 30 to 40 with a few isolated 50 in Collier County. Now around Lake O, right now you're around 40 to 50 for those wind gusts, and even higher in Highlands County. But eventually, as Irma starts to move away, watch what happens. The colors of red and purple, they start to move with Irma. And gradually, I know it's going to take a few hours, we're going to go from very windy to windy and then eventually breezy. So slowly, those winds will gradually improve. So by this afternoon, notice how we're not seeing those wind gusts 30, 40, 50, more in the way of 15 to 25. And notice how we've lost the brighter colors, the red and the purple. They've been reduced to some lighter colors, some blue, some yellow. And notice by dinner time later on today, a southwesterly wind at around 10 to 15 with the occasional gust of 20. So also storm surge, you know, we've been monitoring that here in the Wink Weather Center. And actually, I did a few reports a little bit ago. And this really hasn't changed, so I can relay the same report. If it's changed a little bit, it's been pretty gradual and pretty minimal. But Fort Myers on the Caloosahatchee, there's a 1 foot storm surge, but that's also trending up. So at this point, could be at about 1.5 feet. But again, nothing that's at 5 to 10 feet, nothing like that. In Naples, at the worst part of it, it was around 3 to 5 feet. Right now it's at 3, but it's going down. So good news in Naples. But it will be going up. And right now it's in the process of going up with that storm surge around Charlotte County and also Charlotte Harbor. But again, the predictions, because of the track that Irma took, it's going to be better than what was initially forecasted. Okay, so right now, Fort Myers, the Caloosahatchee, 1.5 feet. And I would expect those similar conditions around Charlotte Harbor. So for a little bit of peace of mind, we're not talking 10 to 15 feet like you saw in that one picture with the Keys, but there will be at least a little bit of a water level rise. So, and it's because of the fact that we're going to be teaming up with high tide and this persistent southwesterly wind. So you got Irma in the central and northern part of the state and the counterclockwise motion. Look at our wind streams. You can literally and visually picture the Gulf building into our waterways and as it moves towards the northeast. So basically for our radio listeners, and again, I'm going to be saying that a lot because we've lost power and the ability to watch TV with a lot of our Southwest Florida viewers. So right now they are literally getting their information via radio. So visually think in your head that we have that wind coming right off of the Gulf and it's piling that water, and we could have some of that storm surge as we head throughout this morning. Now again, it will not be life-threatening, nothing like that, but there will be, to a certain degree, a water level rise. But as we hit this afternoon and this evening, that potential lowers, and really by Tuesday, zero issue with at least a significant storm surge. Future track model, let's talk about the rain. We are going to have some spotty showers, very hit or miss, including Charlotte County, Lee County, Collier County, all the way towards Lake O as we go throughout the afternoon. And just like what you saw with our computer model, we're still going to have some wind. It's not going to be calm as we hit this evening, but we're going to go from essentially very windy to windy, breezy, and then tomorrow the winds are better. So it's going to be a step-by-step process. By 5 and 6 later on today, you get a shower here, a shower there, very isolated coverage, and then same type of pattern by later on this evening and all the way towards midnight. So there's the troublemaker on the left portion of your screen. That's going to be Irma right now moving up the peninsula. And then well towards the right, and in the western Atlantic, we do have Jose. So as you saw with Irma, the type of guy that I am, I don't like hype, I don't like to scare you, nothing like that. I just like to give you the facts. And the facts with Jose is that it is a Category 3. That graphic popped up quickly, but it is a Category 3, 115 sustained winds. This track, basically, it's going to be doing loop-de-loops. Can't make up its mind, at least for the next few days. It's going to be stuck between a lot of weather patterns. But this Cat 3 is going to do a loop. And then obviously when you see it after that, you're thinking, oh, is this going to be an issue? Oh, do we have to worry about Jose now? Watch this. The computer models, as we go into time, they will do that loop-de-loop. And then granted, this one model is trying to make it a little bit interesting, but the model that did the best with Irma, the European model, I literally just checked it a few minutes ago. It is agreeing more with this solution and keeping it away from Florida. Okay? So the number one model, the European model, is agreeing with at least the majority of these clusterings that keep it away from Florida. Now, regardless, we're going to continue to track it. We won't just say, hey, it's not an issue and forget about it. We will definitely keep you updated. But I checked the European model, which did the best with Irma, and it is trying to agree with these models, which keep it away from Florida. So definitely some good news. That is the very latest here in the Wink Weather Center. I'm going to toss it back to you guys.
Matt, thanks so much. And when I saw that, I'm like, just go away.
No
we
more.
We cannot take any
No.
more. I mean, we had flooding before Irma even came.
Yeah.
You know, I can't imagine anymore. So that's some great news.
No way, Jose, right?
No way, Jose. Oh, I love it. All right, well, many of you sent us video of what you saw during the hurricane yesterday. Wink News anchor Lindsay Sablon has been going through them all.
And we're just going to give you a little tour here, some of what we've seen. Video from Lee in Fort Myers, Lee Health in Fort Myers. Did you see that? If we can replay it again. That large debris, it looked like a piece of the roof. Just comes flying down, landed in the parking lot. Looks like it misses the cars, but who knows if any of those cars in the parking lot were damaged. Then this is in Sundance Apartments in Fort Myers. This is on East Mall Drive between Fowler Street and Solomon Drive. Watch the top right part. You see that flash? Boom, right there. Transformers just blowing. We're hearing a lot of reports of transformers blowing, so please be careful when curfew ends this morning that you're not going out and seeing any active power lines or anything like this. We always love these videos. Catfish swimming down the street, Marco Island. I mean, normally we see these and they kind of flop around. This guy, there's enough water on that street, he can just fly on by, swimming, keeps on going. We think this might have been during the eye, but we don't know for sure. Calusa Trace Circle, this is in San Carlos Park. Madeline Suma sent this to us. This is a neighborhood, not a river, not a pond, not a lake. That's a neighborhood in San Carlos Park, and look at all of that. Almost looks like Whitecaps coming up. And then we have some significant damage in Gateway, the Lanai. And I've seen this in my neighborhood too, down in Estero, just completely collapsed in the pool cage, completely destroyed. You know, as we are waiting for many of the people who are in shelters listening, and you're wondering when I want to go back home, I'm thinking the same thing. I want to see the damage. I've seen this in quite a few areas where the pool cage is just bent several places and just fallen in. Actually, I saw a video in my neighborhood where my neighbors were throwing their frame of their pool cage into the pool during the eye because they were afraid when that second part of the wall came up, it was going to cause more damage. And those pool cages were almost going to be like ammunition. So that paints just a little bit of picture if you can't see these. Let's take a look in Emerald Cove in Cape Coral. We believe this is around 7:20 is what Jeff Zatt said. And you can see again, this is in Cape Coral. What I'm looking at, just trees blowing over. Look at the wind taking that thing, tossing it down, and just the severe flooding in the house. What I'm looking at in this video, if you're listening via radio, here, it's not all the way up to the garages, but the street of the neighborhood in Cape Coral is just a steady flow of water. Next video here, Jessica sent this around 7:24 in LaBelle, and this is just a massive tree. We've seen so many of these. This one not uprooted like we've seen. Instead, the wind took it, ripped it, and just snapped it off right in half. And just really powerful force there. We've got some pictures, too, from Fort Myers Estates. This one I've seen a couple times this morning, and for you who can't see this and I have to describe it, it literally looks like a tree branch just dropped all the way down through the roof of a home, just perfect circle all the way down and landed on the ground. It's heartbreaking, really, when you see something like this, debris all over their living room in their house. And then we have some video in North Fort Myers. We're told this is the 3000 block of North Key Drive. Kevin Cloutier says he took this around at 7 p.m. What I'm looking at here, he's moving around. Let's see here. Lots of wind blowing. And you can see the winds picking up the water and just kind of like brushing it along. Actually, where our studios are right now, we're on Billy Creek, and I was just out there. It looks like this similar with the wind. It's just kind of like pushing the water along, and it's almost lifting it up. It's pretty freaky. Let's look at some time-lapse video of Irma. This is in Buckingham. Thank you to Morgan Reese who sent this. As we watch this time lapse, it just shows the wind. Yeah, the sideways rain and the trees really both here. And these both sides of the frame of the picture blowing the whole time. It's probably what it felt like when they were at the wall, just that tremendous wind blowing around. So this is just a little bit of a look at what we've had around Southwest Florida. We really appreciate you guys sharing your pictures and video. As you wake up and safely make it out of your home this morning, feel free to send more of those and we'll get a better idea of what exactly we're dealing with around Southwest Florida. Guys, back to you.
Lindsay, thanks. Those are sobering images. It's really amazing to see the amount of damage that we're just getting a look at. These are just the first images coming in. We're going to be getting a lot more, and we thank all of you for sending those in because we're just trying to give you guys an idea of what's going on out there, what you might expect too. Unfortunately, some people like us haven't even been home.
Yeah, so we don't know what to expect. We won't know until we arrive at our homes, and it is really heartbreaking to see those images, like the one with the tree going down right in the middle of the home. I mean, it was
What do you do after that?
Yeah,
I mean, geez.
People's lives, something like that can be ruined, but you can rebuild.
Absolutely.
It's just a home, it's just stuff. As long as you're safe, that is the most important thing. And as far as we know, just about everybody made it out safely. That's the best news of all.
Honestly, that's so amazing. We have not had reports of fatalities or even really any major injuries, from my understanding.
We have not heard anything yet, and hopefully we won't.
That's a win. That's a win in my eyes. I think, these, like you said, these things can be replaced, but everyone took these evacuations seriously. I'm really impressed with our communities, not only for taking them seriously and doing the right thing and listening to our warnings from our meteorologists, but also coming together and helping each other. It's been really amazing already seeing people helping each other, and I think we're going to see even more of that as the days go on and as people are working to rebuild. But I'm just so glad that people took our warning seriously and that everyone's okay.
Yeah, and we've got Chris Grisby back on the phone from Fort Myers Beach. Chris, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
And we can hear you better, too.
Sounds much better.
Yeah, so let's ask you again, what are the conditions out there right now?
Yeah, good morning. As soon as me and Kelsey, we relieved Taylor Bisacki and Adam Wright, and the conditions, it's just been a constant wind right now. I'm looking at a palm tree right now, and the palm fronds are completely off of the tree. So imagine just like a toothpick just sticking up, and there's really no more fronds on that tree, and it's like that all across the beach area right now. We lost power yesterday around about 4 p.m., and ever since then, we had backup generator power only on the lobby floor. But the hotel staff and management, they've been running that only every couple of hours, so they're not going to boot that back up until 10 a.m. this morning just to conserve that diesel power for that generator. So I sent back some video. I don't know if we're playing it right now, but it's just been a very hard morning so far to be able to, brush your teeth or, shower, because you have to hold your flashlight with one hand and do everything else with the other hand. So you can imagine how difficult that is, and I'm sure a lot of people are facing that same situation all across Southwest Florida. But as far as conditions right here on the beach, I went downstairs just about 15 minutes ago just to see if there's any water, and luckily there's no water. We're about 100 yards away from the beach, and there's no water. The cars are intact from where we're standing, but you can imagine all those fronds and other debris probably landed on some of these cars. We won't be able to get a better look until the winds have receded and there's a little bit more daylight. But from what we're looking at in our hotel view, we're on the lobby right now, so just the second floor. Just a lot of wind blowing. I can't tell if it's raining still, but the winds are definitely the big factor here right on the beach. And as I said, it's very difficult for a lot of people. Power went out around 4 p.m. yesterday. We haven't seen any power yet. I actually just saw one emergency vehicle. It looks like it was Lee County Sheriff's Office. They're going up and down Estero Boulevard, I guess just making sure that everything's okay. Just one vehicle that I've seen. It's actually passing me right now. So he just has his hazard lights on with his flashlight connected to the car, just going up and down. I guess just to make sure everyone is safe in this community. I did speak with Ed. Ed is a guy that I met about 2 days ago. He planned to hunker down in his home on the first floor, the basement of that floor, and he said he's okay. He's out of generator power. He's just in the dark, him and his wife. So we're going to go check back up on them a little bit later on this morning. But other than that, just the wind continues to play a huge factor here on Fort Myers Beach.
Yeah, and you can notice that Chris is on the phone like many of our reporters in Fort Myers Beach this morning, because we saw what you're saying over the phone. We saw firsthand from your reports, and I thank you guys so much for those reports and for staying safe. I remember seeing Taylor Bisacki's most recent report where her hat just flew off her head. I mean, she, you know, Chris, we saw you out there. The wind was just extreme. And so, you know, it's just not safe still to be out there. And we love reporting to you that the worst is over, but that doesn't mean that it's safe to go outside. So thanks so much, Chris, for that report. All right, well, scary moments for first responders in Polk County. A deputy and paramedic got trapped in a cruiser after a live power pole and electric lines fell on it. They were trapped for about 2 hours. Electric crews disconnected the lines. The deputy and paramedic were able to get out of the patrol car at about 1:15 this morning.
You're watching Wink News, the Weather Authority. Back with more right after this.
We've got the wind, we've got the rain, and now we should start to see the development of the storm surge. No matter how long you've lived here, no matter how many storms you've weathered.
That storm surge is coming. As you can see, my hat just blew off.
Every hurricane is different. Brand new information from the National Hurricane Center. This storm's weakening. Stay with Wink News for continuing coverage of this powerful storm.
On TV, online, on your smartphone, and on the radio. Count on Wink News, the weather authority. At Wink News, we're committed to you.
Rain is pummeling southwest Florida.
Dangerous lightning to track.
Behind every breaking news story.
Breaking in the last 15 minutes in a arrest.
Behind every exclusive Wink News investigation.
Wink uncovered never-before-seen statements that appear unethical.
Behind every weather forecast.
Thunderstorm activity moving through the
is
region.
A commitment to you, your family, your safety and well-being, because news happens now. Count on Wink News.
We've got the wind, we've got the rain, and now we should start to see the development of the storm surge. No matter how long you've lived here, no matter how many storms you've weathered.
That storm surge is coming. As you can see, my hat just blew off.
Every hurricane is different. Brand new information from the National Hurricane Center. This storm's weakening. Stay with Wink News for continuing coverage of this powerful storm.
On TV, online, on your smartphone, and on the radio. Count on Wink News, the weather authority. At Wink News, we're proud of the honors and awards our team has earned. But far more important to us is our commitment to you. A commitment to bring you important information that makes a difference in your family's life. A commitment to go deep behind the headlines to report stories that matter. A commitment to keep you safe and ahead of dangerous weather. Count on Wink News, our photojournalists, reporters, and anchors. Count on Wink News to serve you in everything we do.
We've got the wind, we've got the rain, and now we should start to see the development of the storm surge. No matter how long you've lived here, no matter how many storms you've weathered.
That storm surge is coming. As you can see, my hat just blew off.
Every hurricane is different. Brand new information from the National Hurricane Center. This storm's weakening. Stay with Wink News for continuing coverage of this powerful storm.
On TV, online, on your smartphone, and on the radio. Count on Wink News, the weather authority.
We've got the wind, we've got the rain, and now we should start to see the development of the storm surge. No matter how long you've lived here, no matter how many storms you've weathered.
That storm surge is coming. As you can see, my hat just blew off.
Every hurricane is different. Brand new information from the National Hurricane Center. This storm's weakening. Stay with Wink News for continuing coverage of this powerful storm.
On TV, online, on your smartphone, and on the radio. Count on Wink News, the weather authority.
Wink News reporter Oliver Redston's in Collier County. And Oliver, you're seeing even more damage in Naples now.
Yeah, Bob, sorry. We're kind of scrambling to get ready here because as you can see, the wind and the rain are blowing so hard. It's actually hitting me in the face right now, but I want to walk you through what we're seeing. We're on Radio Road. If you're familiar with Collier County, you know that this is one of the thoroughfares here. And just take a look at this. This is an absolutely massive tree that has been snapped in half and is now blocking the entire roadway. If you need any indication of just how dangerous the road conditions are, take a look behind me. And just above the tree there dangling, you can see a downed power line. And as you folks watching at home know, these are some of the most dangerous things in post-storm conditions are these downed power lines right here. They carry a high amount of electrical current, and if you touch any of these, we're not going to get close to them. But as you can see, if you get anywhere near them, you're putting yourself in real danger. So we're keeping our distance here, but take a look around me. It's really everywhere in the surrounding area here are downed trees, and you have branches covering the roadway, and this is all the way down Radio Road. Keep in mind, we've been driving for about a mile on this road, and everywhere we've been, we've seen down power lines, we've seen down trees, and this is one reason that Collier has issued a curfew until 6 a.m. Obviously, they're allowing us on the roadways to show you, to give you an indication of just how dangerous it is. But again, curfew is in place until 6 a.m. here. We also do have a boil water advisory as well. So if you're in Collier and you're watching us this morning, you are under a boil water advisory as well as a curfew until 6 a.m. But all the way down this road, about a mile, guys, we're seeing down trees, down power lines, and a lot of other dangerous conditions. So if you weren't convinced by now, I hope that you can take a look around where we are and see just how bad it was in Collier County. Again, this area was actually where the eye passed over. We were in the area yesterday where the eye hit. And that allowed us to get really a view of how powerful this storm was. Guys?
All right, Oliver, thank you. I mean, seeing those images right behind Oliver and him pointing all that out, it really makes you appreciate to stick to that curfew of 6 a.m. because you just don't know what you're going to run into on the road when it's dark like that. I mean, trees in the middle of the road he's showing us.
The trees and the hanging power lines, like you mentioned,
deadly.
that's one of the most dangerous things.
And that's the thing, I mean, a ton of places are out of power. Downtown Fort Myers, pitch black. Obviously, you saw Radio Road, which is just north of Davis Boulevard. Yes, one of the major thoroughfares in Naples. Right. I mean, that's huge. You know, it's pitch black. No one can see anything. Right. We're still a few hours away from sunrise. It's only going on 3:40. So, yeah, stay put. There's no place to go. There was no place to go yesterday when the roads were clear because everything was closed up. There's definitely no place to go now. But, you know, guys, we're seeing those trees down, and Oliver's doing a great job of showing us what's covered on the roads. But really, I'm saying this lightly because it could have been worse. You know, we could take the wind speeds of 142 mile per hour gust in Naples, and we could take those. We had the eye wall go through our most populated areas in southwest Florida. But what if we had the major storm surge that was forecast, that reasonable worst case scenario? I'm going to show you what could have happened in Irma's track. Here's Irma's track throughout at least the last day or so. Made landfall at Cujo Key as a Category 4 storm, downgraded to a Category 3. Made landfall at 3:35 p.m. Sunday afternoon as a Category 3 storm, Marco Island, and continued to work to the north, now a Category 1. So again, very long path of Irma, but let's zoom in just a bit. We see that as it moved just north of Cujo Key, we saw a shift from due north to the north-northwest. It tracked to the north-northwest for a good amount of time. In fact, the National Hurricane Center cone had this track nailed down, and it actually had this track nailed down all the way north and west of southwest Florida. No landfall was to be made by the National Hurricane Center's center portion of the cone. It was looking to hit what the Cape Hayes Peninsula or even Tampa. But instead, Irma took a quick turn to the right, made landfall Marco Island again 3:35 p.m. and then swiveled a little bit before moving into southern Lee County and before really allowing us at Wink News right on Palm Beach Boulevard downtown Fort Myers to be stuck in the eye wall for at least an hour to an hour and a half. But what if the scenario was that Irma kept tracking off towards the north-northwest? Well, we actually had one model run recently have that run of Irma staying across that path towards north-northwest. Let's compare it to what actually happened. Here's the track, and really we see that turn quickly. I mean, it turned quickly towards Marco Island. And look at one of our models showing the center portion of circulation just offshore. Now, unfortunately for everyone, Everglades City, the Everglades, even Marco Island, you were already seeing that storm surge of anywhere from 5 to 9 feet from all of this wind, blowing all of this water onshore in southern Collier County. This was always expected, unfortunately. That storm surge in southern Collier County was going to be expected. But the turn off towards the north-northeast wasn't in the National Hurricane Center cone. It was in the uncertainty cone, but it wasn't on that big red line that attracts all of our eyes to see it move just towards the east and towards the west, I should say, of southwest Florida. So let's continue and have this put in motion. What really happens as we continue to see Irma if it took this path west of southwest Florida. We continue to see all of this wind, all of this surge really inundate portions of Fort Myers Beach, Estero Bay, Bonita Springs, downtown Naples, 5th Ave, 3rd Street. Everywhere could have seen that 5 to 9 foot surge all along the coast of southwest Florida. Let's keep going. We see the storm continue to track off towards the north. The actual eye wall was in eastern Lee County, eastern Charlotte County. The forecast track from the National Hurricane Center, again, that red line, but also from one of our models showing it just off the coast of Sanibel Captiva. Look at these wind streamlines. This is going right in the middle of the Caloosahatchee, possibly going right through the Caloosahatchee, possibly even going around our studio here at Wink News. We could have had anywhere from 3 to 5 feet outside of our studio. Who knows where we could have been evacuated to if this surge was going to come true. Pine Island, Matlacha, Cape Coral, all of the worst case scenarios would have come true if Irma took this track west of southwest Florida. Continues to move up towards the north, and you say, is it going to affect everyone? Really, it does. Finally making landfall the Cape Hayes Peninsula, possibly around 9:15 instead of at 3:35 in Marco Island. And look at all of the wind and all of the water and all of the surge going right through the Peace River, inundating Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, as well as the Cape Hayes Peninsula. And that's just the beginning. That's the first wave of the surge. That's why it's going to cause a lot of surge, because then we have this southwesterly wind come behind the storm and continue to bring more water into Marco Island, Naples, Bonita Springs, Estero, all the way up South Fort Myers, Sanibel, Captiva, Pine Island, Cape Coral, all the way up towards the Peace River. So everyone could have seen a storm surge anywhere from 5 to 9 feet, even higher. Remember these maps? This was the worst case scenario. Seeing the storm surge anywhere from 9, 10, 11 feet or so in the orange and in the red. And we see this here. We see off towards the south as well, that we could have had this storm surge really take over much of our coastal communities, the place that most of the populated areas have been for decades, for generations here in southwest Florida. They could have been underwater tonight. Instead, we had to deal with wind speeds from 100 to 140 miles per hour. Guys, I would rather take the 142 mile per hour gust in Naples any day than this worst case scenario that could have been forecast. Again, this could have come true. It was forecast by the National Hurricane Center, and it really could have come true. So Brittany, as well as Bob, really, it stinks. We obviously have some conditions to wake up to for tomorrow, but really, it could have been a lot worse across our area.
Thank you so much, Dak. This is not something that any of us wanted to go through.
No.
For most of us, some of us, this is our first hurricane.
Yep.
This is so new. Even emergency officials told me when I was at the EOC that this is unprecedented. So for people, it's just so new and changing. And so, Zach put it right. It's not a fun situation, but it could have been worse, and fortunately no one from our understanding was hurt or killed, and that's a win in my book. So.
Yeah, a lot of positives coming out of it. Yeah, the damage was bad, but yes, it could have been much worse. We now have Wink News reporter John Treeweiler on the phone from Cape Coral. John's been doing a great job showing us what's been going on in the Cape over the last 3 days, tag teaming with Brooke Schaefer out there. And John, are you able to go outside? What are the conditions like out there right now?
Well, yeah, Bob, good morning. We are able to go outside. We've been driving around a good majority of southwest Cape Coral this morning. I got to tell you, I've seen storm damage much worse than this before. Make no mistake, there's some pretty severe storm damage out and about, but I really just want to echo what Zach was just talking about. This could have been much worse, but the majority of what we're seeing here this morning is a lot of downed trees. That seems to be the big player here. We're talking large, massive trees that are blocking roadways. They are coming down on power lines. They are down in people's front yards. That is definitely the number one site we have seen. Massive-sized trees have just been tipped over, cracked in half by the wind. As you can imagine, the street is obviously littered with palm fronds. Some completely bare, and even on our drive out, our drive back in to where we're staying, over near the west in the Tarpon Point area, it seems that new trees have fallen over because it is very windy out still. I want to remind people, I know we've been talking a lot and saying a lot about don't go out because obviously there's still storm damage. There's still crews trying to assess the damage and get an initial assessment of what exactly has happened. But we still have some pretty heavy wind gusts out here in Cape Coral. And what we're seeing happen this morning is what it looks like is that obviously items that may have been knocked loose, power lines that were knocked loose last night, or trees that were just about ready to tip over with some of those heavy winds we had last night are now just getting knocked over again with some of our heavier wind gusts that we're experiencing now. So you definitely don't want to get hurt. We're seeing a lot of power lines down as well. Good news is we are seeing a lot of police and a lot of utility workers already out on the roadways. They're patrolling. They're getting an initial assessment of the damage, and they're getting ready to start some cleanup. They definitely do have a lot of work ahead of them. Bob and Brittany, we haven't seen also any major damage to homes or property. That's really good news. The majority of the damage is mainly just trees. We did see the roof. There's a small portion of the roof that was blown off of the Quality Automotive Center that was on Cape Coral Parkway. And a nice portion of that roof did get picked up by the hurricane last night and blown off and is now sitting in their parking lot.
John, thank you so much. That's great news. I mean, that's great to hear because, with Cape Coral, the largest part, 25,000 people that were, evacuating, people are going to be coming back, and it's great to hear from John, who's been out there all day yesterday into today, that things are not as bad as even he's seen in the past. And I think we are hopefully, as the sun comes up, we're going to get more of those reports.
Yeah, he described massive trees being uprooted, and we saw some of that in the video. But if that's the worst of it, and there's, homes aren't damaged, pools and pool cages aren't damaged, that's always a big plus too.
Yeah, I think we can handle that.
Oh yeah. Well, parts of Collier County got hit hard by Hurricane Irma, as we've been showing you this whole time. Our newsroom is flooding in with photos from you of the damage. Jessica Alpern is here with all of that.
Yeah, and I think we saw it in Oliver's hit. Not a good time to be on the roads. That's why that curfew is in effect. But also, we talked a lot about this during all of our Hurricane Irma coverage. Those of you that were living in a mobile home, that was not something you wanted to be in when that storm hit. And I think photos that are coming into our newsroom now really give you a good idea why. Have you guys had a chance to see these yet?
Have not seen these, but that looks bad.
Yeah, so these are a couple that I pulled from our Facebook page that were sent in to us from a viewer. And just take a look at all of that destruction. That's why you wouldn't want to have been in the area at that time. In the earlier picture that we showed you just a couple seconds ago, parts of the roof were on the ground. Those were all those projectiles that could have been flying around that could have seriously injured or killed somebody. And then this one is another one I wanted to show you, because take a look at that. You can see the roof is just crumbled to the ground. So really no idea what these people are really coming home to, what the cleanup is going to be like for them, if they're even going to have a place to live when they get back. But that's kind of all those warnings that we've been talking about on air, why you just really could not wait out the storm in a mobile home like that.
And Jessica, it's great having you in studio with us now, because just, an hour or two ago, you were out in the conditions. And so, beyond just the pictures, which help us out being in the studio, having you here to explain what you saw, even what was it, downtown Fort Myers?
So not far from where we are now. We just kind of cruised out on Palm Beach. We went down 2nd Street, and did you see that huge, massive tree that's just completely overturned? Right. It's covering the entire road, so both lanes you wouldn't be able to pass in either direction. And there was another one we saw cruise out already early this morning, just a couple blocks away from there. We saw a downed power line right over the bridge, and of course the bridges are something I'm going to keep a close eye on this morning, because crews are going to have to monitor those before we know if it's safe for those thousands of people to pass.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, thanks so much, Jessica, for joining us, and that'll be great to get those updates from you, because I know a lot of people are wondering, and you can't be out on the roads right now, but they're going to be wondering when that's going to be safe. So.
Right.
Yeah, what Jessica's telling us and showing us, just another perfect example. Stay off the roads right now.
And it's going to affect so many people as soon as that curfew lets up, because so many people only have that one way to get into where they live. So the bridges, of course, is something we're going to have to keep a close eye on today.
Absolutely crucial.
Thank you. Well, today more Americans in the Caribbean island of St. Martin are being rescued and returned home. Wink News anchor Corey Lazar is in the studio with the rescue details of one island.
Yeah, Bob, the Air National Guard flew into St. Martin, and so far they've relocated at least 1,200 U.S. citizens. Take a look. This is video, a nighttime video actually, of hundreds of Americans making their way into aircrafts. You can see some of them blocking their eyes because of the propellers. Here's the chaos that they're actually leaving behind. Take a look at this new video we're getting into the newsroom. I believe we have it. There you go. When Irma slammed into St. Martin, when it was a Category 5 hurricane, leaving behind a trail of death and destruction, steel buildings demolished. In these pictures, you can see the magnitude of these damages. And these are homes. You know, these are people's homes that they're living in, and they're just destroyed. And that is how powerful that hurricane, the winds were so powerful as it made its way through. Now, take a look. These are daytime pictures of more rescue missions, and you can see these planes were used to be transporting people. They were loaded in the back of these planes. U.S. citizens who have not yet been evacuated are urged to stay sheltered in place for now. But outside, but you can see all of these people waiting on the tarmac. Some of them are now in the planes, so just incredible images out of St. Martin as they are starting to evacuate U.S. citizens.
All right, Corey, thank you. We want to take you around the area, show you some video, more video of some of the damage that we've seen today from Hurricane Irma. We want to show you, first of all, outside of Wink News on Palm Beach. This is outside of our front door. I had a chance to stand there and watch this for a while. This is time-lapse video. Take a look at this. Look at how strong the winds are blowing the trees there. Look at the wind, or the rain coming down. It was coming down sideways for a long time. The eye wall of the hurricane coming through here. Super strong winds. It was amazing. We had a group of probably at least a dozen or so people just watching this behind protected glass, taking this in for a good hour or so, watching this video, and just many people just sitting there with their mouths just open. Just unbelievable how powerful this storm was coming through at this time.
Yeah, I was down there as well. We're on really late, so I woke up from my little nap, and I'm like, I have to see this. And although destructive, it's magnificent to watch it. I mean, there's just really nothing like looking out the window. It got super dark, windy. It was flooding. I mean, the water, we actually had crews vacuuming the water. Fortunately, we were very fortunate to be in the building, honestly, that we have. I felt very protected being in Wink News, and we were up against the windows, but I believe they're hurricane proof. We had a little bit of water coming in, but nothing like some people are dealing with. So it really was just amazing looking at that. We also want to show you a seawall completely collapsed, did not hold up, as you can see right here. It cracked in several areas. This right here is in Punta Gorda off Marion Avenue, and it looks like it pulled off of the ground there. Just amazing.
And these were before Irma really hit around 3 o'clock this afternoon. This was in Gulfstream Isles in Fort Myers off of Boy Scout Road. You see the trees just uprooted there. An entire tree was unearthed when winds were only about 50 miles an hour at this point. So you can imagine what the damage was done as the winds picked up. We saw John talking about that as he drove around all Cape Coral tonight, seeing so many trees that have been uprooted. We're going to see so much of this tomorrow too.
Yeah, but like you said, hopefully it is mainly just trees, you know, but there's down power lines out there as well. We also want to show you from our Wink News photographer, Adam Wright, a tree on a car there. This is at Daniels Parkway in Fort Myers, but it looks like, I mean, does the car look okay to you?
Yeah, that's actually, it's actually kind of a lucky break there, because one, that royal palm tree fell on that Jeep, so it did not hurt the car that was next to it. So you only have one damaged car, and it also was so close to the house that could have easily fallen through the roof.
I mean, honestly, that's a pretty good situation, especially considering they're parked outside. I mean,
yeah. Let's take you some pictures now from another Wink News viewer. This is at Copper Oaks in Estero. You can see the flooding right here, and it looks like you've got a tree down over there as well. It looks like you've got many rivers there on the roads. You know, this is a typical situation we're probably going to see a lot of tomorrow as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad situation there. And Trent Dickey sent this to us, showing another transformer popping in downtown Fort Myers.
Yeah, so look at the flashing there. That's that transformer blowing out.
That, I mean, and that shows you the danger from these powerful winds as well. I mean, oh, you can see it snap there.
Electricity and water, not a good mix.
Not a good mix, which is why you shouldn't go out there, because we don't know if we're going to be, you know, seeing more of that, especially when it's dark out. I mean, that's not the time that you want to go outside and try to figure things out.
No, and you know, as far as the forecast, it did go according to plan with the wind. We were expecting those wind gusts over 100, but we lucked out for the most part with that surge. You know, Zach talked about it a second ago. It had to do with that exact placement. That's why for days we've been talking about, is it going to go in the Gulf? Is it going to go more towards Miami? I mean,
we caught a break.
We did. I mean, there's no question about it. Now, we did have some pretty good surge, and it was significant down in Collier County, especially from Naples all the way towards Everglades City and Marco Island. But if that track was like 30 miles west, different story. Different story. So here's the troublemaker and what we have right now, 2 a.m. advisory. It's a Cat 1, 85 miles an hour. The pressure's at 960 millibars, and it's moving towards the north-northwest at 15. So as we take a look at what you can expect with this storm as we go into time later on today, and also as we head towards this evening, goodbye to Irma. Irma's going to move into Georgia and eventually Alabama. But again, it left quite an impact. We had wind gusts over 100. We did see that storm surge primarily in southern parts of Collier County. Had a little bit in Lee County as well as Charlotte County. But the message is that because of that last minute shift to the right, we at least were able to kind of avoid that worst part of the storm surge. So here's a look at the bands right now. The eye wall. Remember the eye wall when it crossed I-75, Tamiami Trail? Here's what's left of it right now, moving away from Orlando. That is the worst part of the storm. And if you have some friends and family, maybe they evacuated to Ocala. It's about to approach from the south. So let's take it back to Southwest Florida. Much better. You know, granted, it's not a paradise right now. We still have some lingering wind and also some lingering showers. They're coming right off of the Gulf and coming in from the west, pushing towards the east. Very hit or miss. You're going to see the rain and then a quick break, and then the rain could fill in again. So here's a look at our radar around DeSoto, Charlotte, as well as Sarasota counties with those spotty showers and storms. So here is a final recap of the highest wind gust associated with Irma, and you can have this when a major hurricane makes landfall. 142 peak wind gusts in Naples. That was at the airport. Marco Island, 130. Look at Lely, 122. And that's why I saw reports of trees uprooted, snapped in half. Also had a few cars that were flipped over. We had the storm surge, so it was one after another in spots with all these different ways that Irma impacted their Sunday. Bonita Springs, 90 miles an hour for the peak wind gust, near 90 at Southwest Florida International, and some other peak wind gusts across the rest of Southwest Florida.
All right, well, you're watching Wink News, the Weather Authority. We'll be right back.
We've got the wind, we've got the rain, and now we should start to see the development of the storm surge. No matter how long you've lived here, no matter how many storms you've weathered.
That storm surge is coming. As you can see, my hat just blew off.
Every hurricane is different. Brand new information from the National Hurricane Center. This storm's weakening. Stay with Wink News for continuing coverage of this powerful storm.
On TV, online, on your smartphone, and on the radio. Count on Wink News, the Weather Authority. At Wink News, we're committed to you.
Rain is pummeling Southwest Florida.
Dangerous lightning to track.
Behind every breaking news story.
Breaking in the last 15 minutes in a arrest.
Behind every exclusive Wink News investigation.
We've uncovered never-before-seen statements that appear unethical.
Behind every weather forecast.
Thunderstorm activity moving through the
is
region.
A commitment to you, your family, your safety and well-being, because news happens now. Count on Wink News.
We've got the wind, we've got the rain, and now we should start to see the development of the storm surge. No matter how long you've lived here, no matter how many storms you've weathered.
That storm surge is coming. As you can see, my hat just blew off.
Every hurricane is different. Brand new information from the National Hurricane Center. This storm's weakening. Stay with Wink News for continuing coverage of this powerful storm.
On TV, online, on your smartphone, and on the radio. Count on Wink News, the Weather Authority. At Wink News, we're proud of the honors and awards our team has earned. But far more important to us is our commitment to you. A commitment to bring you important information that makes a difference in your family's life. A commitment to go deep behind the headlines to report stories that matter. A commitment to keep you safe and ahead of dangerous weather. Count on Wink News, our photojournalists, reporters, and anchors. Count on Wink News to serve you in everything we do.
Today morning, we are starting to see the aftermath now of Hurricane Irma.
I believe, are we going to be getting over to meteorologist Matt Devitt now for a look at weather?
Yeah,
Let's the very latest on tracking what's happening with Irma.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go for it. It's 4 a.m., all right? Here's a look at Irma as of the 2 a.m. advisory. We have a Cat 1.
Also, out back, it's starting to flood a little bit. We got 1.5 feet, 2 feet of water on the Billy Creek,
Okay.
just so you know.
Okay, sounds good. All right, well, we'll relay that here in just 1 second. We have Irma moving off towards the north-northwest at 15. It is a Cat 1. Sustained winds are at 85, and the pressure is at 960 millibars. So once again, if you missed this a few minutes ago, this will continue to move towards the northwest as we go throughout the rest of today and also into tomorrow. So we have a few lingering bands of rain and also some wind, but notice where Irma is going to be by tonight and also into tomorrow. So live Doppler radar right now. Here's a look at the core, the worst part of Irma, which is continuing to push towards the north. You can take a look at Tampa. You can take a look at Orlando as well as Melbourne. And also around Fort Myers, you may notice that we have a few areas of rain coming right off of the Gulf and moving towards the west. So as we zoom on in towards that lingering eye wall, the heaviest rain, the strongest winds, which is currently around I-75 all the way towards I-4 and I-95, Daytona, Ocala, the bright red, heavy rain, and there actually could be those wind gusts over 75 to 85 miles an hour. So much better. Just some spotty showers, the back end of Irma coming right off of the Gulf, and on top of that, we do have some wind. Lake Placid, LaBelle, some spotty showers. At times could briefly become heavy if you see those areas of yellow and orange. But if you missed this a few minutes ago, I got you covered. Here's a look at the peak wind gust. 142 in Naples, 130 from Marco Island, Lely 122. So basically the gist, as we recap Irma, how did it fare with the predictions? Well, the wind gusts, for the most part, were on point, but the storm surge, thankfully, with the exception of Collier County, was lower than expected. Now, we are seeing a little bit of a storm surge and a water level rise in Lee County as well as Charlotte County. Could be a foot or two, 3 the max. So just keep that in mind here as we go throughout your Monday morning. So the wind gusts, it was high in spots, well over hurricane force, 90 for Bonita Springs, 89 around Southwest Florida International. That's why we had the power outages. The trees were snapped, they were uprooted, and Sanibel was in the upper 70s. Now, that wind didn't help our sensors, and a lot of them got knocked out. So I actually have so many knocked out that I'd rather rely on computer model estimates for what we have here across Southwest Florida. So here's roughly what we're looking at as far as our wind gusts, not the sustained winds, but the wind gust. And right now around DeSoto County, you're closer to Irma. You're gusting between 40 to 50. Around Charlotte County, about 30 to 40. Across Lee County, about 30 to 40 as well. Same type of pattern around Collier County. And notice around Lake O, still got some windy conditions. Notice those areas of purple and red gusting 40 to even 50 miles an hour. So as we transition throughout the day, look at 9 o'clock and also towards lunchtime. What happened to the purple? What happened to the red? It's going to go with Irma, and gradually we're going to go from very windy to breezy, and then by tomorrow, those winds will gradually start to lower. And even notice by later on today, it'll be breezy, but not compared to what we had yesterday. Now, I want to talk about the surge. It's teaming up with some of the local high tides, and because of this persistent southwesterly winds, so we have Irma right now, remember that, in central Florida, and the counterclockwise motion, if you're listening to me right now on radio, kind of think in your head that the wind is coming off the Gulf, and it is forcing that water into some of our waterways, our streams, our rivers, and that's why we could see a little bit of a water level rise and a storm surge, and you may notice that if you live along the water. So this will continue for the next few hours. And also, you just want to be mindful of high tide. That would be the greatest potential for that storm surge in a few feet. But as we transition into this afternoon and this evening, notice how the red, the purple are giving way to lighter colors as the winds will lighten down, and they will be much better, I promise you, by tomorrow. So future track model. As far as the rain goes, it's going to be very spotty, very hit or miss, isolated showers. You'll see the rain for a few minutes, maybe 15, 30 minutes tops, and then they continue on their way. For our TV viewers right now, you can see these pockets where the rain could briefly become heavy, a few heavy downpours, and then the winds would crank up, and then those showers continue on their way. So spotty showers and storms, and then for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we know the drill. Here it is well into summer. It's pretty much back to our typical summertime pattern. So we have Irma, left portion of your screen, that will continue northward across the state. And then we have Jose. No way, Jose. We've had enough this week. Stay away. And basically, it's a 115 Category 3. It is going to do a lot of erratic movements the next few days, essentially a loop-de-loop. And then I know this looks ominous, but just like I did with Irma for you, I want to give you some peace of mind with this. Computer models, although that initially looks ominous, notice how the majority of them, oh, and it looks like this one is actually joined on with the other ones as well. A few hours ago, it had it curving more this way. So these models are trying, all of them, to curve it away from Florida. And the number one model, the European model, which pretty much nailed Irma, at least compared to others, they are also joining in on this solution as well. That, granted, it's going to do some donuts, a few hundred miles east of Florida, but eventually, once it moves west, it's going to take more of a turn towards the north and towards the northeast, and that should, at this point, avoid the state of Florida. So, guys, what I'll do is I'll go back in the Weather Center, we'll get you some new storm surge numbers, and then immediately as we get that in, we'll relay it to you here in the Weather Center.
All right, thank you very much, Matt. Wink News reporter John Treeweiler is live now in southwest Cape Coral this morning addressing the damage.
Guys, good morning. We are still in the Cape Coral area here, the Tarpon Point neighborhood, just behind the marina in this residential neighborhood. Rain coming down pretty heavy this morning. I can show you this right here. This is a very large tree that got uprooted last night because of the high winds. You can see the root system over here. It busted some type of a water pipe. You can see water spitting into the sky. That's been the case ever since this happened, since yesterday afternoon. The rain coming down actually pretty heavy. The wind has stopped, which is very good news, but we talked about that eerie, creepy feeling kind of really throughout this storm, before, during, and now we can tell you after. It's dark out here. Believe it or not, we did really well with power in this neighborhood. We just lost power probably about half hour to hour ago. So we know some people have been out with power for a long time. We were very, very lucky out here, but this entire neighborhood completely dark right now. We can see blue flashes in the sky, transformers popping most likely. So definitely very creepy, definitely very eerie. Haven't had much time to see the damage, but obviously that curfew is still in effect for Lee County, telling people to stay inside until 7 a.m. and obviously stay inside until emergency first responders give you that all clear. Definitely a big cleanup ahead of everybody after this storm. We're reporting in Cape Coral. I'm John Treeweiler, Wink News Now.
All right, John, please stay safe out there. Meanwhile, you should really stay off the roads until emergency officials just have time to get out and respond. Now, this is from Caroline Allison. A tree went down in Burnt Store aisles and it barely missed their car. There are down trees and power lines all over the place, so just be careful when you go out.
And curfews, like John mentioned, they are in effect right now. Lee and Hendry counties are under a curfew daily from 8 p.m. until 7 a.m. Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto, and Lake Placid, you are under a curfew from 9 p.m. till 6 a.m. Again, just a reminder, these curfews went into effect last night, and they are going to stay into effect until further notice.
And if you are out and you're violating that curfew, it is a misdemeanor, so they are enforcing them, so just keep that in mind.
And bridges, they are also going to not reopen until they're deemed safe. The Lee County Department of Transportation and the Florida Department of Transportation plan to inspect the bridges today to make sure their structural integrity is in place. Because of Hurricane Irma's significant wave action, the Sanibel Causeway has been impacted. So until there's an inspection in place, that causeway is off limits. But Sanibel did say this morning that it's top priority.
Right.
So.
And then the bridges across Southwest Florida are taking precedence really across the area because they want to make sure people can get back to where they need to go. Take a look at this new video from Marco Island. Take a close look at the bottom left-hand side of your screen below. There we go, right there. You see those cars there? They were being blown around on top of that parking garage. Just incredible. This was posted by a viewer at Bohemian Celiac on Twitter, but you can see just how strong those winds are, even blowing those cars on top of that parking garage in Naples. Very dangerous out there.
And Corey actually just found this video too. It's a new video posted on Twitter by Barry Allen. Watch, look at that transformer exploding. This is in Waterford, east of Orlando. We've seen this here locally as well. This, I mean, really captures just the intensity of it. But Morgan Francis, who was in Punta Gorda all overnight, I believe it was in the 2 a.m. hours she was reporting, and she was saying she saw transformers blowing off of Airport and Jerry is where she was at the time, so just east of 41 in Punta Gorda. And
it was just an incredible video, though,
dangerous.
because that's why you shouldn't be outside during all of this, really, because you never know what's going to happen. We think about debris, but you got to also think about the power lines and all of that kind of stuff. And now here's a look at a seawall in Punta Gorda that collapsed. It didn't hold up. Take a look at that. It cracked in several areas. Again, this is off in Punta Gorda off Marion Avenue and PGI. Looks like, though, it even pulled the ground out. So a very dangerous situation there.
And Chuck and Ania Smith from the 17th floor of the Riviera condos here in Fort Myers, they posted this. Look at that destruction below them. They tell us that this was taken around 6:36 last night, and all of that siding in the carport just kind of looked like pixie sticks thrown around there.
Wow. And Cape Coral first responders returned to service this morning with the special conditions. The police department says officers, firefighters, and EMS workers will take calls, but they're only taking the priority calls right now, and they're going to be damage assessments taking place, and that's going to be taking precedence.
And there are also several areas that are under a boil water alert. Those include Sanibel, Captiva, Arcadia, Collier County Water District customers, Marco Island, and Bonita Beach. Fort Myers Beach is included in this list. Big Hickory Island, Little Hickory Island, Black Island North. Now, these boil water alerts are in effect until further notice, and when we hear more, we'll let you know.
And over here, a lot of you are going to be, wondering about how am I going to report damage to FEMA and possibly get FEMA assistance. So here's a very important website I want you to take a look at. This is disasterassistance.gov. Go ahead and save it in your device, whatever device you're using. Now, FEMA has to declare your area a disaster zone before you can really apply for any type of FEMA assistance. But this website makes it very easy for you. Again, it's disasterassistance.gov. And when you get to this website, you can access all types of information. You can view sheltering assistance programs. You can volunteer if you'd like to, and it even gives you more information on USA.gov. But right down here on disasterassistance.gov is this button that says Apply Online. If you click that button, you'll have to input your information, your contact information, and your address, and it's going to tell you what to do next to apply for FEMA assistance. But again, they've tried to make it as easy as possible for you. We've gotten so many questions from you on the Wink News Facebook page. How do I apply for FEMA assistance? And this is the easiest way to do it. Again, it's disasterassistance.gov. Go ahead and save that in your device now.
Well, Marco Island took a direct hit from Hurricane Irma, and we want you to watch and listen to this.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
I'm sure that sound is a very familiar noise to many of you. I'm sure you heard it yesterday. This is taken from Henry Tyler Hill. You can see the winds just whipping everything, and you can hear it when the hurricane made landfall. Look at the truck kind of bouncing right there. Storm surge flooding, also an issue there in Marco Island. Now, so far we know Naples is one of the hardest hit areas, and this video shows just one of the neighborhoods. Look at all the debris laying around right there. Looks like a pipe burst, and then you can see things just kind of debris tossing in the wind. The trees and all of the debris just scattered all over the roadway.
You know what's incredible about these images, though? The disaster, the destruction is just so intense. And it in some ways looks like just a giant tornado came and ripped through that area. And I know meteorologists are not going to be looking through all of the data and see, if we did have any possible tornadoes in the area. But that destruction there is very eerie. And this is what people are going to be coming home to this morning. And you just see the destruction. It's kind of jaw-dropping.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And a lot of people are going to have to literally rebuild their homes from the ground up. So it's a very, it's a sad situation.
Really hope for the best, but if you're in a shelter listening to us, I guess you also have to be prepared that, there could be damage. I think we're all facing that reality as we wait to get back to our homes.
All Collier and Hendry County schools are closed today through Friday until further notice. Now, Lee County schools are closed until Tuesday. They haven't yet made the decision if they want to close past that. Cape Coral Municipal Charter Schools are also closed today.
And the South Florida Water Management District says they should be able to drain water after the storm has passed.
Link News anchor Bob Erzik spoke with their chief engineer about what exactly they're going to be doing. Bob, what did you learn?
Well, Corey and Lindsay, when we spoke several hours ago, they weren't worried about the levels at Lake Okeechobee. After the storm has completely passed, take a listen to what Chief Engineer John Mitnick says the district will be doing.
Obviously, after the storm has passed, the storm surge subsides, so we'll have the full ability to drain the landscape. All of our structures over on the west coast in the Big Cypress Basin, Collier County area are full open, and we're trying to discharge as much of that water as we can, and it will continue to remain that way long after the storm has passed and the surge has subsided. Tropical storm winds subside in the area, then we'll be able to get our field crews. We'll get everybody back out in the field to assess any damage to the water control system, whether it's the structures, the canals, whether there's debris, trees, those kinds of things that have been blown into the canals and are blocking any canals. They'll report back, and we'll issue orders and send field crews out to remedy those situations so we can ensure that the water keeps moving.
Now, when we talked to him this afternoon, the area around the lake had only seen a few inches of rain, and I just checked their website, and the capacity of Lake O is being reported about the same as it was earlier this afternoon at 13.7 feet. Back to you, Lindsay.
All right, Bob, thank you. Let's take a look at this video right here. This is flooding in Estero. This is in the Copper Oaks neighborhood. It's on Three Oaks Parkway, sent in to us by a Wink News viewer, and you can see those are single-family homes, a lot of them, and in some cases, it's all the way up to the garage, so they're dealing with a lot of flooding in that area as well.
And President Donald Trump did speak about Hurricane Irma as he returned to Camp David from the White House, and the president didn't really hold anything back about the severity of the storm. Take a listen.
It's been going really well. It's a rough hurricane, as you know better than anybody. The Coast Guard has been amazing already. You've been hearing what they're doing right in the middle of the storm. FEMA has been incredible. We're working very well with the governor and the other governors in surrounding states. I just got back. We had the whole cabinet out, and every group is coordinated really well. I mean, the bad news is that this is some big monster.
President Trump also indicated that he would visit Florida in the very near future. So as soon as if that does happen, we'll be sure to let you know when and where that's happening.
Well, a new life in the chaos of Hurricane Irma. Look at this picture taken just after a woman gave birth to a little baby girl. Coral Springs Police and Fire Department helped with that delivery. Baby making quite an entrance.
That is such an incredible photo.
I'm so glad baby's okay, mommy's okay.
And those are the true heroes through all of this. I mean, the first responders, we've just heard so many stories like this. Even a woman, I believe in the Miami area, gave birth by phone. Really, the 911 operators were walking them through the process. So hats off to these first responders. So glad the mom and baby are okay.
Yes, I am too. Well, this is a pretty crazy video. 2 manatees were stranded after Hurricane Irma caused dangerous low tide near Bradenton, but these 3 guys here, they helped out and rescued them. This video is coming, shows people coming to the aid of the manatee. They rolled this one here onto the green tarp so they could take it into deeper water. Manatees are considered a threatened species, and they face a risk of future endangerment. So glad to see that those guys stumbled. I don't know if they stumbled upon it or what, but
it's hard to see too, you know, just how the storm really affected everything.
Yeah, and I'm imagining, and I don't know exactly what happened here because this video was taken by them, but you know, we saw that water getting pulled out so quickly here behind us and at Sanibel Causeway, so I'm guessing that's probably what happened in this case, and unfortunately the manatee was stuck there.
And, you know, as Lindsay was saying, we did see all of that water recede so far yesterday, and now, obviously, it's been pushed back. We're talking about storm surge this morning, and Matt Devitt is here with us now because, Matt, so many people are just wondering, what is the storm surge like? And to people's surprise, this actually happens after the storm a lot of times as well, right?
Before and after. Before and after, yeah. And to answer your question, I would almost say it's 99% that was because of the water going out.
Quickly being pulled out.
And the manatee just may have been in low waters as is. And then, so I'm glad that they obviously spotted. They took care of that. And you know, at least there was some good news out of all the craziness that we've had the past 24, 36 hours.
We need it, right?
I know, right? So, but they had that as well in Tampa Bay, just like we had it here in Southwest Florida. The waters were pushed out, and then now they're coming back in. So I just wanted to give you some updates here. First, we'll start in Collier County and in Naples. The storm surge in Naples was around 3 to 5 feet, okay? But for right now, it's in the midst of slowly starting to go down. So in Naples, 3 to 5 feet was your maximum storm surge, and then it's right now slowly starting to go down.
Now, is Naples going to see the worst of the storm surge? Is that the area?
Well,
that
they
we're
essentially
focusing
already
on?
did.
Okay.
They essentially already did. And truthfully, the worst storm surge in all of Southwest Florida was mainly in southern and coastal Collier County.
Okay.
And that was from, let's say Marco Island to Choccolosky, Everglades City. And it was because of their positioning with the eye wall.
Okay.
So truthfully, the worst storm surge with Irma, and if we could go to a 3-shot here, guys, that's basically, you can see the wind streams coming off the Gulf. But the worst storm surge was from Choccolosky all the way towards Marco Island, Everglades City. They had it the worst, at least within our area. The worst that I saw altogether was in the Keys, 10 to 14-foot storm surge.
Wow.
And that's hard to think about, too, you know, just how much water is just being pushed on these places by this storm. So I'm hoping that people prepared there in Collier County where they saw the worst of the storm surge.
And what we'll do, folks, so that way everybody is covered, I want to make everybody happy. And we've been having some questions on our Facebook Live. I've been reading those, and I want to give everybody some peace of mind. Now we'll cross over into Lee County. I can literally attest to this. Just went outside of the station. We're along one of those streams that goes into the Caloosahatchee, and no question, we do have some storm surge right now. It's about 1 to 2 feet.
Okay.
1 to 2 feet. It's nothing life-threatening where we are at, and but we do have a noticeable water rise.
Matt, can I interrupt you real quick? We were talking, you mentioned Keys and you mentioned Naples. You said Marco to Everglades City was the worst in Collier.
The worst in Collier.
What was that? I didn't get that number.
Well, in Naples, it was 3 to 5.
And they're included in that?
Well, I would say they had even worse, truthfully.
Okay, but not like what the Keys were seeing, which was 10 to 14.
Yeah, the Keys had the worst, 10 to 14.
Okay.
Naples had about 3 to 5. And then from Marco Island to Everglades City, I would suspect, Zach, what do you think, 5 to 10, possibly?
I would say at least, I'd go with that.
About 5 to 10.
All right, thanks, guys. Okay.
So in that area, that is why, remember that one picture?
Yeah.
I believe, what was it, Everglades City?
Everglades City,
Everglades City.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, feet of water. And it was because they were in the worst spot. They were on the eastern side of the eye wall, which was projected, you know, for a time, for about 12 to 18 hours to be just west of our coastline, and that meant that worst surge would have been from Marco Island to Naples all the way towards the Cape, Sanibel, and that is why they made those initial projections and had those mandatory evacuations. But as the eye, and again, the weather has a mind of its own, Irma decided to shift a little bit more towards the right. Good news for most of us, and it took the worst storm surge and shifted it a little bit more towards the right. And we're still going to see, to a certain degree, a storm surge and a water level rise, but no doubt about it, it could have been worse. But I want to at least let you know what we have right now in Lee County. It's currently around 1 to 2 feet. 1 to 2 feet. The sensor is showing about a foot, but let's play it safe and just say 1 to 2. And high tide is approaching. So that means it could continue to go up.
Continue to rise.
So technically it's showing a foot, but I want to keep it safe and say 2. So we'll say about 1 to 2 feet for Lee County for a water level rise. And it's above ground. That's been one of the discussions here.
Yeah.
It's above ground where you live. It's been calculated. It's not sea level.
Okay.
And I know that's been one of and that is from the Hurricane Center. That is what we as broadcasters and Hurricane Center together, that is the message that we want to get across, that it's above ground and not above sea level. So for right now, we are approaching high tide in Fort Myers, so we do have to watch out for the possibility that it could get a little bit higher. It will be along our waterways, obviously the Gulf, the Caloosahatchee, streams, because that water is literally getting pushed farther up. And then for the last one, let's do Charlotte County. Now, unfortunately, I do not have technically storm surge gauges that I can find. I have it in Naples, and I have it in the Caloosahatchee in Lee County. I do not have it in Charlotte County.
Okay.
But what I can tell you is that we can almost assume the same from Lee County into Charlotte County, which has been averaging 1 to 2.
Okay.
1 to 2. And their high tide in Charlotte Harbor is going to be at 6:30. So it's about 2 hours away.
Okay.
And we could assume, give or take, at around 6:30, that is when you could possibly max them out at that, 1 to 2. Worst case scenario, 3.
Okay.
3 is worst case. I would rather say 1 to 2 of a potential storm surge and water rise.
Okay, so Lee and Charlotte, hang in there. We're
Yeah.
almost through all of this.
Yeah,
thanks so much,
Mhm.
Matt. We appreciate it. We want to get out to Wink News reporter Oliver Redston right now, and I believe he's at one of the pretty hard-hit areas down in Naples. Oliver, exactly where are you?
Lindsay, we are at the intersection of County Barn Road and Rattlesnake Hammock Road in Naples. And really, we are at ground zero for where Hurricane Irma hit here in Collier County. And I want to take you around, show you a little bit of the damage. And really, it just takes your breath away here. Take a look behind me. You can see debris from the mobile home community across the street is scattered all around the road. It's really almost apocalyptic here. Debris just about everywhere. And keep in mind, I'll have my cameraman Justin pan across the street. This is the mobile home community across the street here. Okay, and you can see the debris there, but it's also flying all the way across the roadway onto the other side and into the forest here on the other side. That should show you just how powerful these winds were. And keep in mind, these are parts of homes. We're looking at windows. We're looking at doors, walls from this mobile home community that have been thrown across the roadway and into, in some cases, the waterway here, in some cases, the forest across the street here. And guys, I have to tell you, this really extends all the way down the road. This is not an isolated incident. We'll keep walking here because I want to show you just how serious this is. Let's cross over, Justin, and give folks an idea. This is the mobile home community right here. You can see some of the homes over the tree line. Let's look into the water here. Folks, look at this. This is a piece of someone's home that is now in the waterway, completely mangled piece of sheet metal in this waterway, and it extends all the way down the roadway here. I'm going to keep walking you down. Take a look at this. This is the roof of a mobile home community. You can see the wood here splintered, broken in half, ripped from the top of that mobile home and into the waterway here, and again, completely mangled, ripped into pieces here. And this is not, this is not flimsy material. This is metal we're talking about that the storm has bent and really just destroyed and thrown all across the roadway. And we'll keep walking down. As you can see, pieces. Take a look at this. You have insulation from homes, and this goes all the way down the roadway. Again, once the sun rises, we'll get a better idea of what this damage looks like. But insulation from homes scattered around the roadway, almost as if it were leaves from trees. And we've been speaking to deputies all morning from the Collier County Sheriff's Office. They told us this is pretty much the worst hit area in the entire community. But keep in mind, Collier County was ground zero. We were at the Emergency Operations Center yesterday, and we were watching the storm hit. Cars were literally tilting from side to side. They were shaking in the wind. It was so powerful. And at one point, the eye literally did pass over us, and we were able to kind of go outside and survey some of the damage. And even before the backside of the storm hit, it took your breath away. The extent and the scope of the damage. I want to keep walking you down, and you can see, again, the mobile home community is across the street. It's on the other side of the street from where we're standing. And all along the tree line here, you have pieces of sheet metal that have been ripped off of mobile homes and thrown all the way across the roadway. If I had to estimate, we're talking at least 100 yards that these pieces of metal have been thrown across the road. And it goes all the way down, and again, pieces of insulation scattered around the roads. It's really an unbelievable scene, unlike anything I've ever seen. And if you questioned the strength of Hurricane Irma at any point, hopefully just surveying some of this damage, guys, will change your mind on that. And again, we're just starting to see how bad it is. We're just scratching the surface.
So, Oliver, you're at Rattlesnake and County Barn, and you're showing us some great, I don't want to say great, impactful images. Yeah. So much debris. It's very heavy. I'm just kind of painting the picture for people who might be listening via radio, too. We're seeing massive piles of debris, but what we're not seeing is bedding, picture frames. Are you seeing any of just like what you would normally have around a home, or is it possible that just got wiped and it's not around?
Yeah, that's a good question. From what we're seeing here, it's primarily the exterior of these mobile homes that have been ripped from the outside and thrown across the roadway. That's primarily what we're seeing. We're seeing the outside, the siding, the roofs, window frames that have been thrown across the roadway. But no, like you mentioned, we're not seeing picture frames and things like that. And one other thing that I forgot to mention that I do want to stress for folks at home, all of Collier County is currently under a curfew until 6 a.m. right now. So if you're thinking about coming out and checking out some of this debris, don't do that because all of the roads are closed. Deputies do know that we're out here, but if you're just a civilian, you're really not allowed to be out here right now. And all of the county is also under a boil water advisory because we did have water mains break, so they cannot ensure the quality of the drinking water. So again, if you're in Collier County, you know how hard you were hit. Just use extreme caution. Right now, you can see just how powerful the storm was and what it left in its wake.
And Oliver, I know this is right across the street from a mobile home park, and obviously everyone who lives in a mobile home was told you need to evacuate no matter where you live. Are there any signs of life out there? Have you seen anyone out there at all?
I'm glad you asked that. Absolutely no one. We have been, besides deputies that we've been seeing from the Collier County Sheriff's Office, we have not seen one soul out on the roads tonight. And that is not an exaggeration. We have seen one sheriff's deputy, and that's it. And from what we've seen so far, just surveying this mobile home, absolutely no one. And I suppose that is a good sign because that means folks heeded the warnings about evacuating these mobile homes, and for good reason, because you can see the extent of the damage is just, if you were inside the mobile home for the duration of this storm, it's hard to conceive how you would have stayed safe.
And I suspect as the sun comes up, it's going to be a sobering sight.
And I'd like you to just paint the picture too. So is this just across the street? Can you estimate how many feet or yards it appears that the wind was able to pick up all of this debris and throw it?
Yeah, because it's not small debris, like you said.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, and I'll have Justin pan across the street here to give you an idea. So this is the mobile home community. You can actually see one right there through the tree line, through the fence there. That's one of those mobile homes. Take a look on the roof there. You can see the roof actually bent back, and right there you can see a sheriff's deputy passing through. That is the sheriff's deputy we saw earlier. So that right there is a mobile home community with the roof bent back. And now let's pan across the street, Justin, and give folks an idea. That over there is just some of the debris that's been thrown. So if I had to estimate from where we are, I'd say that's about 50 yards. At a minimum, that this sheet metal has been torn off of mobile homes and tossed all the way across the roadway.
Okay.
Wow, and this is why we say if you live in a mobile home, you do not want to be in that home. And I know it's been so tough for people, Oliver, to evacuate. And Oliver, I know you were at the EOC yesterday. What was it like yesterday when you left that area as far as, evacuees? You saw so many people, right?
Yeah, I mean, just inside of the EOC, I think first responders, too, there was just a sense of almost sadness. I think we all obviously felt safe inside of that building, but there was a sense of anxiety about what we would find when we came out. And certainly as we were watching the storm through the windows, we were thinking to ourselves, this can't be good, because literally the eye did pass over where we are here in South Collier County. And, so far it's exactly what we've expected, maybe even a little bit worse. Again, we were on Radio Road last hour showing you some of the damage there. That's one of the thoroughfares here in Naples. Massive trees, maybe, 70, 80-foot trees snapped in half, blocking the roadway, downed power lines. This is ground zero, and we can only assume that it'll get worse as the sun comes up and we get a better indication of just how much damage there is. Again, we're only scratching the surface.
I think the final thing I just want to ask, Oliver, because you have been in contact with all of the emergency management personnel down there, and you're kind of our lifeline to what's going on. Have you had a chance to talk to them about a plan of action? Because I know, especially for the families who are hearing this and they're saying, that's my home on Rattlesnake and County Barn, do you have any ideas or a plan of action as far as when these people might be able to get back? I know curfew lifts, but we still need to clear roadways. Have they started discussing that with you at all?
Yeah, so the emergency manager, Dan Summers, held a press conference yesterday afternoon, and essentially his point was stay where you are for now. Let emergency crews clear off the roadways first because it is so dangerous. There are these down power lines here, and I have to tell you, I will set my journalistic integrity aside for a second, give my personal opinion. These crews have been doing such a fantastic job in Collier County. They've been here around the clock for almost 3 days now. They've been working extra hours, and we've gotten to know a lot of them really well because we've been spending so much time with them. And you can tell they're feeling this personally, and they're really they're worried, just like all of us are. And they say, let us do our jobs for at least another day. So if you live here in Collier County, if you live near Rattlesnake and County Barn, I think the message from them today is give us at least one more day to clear off the roads. Let us make sure it's safe for you and get these power lines out of the way and then come back. But I think all of us who have been here in Collier County are feeling the weight of this storm very heavily this morning.
Well, Oliver, thank you so much for being our eyes and our ears out there. It's just so tough to look at all of that damage. Please stay safe out there. But if this is your neighborhood, if this is where your home was, you can rebuild these things. And if you're safe watching this or hearing this morning, we are going to get through this together. And we've been saying that this entire time. This affects all of us. So I want you to just take a deep breath. And I know it's going to be hard news to hear, quite frankly, and to see. It just is. But we are all in this together, and it's our community.
Yeah, I just have to say, for the folks who live in Rattlesnake and County Barn who may be hearing this and we're breaking the news to you, I'm so sorry. My heart goes out to you guys. There's a lot of people who are in a similar situation. So we'll keep trying to figure out what it looks like across Southwest Florida and describe the scenes to you.
Well, thousands of people are without power right now in Lee County. Week News reporter Nicole Valdez is tracking all of that damage.
Guys, things much more calm here outside Health Park Hospital. This is now kind of the end of the storm here. Hurricane Irma has already made her way through here, and she really packed a punch. We saw incredibly strong winds and even horizontal rain hitting us under the awning that we were under. But now that things have kind of calmed down, we wanted to come out and show you most of the damage that we were showing you earlier. These are the trees that were knocked over by Irma's extremely powerful winds. You can see here, not almost every single tree, if not every single tree, is either completely uprooted or almost every single branch has been broken off at some point, and they're now scattered across this parking lot outside the main hospital entrance. Of course, people are very happy to hear that all the patients and staff inside the hospital are safe. They were told not to leave the building, especially during the brunt of the storm, where we showed you earlier that incredibly strong wind was even toppling me over. I was just trying to explain to you guys the conditions out here. Again, we do know that they've been running on generator power for the last several hours. We have not seen the power go out here, and we're told that they have fuel to last a good amount of time until the power is restored. So good news out here for many people in this area near the Fort Myers Beach area. I know that storm surge was another big concern. We are not seeing much water out here, which is good. You can see it's pretty dry besides the leftovers of much of the rain that we had earlier on. Everything looking pretty good out here. Things getting a lot better and a lot more calm this hour. So again, that's the good news here, but we do see there are significant damage to at least some of the vegetation out here that we're going to continue to be looking out for tonight and as well as into the early morning hours tomorrow. For now, we are in Lee County. I'm Nicole Valdez, Week News Now.
And speaking of that concern of storm surge on Fort Myers Beach, let's get right over to Wink News reporter Chris Grisby, who is live there this morning. And Chris, what does it look like where you're at?
Well, Mother Nature has definitely ran its course here on Fort Myers Beach. I just want you to take a look at this devastation. This is a down tree. There's actually 2 trees right next to each other. You can look at the base of the roots right now, and it's about 3 feet deep from where I'm standing right now. That's how deep these roots are embedded in, and all that power from Hurricane Irma just took over and brought this tree right down outside of our hotel, and luckily it did not hit this concrete structure. You can see these 2 trees to my right and left right back over here. And then I'm going to swing around and show you some of these cars, because I know a lot of people had to evacuate the area but had to leave their cars. So we're about 100 yards away from the beach right now. Most of these cars look pretty much intact right now, just a little bit of debris on them. And then I'm going to swing over here and walk down and show you this fence right now. It's completely down in one area. The winds are picking up. It is raining just a little bit. You can see part of that tree right over here that I was talking about that we were just standing at earlier. And then right over here you can see this down fence line. This is part of a fence, so that's why officials are still asking people to stay inside, because if these wind gusts pick back up, this fence will lift again and it could just go flying. So we really don't want that to happen. We're gonna go right back inside right after this live shot, but we just want to let you see what's going on here in Fort Myers Beach. You can see that the wind is picking up a little bit. It is starting to rain again. You can see down branches and tree line. I'm going to go back underneath this awning just so we are back in safety conditions, just to talk about what we've been through for the past couple of hours. The power did go out around 4 o'clock last night. This hotel fortunately had a generator, so that's definitely good news, but it's only in the hotel lobby, so the management staff of this hotel has been running that generator power on and off for the past couple of hours. We haven't seen power since about 10 o'clock last night, so it's very difficult out here. So as far as brushing your teeth and getting ready, just a lot of people out here on Fort Myers Beach, they just don't have that. But luckily at the hotel we're staying at, there's just a couple media outlets and the hotel management staff, so pretty much everyone has evacuated that area, which is definitely good news. I'm going to send it right back over to you.
All right, Chris, and your picture is actually better once you stay put there, so we appreciate that. Have you seen any signs of a rising storm surge anywhere, any rising water?
Yeah, great question. We have not seen a surge of rising water in this area. Where I'm standing right now, you can look, we're on dry ground. We're about 50 yards away from the beach, so that's definitely a good thing. These cars right over here, about 50 yards away, so we haven't seen any water. There's just a pool about maybe 15 yards away from us right now, and that water is still located in that pool, which is definitely a good sign.
How far are you from the shoreline?
We're about 100 yards from the shoreline, just along the Diamond Head Beach Resort, so it's definitely good news that that water has not surged back over here yet.
All right, Chris, we really appreciate it, and that we're looking forward to more reports as you start to explore the island when the sun comes up, because that's really going to give us a better idea of what we're looking at here. And I want to bring in Wink News meteorologist Matt Devitt now, because obviously the big thing right now is the storm surge.
Yeah.
On Fort Myers Beach, at least where Chris is in front of the Diamond Head Beach Resort, he said he hasn't seen that much storm surge. Can that change, though?
It could.
Okay.
It could. It's encouraging for right now, because I've been checking Facebook and Twitter, some of the emails coming in. We do have some nervous emails. They're saying a little bit of a water rise. Like, you know, is this coming in my place? You know,
I can imagine, because we
to...
just have a little creek back here, not something
Oh,
like.
I know.
You know, and I was shocked when I saw the little creek back here, not a.
And now, but now we're
ocean,
completely.
you know?
Now our entire parking lot is covered with water, and it happened in less than an hour.
Right.
Yeah.
And when you see that, the first thing is to remain calm.
Yeah.
Okay. It's the projections do not have. You with 5 to 10 feet of water, and it's not going to go above your head. Okay, so you will be fine. You will be fine. It's not going to be a life-threatening flooding situation, because if that were to occur, remember when we had the worst-case scenario graphics?
Right.
And the reason why I don't want to show that on air, because I don't want it to mislead you.
Okay.
Those graphics are not at least correlated. Remember that when they made those predictions?
Yes.
They're not accurate right now.
Okay.
Okay, so they're a little dated, and it was back when it was a Category 3, Category 4, and it was, so I don't want to show that because it's going to give you the wrong message.
It was worst case with that category.
Right,
So it was like one thing on top of the other. I
Like
gotcha.
9 times out of 10, it's not going to be like that. So I don't want you to be scared by all those scary graphics where it shows the water going miles and miles inland. I don't want to scare you, so I would rather not show you that because it would be misleading. So I just want to get you the facts and be accurate, which is that we have about a 1 to 2 foot storm surge right now in Lee County. Just check the sensor. It's along the Caloosahatchee, and it's very accurate for the rest of Lee County. There could be a few areas where, you know, it could be a little bit higher. So in Lee County, let's say 1 to 2 possibility of a from the ground up water rise, and that would be from saltwater flooding, not the freshwater flooding, which we've already had as is. If we were to play the hypothetical worst case, 3, so let's say 1 to 2 feet, 1 to 2 feet above the ground of a possible storm surge if you live along a waterway, and that connects to the Gulf.
Okay.
So that includes the river, some of the streams, basically anything where we get the water from the Gulf and that Irma is pushing further inland. There could be, we'll say 1 to 2, worst case 3, but I would say 1 to 2, and the reason why I'm saying that is right now the sensor is at about 1.2 storm surge. So we have high tide coming up, so if we kind of bring that out, it could maybe approach 2.
Okay.
But I want to just cover the bases and just say, hey, maybe 3 with that worst case. So 1 to 2, maybe 3. But we hope that it is expected to be around 1 to 2. So that's Lee County.
And how is the track looking now? Because it's moving north, right? And you have new information on the storm.
Okay, so yeah, right now the storm is at about Category 1. It's continuing northward. And in Collier County, the storm surge, as that system moves away, gradually your storm surge will get better. Right. And actually the storm surge in Naples was at about 3 to 5 earlier, but the fact that Irma continues to move away and continues to move away, it's going to take a while, it's going to be slow, but gradually the waters will recede. But I am seeing about a 3 to 4 foot storm surge currently around Naples. So I believe we have a phone interview.
We do have a phone interview.
And after that, we're going to talk about Charlotte County.
So we'll make sure what I'm gathering from this discussion, Matt, is we're going to check back in with Chris a little bit later on and see, because he's on Fort Myers Beach, and there's a lot of questions about storm surge and what's it look like in my area. So we'll make sure we check back in with him.
And we want to get you the most accurate information on that, so that we can have a peace of mind. You don't have to worry about it. But you know, I know it's going to look scary, but you know, the emergency management officials, you know, would have told you that, you know, it could be.
It would have been a dangerous situation.
They would have told you. Right.
All right, Matt. Thank you very much. MB Brown is on the phone right now with us live. MB, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Well, good morning to you. I'm glad that you're safe. That's the biggest, the best news for us that we can hear. Where are you from?
I'm originally from LaBelle, but I'm right here. I've been in Fort Myers now about on and off 20 years.
Okay.
Okay, and I looking at the notes, one of our assignment desks talked to you, and they said, hey, this is the worst thing you've ever experienced. That's what you told them. Is that? Can you show us? And we're going to show some video that you took too. So kind of explain what you saw and what the experience was like for you.
Okay. Actually, right there is like right after the eye was like directly over us, and we decided to stay here, and it's about 4 or 5 of us in here. And the winds were sometimes 120 miles an hour, some 130. That's my car right there in the front, and it was flooded like maybe 2 feet, 3 feet at the most. It's some big trees that were down that's been here at least 30 years. At least 30 years. It was very, very, very frightening. I had witnessed another hurricane in LaBelle where it was a Category 2, and this felt like a 5, and it was a 3, but it felt like a 5. But we survived, and the house stayed intact. Nothing came loose. I hadn't have a chance to go around the neighborhood to see anything, but that's as far as I went right there.
So, in your house, though, I mean, how old is your house, and how is there any damage to the house, any roof damage or anything?
This house is probably approximately about, I want to say about 25 years old, and they designed it for a hurricane because it's flat roof. It doesn't have a peak on it.
Right.
Okay.
So it worked out really good.
And I think if I heard you...
I boarded it up myself, all the wood, so we was boarded up.
Good.
We still boarded up.
And And I think the final thing is I heard you say that it uprooted some trees, and you said they were 30 years old, so they were rooted. They had been there for a while.
Yeah, they're in the road now, blocking some of the main road out here.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing your video with us and your experience with us. We appreciate you joining us early this morning, and we're glad that you're safe and you take care of yourself, okay?
Yes, ma'am, and thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Matt, we're continuing to talk about the storm surge. What does it look like for the rest of the day today, and what is your forecast like now?
Okay, so again, if you're just tuning in, just joining us, listening us to on the radio, because a lot of people have the power out, they can't watch TV.
Yeah.
Currently, storm surge Naples about 3 to 4 feet. That will improve as we go throughout the day. We're approaching high tide in Fort Myers. Right now, the sensor is about 1.2 feet of storm surge, which is going to be from the ground up. That was one of the biggest misconceptions with this, is that it was sea level, and that's not the case. It is going to be, and it was calculated from where you live and then from the ground up. Okay, so that is the Hurricane Center. When they come up with these maps and their predictions, it's from the ground up for where you live. Okay, so right now in Fort Myers and in Lee County and around the Caloosahatchee, and the sensors are limited. You know, I wish I could change that. I would love to put 50 of them all over the county, but for what we have, it's about 1.2 feet. We're still approaching high tide, so we can hypothetically add on a little bit more. So about 1 to 2 feet possible in Lee County of a water level rise, especially if you live near the Gulf, the Caloosahatchee, and some of the streams that connect to the Caloosahatchee. So we talked about Collier, Lee. Now let's take a look at Charlotte County. Charlotte County, I would assume probably the same scenario. Don't worry about 5 to 10 feet of storm surge. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. But we could see, just like Lee County, a 1 to 2, worst case 3. Okay. So 1 to 2, worst case 3. And so it's 4:50 right now. The high tide for Charlotte Harbor is going to be at 6:30. As we hit high tide, you would have obviously a greater likelihood of a water rise, and the storm surge could hit, again, 1 to 2. I'm playing just to keep you safe. Again, the chances are low for this, but 1 to 2, 3 is going to be the upper end. So that is what, you know, we are projecting for this morning. I don't want it to scare you. I know it's going to look unusual because you normally don't see that. It's Irma producing this situation, but as we go throughout the day, as Irma moves away, the wind's lower, that's less force to shove that water from the Gulf in. And so as we hit this afternoon and this evening, and especially tomorrow, storm surge is going to become less and less and less of an issue.
Okay. All right, Matt, thank you. And for constant updates on Hurricane Irma, head to our website, winknews.com. Of course, our timestamp story includes the latest forecast and updated advisory information at the top of our homepage.
You can also find an updated list of hurricane shelters, which really at this point, you know, we don't really, you're not looking for that information anymore, but there's some good helpful tips for you, and we'll make sure we update what's on there. One of the things I think we should definitely update is, you know, what to do as you're heading back home, some helpful tips. So we're talking with our social desk and making sure that they do that. Let's go ahead. One big thing that a lot of us are talking about are the problems that are going to be out on the roadways. And Wink News reporter Jessica Alpern went out in downtown Fort Myers to give us a better look at what's going on down there.
Well, right now I'm standing in the middle of a huge tree that has made this portion of 2nd Street in the downtown Fort Myers area completely impassable. I'm going to have my photographer step back so he can show you the magnitude of this tree. It is blocking the entire portion of this road. Again, I'm on 2nd just as you approach Park Avenue, and this is, if you're familiar with the downtown Fort Myers area, very close to the 41 bridge. Take a look. This is a tree that was once standing on this side near all of the houses to the left of me on 2nd Street, and this is just part of this morning as we've been driving through the downtown area, part of what Hurricane Irma has left for people living here to deal with. You can just imagine. It's a good thing we didn't have anybody on the roads at this time. It's a good thing that everybody adhered to either those mandatory evacuations or, as we told you, to stay inside, because this is not something we would have wanted anybody to be in the presence of when it came down. This is a huge tree, and again, as of right now completely blocking this portion of 2nd Street. Now, as I've been driving up and down the downtown area, we've seen a couple of emergency crews out already. They're actually dealing with a downed power line not far from where I'm standing right now. That's on Palm Beach as you approach the 41 bridge. So I saw emergency crews again just maybe a block from where I'm standing right now. They're already dealing with that. We saw them passing up and down this area, so we'll try and flag them down and make sure that they know about this as well. But you know, it's still really not a good idea to get on the roads at this time, even though the hurricane has passed, because as you can see, you're going to be encountering a lot of dangerous situations like this, as well as that downed power line that I mentioned not far from where I'm standing. We'll keep an eye on things for you, and of course, if you have any photos, anything that you have seen that you can report to us, anything that you think people need to know about things like this that may have been left from Hurricane Irma, we urge you to share those with us on our Wink News Facebook page. In Fort Myers, Jessica Alpern, Wink News Now.
All right, and many of you have sent us a video that what you saw yesterday when Hurricane Irma hit.
And it's really been so helpful because you have helped us realize what's going on. Wink News anchor Brittany McDonald has been going through all the photos and videos you've sent in. Brittany, what are some of the ones that you found?
Really amazing stuff. This video, to begin with, is from Lee Memorial in Fort Myers, and you can see what looks like a chunk just fly off the roof and end up next to these vehicles here. Play it again. Look at that. And when it hits the ground next to the vehicle, you can see just how big it is. And it's just amazing to look at that. Sundance Apartments is the next video in Fort Myers. This is on East Mall Drive between Fowler Street and Solomon Boulevard. You can see a flash at the top right part of the video, and it looks like that's a transformer blowing. Let's see if it plays again here. Yep, there it is. You can kind of, I can hear people yelling in the background a little bit there. And this is what's really dangerous, is transformers blowing and all of that. Yeah, this one, catfish. Just swimming down the street from a Marco Island viewer, so thanks for sending this in. It looks like it's during the eye, so that's usually when things are a little bit calmer out there. We were in the wall here for a little while, and that's when it gets really windy and rainy and flooded. And so during a calmer time, it looks like this is when the fish were just swimming down Marco Island. I've been seeing this going all across social media, and it's just swimming down the street there. Just amazing stuff. Let's take a look at this next video. This is on Calusa Trace Circle, San Carlos Park from Madeline Summa. So thanks for sending this in. But you can see, well, let's see. Let's try to make this out here for a second. Just completely flooded streets right here. So this shows you the amount of rain that we got. And this is just amazing stuff. We're going to be seeing this continuing here today. And it looks like she's actually in the car there. So definitely not the safest thing. We don't recommend that at this time. Take a look at this video. Significant damage in Gateway. The lanai collapsed completely and caved in. And a lot of people, obviously, here in Florida have lanais, so they're going to be coming home, unfortunately, this morning to probably similar scenes here where it just crumples and breaks and it falls right on top of these pools right here. About 7:20 last night, Emerald Cove in Cape Coral, Jeff Zatt sent this in, where you can see that the winds at that point were really picking up and serious flooding was happening. And so we're going to be seeing this a lot in neighborhoods, especially as the sun rises. We're hitting up all of these neighborhoods to try to give you a better idea of if you're going to be going home to some of this flooding. Fortunately, it looks like it didn't make its way up to some of these homes, but a lot of the roads are not going to be passable for quite some time, it looks like. The next video here is from Jessica Perry in LaBelle, where you can see that trees are down and snapped completely in half. And as we go throughout this morning, we have reporters out in the field. That's what we're seeing a lot of, is down trees. And fortunately, you know, if that's the biggest thing we're going to see and maybe some flooded roads, that's a win, because we haven't really gotten any reports of injuries and no fatalities. So that's really been great. Down trees are pretty typical in storms, so I think we can manage to hopefully clean those up as long as there's not too much. So we're going to be seeing a lot more of this here this morning. There's some pictures here from Fort Myers Estates. It looks like a tree is actually in the living room. It almost looks like it was growing from the ground, but you can see it came right down from the ceiling. I can't imagine if I was there just, actually hearing the crashing down from the ceiling. I don't know how they're going to clean that up, but hopefully there's not too much of that going around. Just really amazing to see that image right there. Let's take a look at this next video. 3000 block of North Key Drive in North Fort Myers at about 7 p.m. So you can see a lot of these images are coming in from last night about 6 and 7 o'clock. This is from Kevin Cloutier. You can see the water churning with the wind. It looks like a separate hurricane almost at that point. So you definitely did not want to be near this. This next video here is a time lapse of Irma in Buckingham. This is from Morgan Race. And you can see just how windy it is. The trees are just flapping around. The rain is flying in this direction. And this time lapse really gives you an idea of how quickly, it came in, how hard it was going. The rain, the wind was just so powerful and so strong. And you can see that it's been causing a lot of damage. And as we continue to report throughout the morning, there's probably going to be more and more, especially as the sun rises. Back to you guys.
All right, Brittany, thank you very much.
We have to say congratulations. Take a look. I think we've got some video maybe. Rebecca brought into the world 10:30 yesterday morning in Charlotte County. We reported on 2 in Miami. This is the first we're hearing locally. She came into the world during Mother Nature's chaos. Mom and little baby girl Rebecca look like they are healthy, probably a little exhausted.
Yeah.
But congratulations.
And what a story they're going to have for when that to tell that child later on in life. So yeah, we've seen that, a baby born in Miami over the phone. I believe one in Fort Lauderdale, like you said. It's just been
Stop looking over here.
It's been an exciting time. Well, this whole time we were kind of concerned because all these babies were being born, and Lindsay was saying, mine needs to stay in for a little bit longer.
I know. I'm really, really excited for Mom and Rebecca. I really am, but it causes me anxiety.
Well, anyway, Irma's causing havoc right now in the Tampa area. Take a look. This is video from Lakeland. The Lakeland Police Department posted this, saying this is right outside their station. Yeah, look at that. We experienced that yesterday. You can see strong winds are blowing through just like they were here. It looks very scary out there.
And take a look at this video. A transformer blows in a Tampa neighborhood. See that bright light right there? That was the transformer, just boom, catching on fire. Not to mention lightning actually in the background there and rain. So it's a very eerie video that you're seeing.
So close to homes, too. I mean, that's very dangerous, especially when you talk about fires. And as we begin to assess the damage, you're helping us really tell the story here.
So many of you are sharing incredible video and photos. You saw some from Brittany. Wink News reporter Jessica Alperns also keeping an eye on social media for us. The latest stuff coming in this morning. Jessica.
Yeah, Lindsay, Corey. Well, this morning I've been looking at pictures from all of you. So much flooding into the newsroom here. And again, hopefully most of you or all of you still staying safe out there because we do not want you on the roads. Those curfews are still in effect across Southwest Florida. But really, some powerful pictures and videos I want to share with you. This is one of the most insane videos I've seen so far from Marco Island, which got hit pretty hard again. Matt and Zach have been talking about 130-mile-per-hour winds. That's what this area saw. And I think this gives you a really good idea of just how dangerous and intense those winds were. Again, this is from a tweet that we got from a viewer over a parking garage. And not only are you seeing all of the palm trees just swaying back and forth, but you're also seeing some of the vehicles, which we have down here, just being kind of pushed away and blown by all of that wind. So again, exactly why you were not allowed, why you had those mandatory evacuations in the Marco Island area. More than 100-mile-per-hour winds, definitely not conditions that would have been safe for you to be in as it's blowing those cars away. And then I want to share some other pictures with you. We're going to go ahead and pull those up right now. Okay, this is in Everglades City. So take a look. This is their porch. Okay, we can't go back to that one just yet, but their porch, that's as high as the water was coming up to, so several feet. Yeah, there we go. Doesn't look like they'll be coming back home anytime soon, several days, if not weeks, before they can get all of that cleaned up. Who knows the type of damage they'll be dealing with afterwards as well. This one's pretty powerful, again, sent in from another Wink News viewer, and this is in the gateway area of Fort Myers. Hurricane Irma's winds were so powerful that it caused this stop sign to just completely turn over. We see all of that flooding, and also one of the larger trees right here just completely knocked down by all of that wind. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep taking an eye at all of those photos coming into our newsroom. I'll share those with you. And also, we have a crew out right now gathering images of places that we're hearing from you have some significant damage. So in my next hit, I'll have all of that for you. But really keep it safe out there. No one should be on the roads at this time with that mandatory curfew. Back to you.
All right, Jessica, thank you very much for that. And for constant hurricane updates, just head to the Wink News website, winknews.com. We have time-stamped stories that include the latest forecast and updated advisory information, and all of that you can click at the top of the homepage.
And we're going to put some tips out there for you about when you go back, picking up the pieces, how to begin the claims process. We'll make sure we talk with our digital team and get all that up for you. Also holding a live stream on winknews.com. All you have to do is go to the very top of the page and look for Wink News Live. And a lot of you are also dealing with power outages right now, especially for those of you who may be listening to us on the radio, maybe a lot of you who are in shelters and haven't been able to go back home yet.
Yeah, we don't really know right now when your power will be restored. In fact, FPL can't even give us a time frame yet. Obviously, we hope it's sooner rather than later. But until then, here are some tips to keep your food in the refrigerator safe. Meat, poultry, fish, and eggs need to be refrigerated, obviously, at 40 degrees Fahrenheit or lower. Frozen food should be kept at 0 degrees. Keep your refrigerator doors closed as much as possible to maintain the cold temperature. I know that's easier said than done, especially if you have kids. Your refrigerator will keep food cold for about 4 hours if it's closed. Now, in your freezer, if that door remains closed, it'll keep frozen food frozen for about 48 hours if your freezer is full, and 24 hours if your freezer is half full. Also, what do you do when you evacuate because of Irma and can't go to church?
Six families from Covenant Life Church in Tampa gathered to sing and pray in one of the church members' home. That's a great way to pass the time, especially when you're hearing the screeching or howling winds outside.
It's just a great idea to try to get your mind off everything, even just for 5, 20, or 30
Makes
minutes.
all the difference.
It really does. Time right now is 5:05 on your Monday morning. Let's get right over to Wink News meteorologist Zach Malak for a full check of the weather. Zach.
Yeah, Corey and Lindsay is seeing the 5 a.m. update on Hurricane Irma. Still a Category 1 storm, but still weakening. Current wind speed 75 miles per hour, moving north-northwest 18 miles per hour. So it is picking up speed. It is losing strength. It is losing intensity. So the pressure is continuing to creep up. And it is getting closer to this area of low pressure and this higher shear environment, allowing the storm to really dissipate. So we saw the strongest of what Irma was across our area compared to the rest of the state. And that is good news. Tampa northward just becoming a tropical storm as it approaches the Tallahassee area, as well as moving off towards the northwest. Now, this is still important, the track of Irma, because we have many friends, family members, loved ones who did evacuate to the north, maybe across the peninsula of Florida, maybe across Georgia, even Alabama. And so we will have to watch Irma still until it gets away from the southeastern United States. Then we can finally reassess and have everyone return safely down to southwest Florida. And really it comes at some good news, because we could clear all the streets of all the debris that Irma definitely tossed around our area through the day and afternoon yesterday. Let's go hour by hour and looking at Doppler radar, I should say. A 1 hour time lapse showing some light rain really pushing through portions of Lee County. Some light to moderate rain embedded within these little just isolated areas and little isolated pockets of rain from Port Charlotte, the Cape Hayes Peninsula, even closer to Punta Gorda, I-75 and US 41. Even really across US 17 through Arcadia, seeing a lot of this rain shower activity continue to push in. So we will see some light rain throughout the morning, afternoon, and also evening throughout our area. Again, something we'll continue to track, because as you finally get home, look at your property, maybe have to put some tarps on the roofs because of all the wind damage. And so we will continue to show you radar and where everything is, because you may have to go out there, patch a few things before more rain moves down and causes more damage for your house. But overall, Arcadia seeing some light to moderate rain push off towards from the southwest towards the northeast, seeing more now again move across US 17. State Road 70, Lake Placid, Sebring, there they are, and seeing some drier conditions, but a small shower about to pass just towards the south of Lake Placid. Moorhaven, Clewiston, dry. LaBelle, Immokalee, Bonita Springs start to see a few showers approach their areas within the next 15 minutes or so. Downtown Fort Myers, dry and westward. So Pine Island, Sanibel, Captiva, Matlacha, Cape Coral, La Iona, the Villas, South Fort Myers, all staying on the dry side for the time being. Some more of these smaller showers will pop up, though, again through the morning and early afternoon. Bonita Springs, Naples seeing some drier conditions south of Bonita Springs, but Bonita Springs seeing just a light to moderate shower right now, and that will also continue. All right, many of our sensors now offline, but still seeing a reported wind sustained at 36 miles per hour in Punta Gorda. So even though it does say calm all the way around it, I'm thinking that there is still a good sustained wind from Punta Gorda through Port Charlotte through Arcadia and even Sebring, Lake Placid. So if you are watching, maybe you could just message on our live Facebook stream. If you're listening and you hear the wind outside and you live in our northern counties, maybe you could just hop on our live Facebook stream on the Wink News Facebook page. And you could also just type in there and see if you have any of those wind speeds and if it is consistent, because many of our sensors have been blown offline by many of these gusts that we had to come through earlier when Irma really moved through. Still seeing a wind gust at 44 miles per hour at that one and only sensor that is still reporting. But still, we show you that one sensor because it is still respective of the area surrounding it. Now, we can't actually say the entire area, but at least we can say at least Port Charlotte, Cape Hayes Peninsula, possibly Punta Gorda itself, seeing wind speeds close to those wind speeds from that one sensor we still have online. Speaking of the wind, we had some impressive wind gusts in Naples, 142 mile per hour wind gust earlier today along that eye wall. Marco Island 130, Lately 122, and we continue to see really a lot of wind gusts reported from Bonita Springs through Southwest Florida International Airport, RSW, Arcadia, Sanibel, and Punta Gorda. So we are going to really have the wind speeds die down as we go throughout the day today. By the afternoon and evening, starting to hear a lot less of those howls, which is good news, because I was talking to a few of our production staff, even Corey and Lindsay themselves, and just saying I wouldn't mind not hearing howls like that for a very long time. You think at first, okay, it's picking up, it sounds a little cool, something new I've never heard before, and then after an hour and a half of being in the eye wall, pretty much I'm okay with not hearing this stuff for quite some time. I'm sure you are as well. But overall, continuing to see the isolated shower and scattered shower through the forecast through the afternoon and even evening, 8, 9 a.m. So we will continue to see those showers throughout the afternoon, evening. As I mentioned, if you are going to be at home trying to put some tarps on your roofs, if you do have any minor roof damage, hopefully it is just minor. So you can just put a tarp on it and get it prepared, get it really fixed as soon as possible. But overall, not much rain though expected today, unlike what we saw yesterday. So it's great news to get some cleaning done around the house and really start to get back to normal across our area. We'll see isolated showers in the forecast for Tuesday. More scattered showers Wednesday, Thursday, but a closer look at today's forecast. Highs back in the mid to upper 80s. We actually had a low temperature recorded yesterday, 69 degrees. That was the record low temperature set for that date. That's the lowest temperature we've ever seen on that date yesterday, September 10th. At 69 degrees in Fort Myers. So again, that was all because the rain cooled air. Now we're seeing temperatures back on the higher side and near 90 in a few spots. We're really staying mid to upper 80s. The wind will be decreasing throughout the day. And again, scattered showers and storms expected throughout the day as well. So we'll continue to track the wind, see how high it is across the area. I would like your feedback on that because many of our sensors are now offline. But it'd be good to see just a few sustained wind speeds. If you have any idea, just comment on the Week News Facebook page, live stream if you are listening and or watching. But again, scattered showers and storms this afternoon and evening. We'll track those on Doppler radar with Matt and I up until noon, and then Jim Farrell and Scott Zediker all afternoon and evening. Guys?
All right, Zach, thank you very much. We are now joined on the phone live by Karen Ryan with LCEC.
Good morning, Karen. Thanks so much for joining us. And you know, it's a little weird because for the last 2 years, you and I have met before we've done our hurricane specials and talked about what your plan of action would be if something like this were to happen. Here we are waking up. First things first, can you address how many outages you're dealing with in our area?
Right now, LCEC has 170,000 customers without power out of our 217 customers.
Okay.
217,000.
And where are we seeing the most power outages? Can you tell us that?
The most outages are on Marco Island. All of our customers are out of power. Also in Everglades City, Sanibel, the Barrier Islands, Maceley, Pine Island. We still have some customers with power in Cape Coral and a few in North Fort Myers, but Lehigh Acres is also all out of power.
Okay.
Carrie, can you hold on for a second? Producers in the back, can you guys refresh that page? I'm not sure that's the most up-to-date
It looks like the old
outage map. Yeah,
there.
so let's take that off and try to refresh it. So, Karen, we were hoping to get the outage map up, but in the meantime, you brought up the outages, mostly Marco Island and Everglades, 107,000 out of 217,000. So what's next? What's the plan for today?
Well, as soon as the bridges are all open and we're able to safely get out on the road, we'll start assessing the damage. And what we do then is we go throughout our entire service territory. We're hoping to go up in a helicopter also and inspect the damage and see what needs to be fixed. That way we can prioritize our efforts. As soon as we are able to get that information, crews will put boots on the ground and start re-energizing. What they will work on first is essential services, so hospitals, shelters, communication centers, law enforcement. Once those are restored, then they start working on the main lines, the main circuits, and those will hopefully get some of the businesses up and running so that they can start to help people also. Then they will focus on neighborhoods. And last is services where there's maybe one person out of power in an isolated area.
Okay.
So here's the million-dollar question everybody's going to want to know is when will I have my power back on?
I've been on social media answering that question, trying to answer that question. Right now, it's too early to determine because we have to assess the damage. So we don't know how much damage is out there. And sometimes it might be a quick repair, but sometimes it might be an extensive repair. So there's really no way of knowing when right now at this point. Once we get out there and assess it, we'll be able to at least give better answers in terms of days, 4 days or 5 days, maybe even 2 days.
And so really, I mean, I hear that you're not saying hours, right? Because people need to mentally prepare themselves that this is a multi-day event, right?
Yes, it is definitely going to be a multi-day event, and that's what I would plan for.
Okay.
And then if they get it back earlier, that's going to be a bonus. And hopefully neighbors will help neighbors because we are getting some social media requests from people that are, have breathing machines and things like that. So a neighbor with power, reach out and offer to help somebody who really, really does depend on power for life support.
Karen, the other question I wanted to ask you this morning, because we've gotten this a few times, people who are looking out their windows and see downed power poles or lines, or if they leave for after curfew ends soon, in about 45 minutes for some counties, and they want to report it, should they report it to you guys, or who should they be calling?
They can report it to LCEC on our website, which is lcec.net, report a downed power line. And if they think that it is sparking and that there's a potential to cause a fire, they should definitely call 911 and report that, because that'll also be a fast track into here. We ask that people don't call to report an outage right now because we know everybody's out.
Okay.
When we're assessing the damage, we will also see those down power lines, but it doesn't hurt them to call and report them too.
Okay, but only 911 if you believe it's a live wire, not for every downed.
Correct.
Okay.
But everybody should treat the lines like they are live.
Okay.
And, please wait till it's light to be out there, because Actually, I'm in a building with hurricane shutters. Maybe it is light out there already, but
we are too. We don't.
But wait till it's light, because if there is an energized line and it is touching water, that water will become energized too. So people just need to be very, very cautious when they're walking around.
Okay. Karen Ryan with LCEC. Karen, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us this morning. You guys have a lot of work ahead of you, so I won't take many more of your time, but thank you for what you guys are doing so far.
Thank you for what you're doing too.
Sure. And Lee County Utilities says due to power outages, water treatment plants will be operating under limited conditions. Water pressures, of course, will be reduced. Also, because of the power outages, the lift stations used to convey sewage to wastewater treatment plants may not work properly, since we have only limited operations. So what this means for you, too much toilet flushing, too much water going down, drains in the sink, that can cause overflow and even back up into your home. So we really want to be cautious about how much water we're using right now.
Use it sparingly.
Yeah.
All right, and Irma impacted CenturyLink voice and 911 services in the Golden Gate area, and that means in the coming days, many of you will not be able to use your landline telephones to call 911. You are encouraged to use your cell phone to dial 911, or when it's safe to do so, drive to the nearest fire station if it's an emergency. As soon as it's safe, technicians say they will go out there and restore service. And like we were just talking about, a lot of you dealing with power outages. I believe the latest numbers that we're seeing is almost like 3.5 million homes throughout our state without power.
Wink News spoke with FPL representatives Peter Robbins about what to really expect of their response teams after the storm comes through.
We have got 16,000 people ready to respond to this storm, and they are from all over the United States and Canada. It is the largest pre-storm workforce we've ever had at FPL, and we're quite sure it's the largest in United States history. And we really thank all those men and women who came from out of state and are going to help us get everybody's lights back on as soon as it's safe to do so. Know that our crews and our entire team will be working around the clock until every last customer is reconnected. If there's a dangerous situation, if you have a live power line down or you see something sparking and you think it's a dangerous situation, don't call us, call 911. That is always your best option if you think there might be danger involved in a situation.
And FPL has told us that they feel like they've prepared for this storm, unlike anything they've ever done before. And so that's some comforting news. But right now, here are the live numbers from FPL. If you're an FPL customer listening and you're without power, total customers without power in Collier County, 200,620. In Lee County, 226,760 FPL customers without power. And then in Charlotte County, we're talking about 76,560 customers without power. And FPL said they have about 17,000 crew members across the state. And once the roads are clear, they're going to try to move their way into Southwest Florida. So it's going to take, many days to get all this power restored.
Their plan of action very similar to what you heard from Karen just talk about with LCEC. Yeah. So they're working hard, folks, okay? Today, more Americans in the Caribbean island of St. Martin are being rescued and returned home.
Wink News anchor Bob Erzik is in the studio now with the rescue details on that island. Bob, excuse me.
That's right, guys. The Air National Guard flew into St. Martin, and so far, they've relocated at least 1,200 U.S. citizens. This is video of hundreds of Americans going on their aircrafts. Here's the chaos they're leaving behind. Look at the cars blown upside down. Amazing. Irma slammed into St. Martin when it was a Category 5 strength hurricane, leaving behind a trail of death and destruction. In these pictures, you can see the magnitude of the damage. The town looks like it's just completely destroyed. These are daytime pictures of more of the rescue missions. U.S. citizens who haven't been evacuated yet are urged to stay in sheltered place. Guys, back to you.
All right, Bob, it's really incredible to see those images that they're loading these people up in those massive planes. It's really something to see.
Yes, it is. Well, the U.S. Coast Guard arrived in St. Thomas, and the first major assistance to the Virgin Islands really since Hurricane Irma roared through last week.
Now, take a look. This is the area hardest hit by this massive storm. If you can't see these pictures, basically it just shows debris all over the roadway, trees snapped in half. 24 deaths are being blamed on Irma in the Caribbean. Now, there are long lines for fuel and water.
Stocked up on the food before we got the hurricane, but water, we've pretty much gone through what water we had stockpiled for like showering and stuff like that. So my landlord turned the generator on so we could get water pumped out of the cistern, and we filled everything, every bucket, every tub, everything we could. So we're just waiting on gas now, so.
How making line for 2-3 hours to get some water because the city don't give water, they don't get nothing for the city, nothing, no food, no water, everything is closed.
Now, there are reports of violence this morning. Armed groups steal what little food is left. On some of the Virgin Islands, 90% of all buildings were destroyed, and that's, I said, 90%. It's really unthinkable, the destruction there.
And we're getting a better look at some of the damage left behind here locally in Naples. Wink News reporter Michelle Kingston gives us a look.
Good morning. It was quite a night here in North Naples. We're standing outside of our hotel room now. We're very close to Clam Pass, just so you know kind of where we are. And when we walked out of our hotel room and got in our car to head out, this is the first thing that we saw. This big palm tree, a very, very big palm tree, totally uprooted out of the ground here. Just look at some of the grass that it took with it here. And then right behind me, another palm tree. And something I'm standing on right here, part of the roof of the hotel, right here in the middle of the road. So this is just our first glimpse at some of the damage that happened here in North Naples. We literally just got in our car, and this is the first thing that we saw. It's very dark outside. We're using flashlights, and so is security and hotel staff here, just kind of surveying the damage around the hotel. Now, again, this is just the first look at some of the damage out here. We're about to head out to Marco Island to see what happened down there, and we'll be able to bring some of that to you once daylight hits here. But I also just want to kind of tell you a little bit about our night here in North Naples for people watching from other parts of Southwest Florida. It all started, yesterday afternoon. The winds just started to pick up really, really quickly. We were watching it from our balcony for a while and had to keep running back inside, going back out and looking, going back inside. We didn't have any flooding here, but, tons of rain, the loudest wind I've ever experienced. And then the wall hit and we saw the eye. And during that calm time, we looked outside and we actually saw a neighborhood here. I'm going to show you a picture of that now. See that neighborhood? You can see some trees there. That neighborhood didn't even exist to us just hours before. We didn't even know that neighborhood was there because those trees there were so many of them. And during the storm, the leaves just got ripped off. Some of those trees you can see in the picture there are now down on the ground. And so it was during that hurricane, all those trees went down, and once we were in the middle of the eye of Hurricane Irma, that's when we saw that neighborhood. So again, these are just some of the things that we witnessed overnight and what we're now seeing this morning. We still don't have power here. I was not able to watch Jim Farrell last night. I wasn't able to see what we were going to get next and, what the damage was like out here, how many people had lost power. So that's all stuff that we're going to start to see this morning. So we're going to head to Marco Island now, check out the damage there, of course, be as safe as we can. And we'll talk to you once we get down there in a little bit. For now, in Collier County, Michelle Kingston, Wink News Now.
And Wink News reporter Kelsey Kushner is on Fort Myers Beach for us this morning. She joins us live. And Kelsey, where exactly are you? And wow, very windy where you are.
Yeah, so I am on Fort Myers Beach. I'm at Times Square. I had a lot of people ask me, what does my beach look like after Hurricane Irma? I'm going to give you a quick tour. And if it gets to be too windy, just mute me and I'll just start talking. But this is La Ola Surfside Restaurant. This is one of the first things I saw when we got here. The awning completely ripped in half. Now, I'm only going to stay here for about 2 seconds because I don't really like how aggressive it looks, to be honest. There's some lights that fell down over here. But yeah, awning completely in half. Now, there's some fences over here. My cameraman, if you want to take a look at these fences here that came down. And then if you follow me over this way, I saw this sign, one of the big metal signs down here. This flew off. It's too heavy for me, not really sure what it says, but one of the signs down there. Now, I know this is kind of down Times Square, and I want to quickly take you guys to the beach because I know a lot of people are asking what the shoreline looks like. Right now, most of the restaurants that were boarded up, they did a pretty good job staying, like no damage to them. Even the ones that weren't boarded up, it's only minor damage, like a few things fell down, a couple tree branches in the middle, just some debris. Again, we have the buildings that were completely boarded up. They did a really good job withstanding the hurricane. Now, take a look at this. I saw this when I first got here. This is sand from the beach. Now, I am right in front of the Dairy Queen and then the Greek restaurant right here. This is sand that flew off the beach and is now piled here. All of this is sand. I thought this was absolutely incredible. And then if you walk now, this is where it might get a little difficult to hear me because we're getting closer to the shoreline. So it might be a little bit harder to hear. But what I want to point and show you is that from where the beach starts right here, the water comes all the way up to the top. So there's no actual beach. It's just this sand here. Let's see if we can still keep going. A lot of sea foam. A lot of sea foam blowing off. And then the water just starts right there. I'm really hoping that you guys can see this because it's incredible. Yesterday, we didn't even see that much water on the beach. It was actually really receding. It was almost like Irma was sucking the water out. Now it's spitting it all back.
So, Kelsey, I just want to...
Well, first of all, are you safe, Kelsey? Can we do some Q&As where you are?
Are you
still?
okay?
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely, it's
okay.
just, it's a little windy out here, but yeah, no, we're fine. I trust me, I would not be standing out here.
Right.
This is my first hurricane. I would not be standing out here if I did not feel safe at all.
Okay.
Believe me. But I definitely just wanted to check the beach for you guys because I know I had a lot of people asking me, what does my beach look like? They were really concerned that what they saw before Hurricane Irma came would be the last time that they ever saw Fort Myers Beach the same. So.
Yeah, because Kelsey, you know as well as I do, I mean, if you go out there on Fort Myers Beach, down the ramp there, I mean, you have a pretty good amount of beach before you hit the water.
Yeah, can your photographer turn around again, take the time, because this is our first real glimpse there. And also while he's doing that, slowly describe what you're seeing, because a lot of people are listening to us on radio and they can't see it. So try to do that for us one more time so we can really get a good look, because it's hard, it's very dark.
Right, so I'll try to show you guys one more time, but yeah, so when you're on the beach, you get like a couple steps, you have time to like put your chair up, maybe lay out, put an umbrella up, do whatever you want. But when you get to the end of the steps right here, it says that the water comes all the way up. So there is no sand. I mean, there's sand, but I mean, unless you put your chair right here, you're not really going to have any chance to really lay out on the beach because the water just comes all the way up to the top.
Incredible.
Which I remember this was actually boarded off yesterday, and it's only half of a board now. So
now, Kelsey,
I'm hoping
you've been out there on the beach for a while. Any indication that water is coming closer to Times Square and the buildings?
It's not moving any closer. I was outside our hotel and I saw this one dock. There was a palm tree that fell down in front of the dock, and then this is kind of how I've been monitoring the water. So I'll try to get back over there and show you guys the next time I update you. The water has not moved further than the palm tree, so it has not moved up any more than it has right here. Okay. So it's kind of just it's not pushing forward.
Okay. Are you able to slowly?
If that makes sense.
Yeah. Are you able to slowly walk back off the beach and again show us? Because the other thing a lot of people have been asking is about the damage. And from what I gathered when you were walking down towards the beach, it seemed like there was not that much damage to buildings. Is that true? Is that right from what you've seen?
Oh yeah, no, there's not. There's really not that much damage at all. And this Dairy Queen right here doesn't have storm shutters up, but they have no damage inside their windows at all. I'll try to get a little bit closer for you guys.
So that's really incredible. It's really incredible to see that there's not that much damage out there, Kelsey.
Yeah, so they don't have anything up on their windows here, and no damage inside.
Well, Kelsey,
so
thank you.
It's really just a lot of palm trees, a lot of branches that were down. Yeah, sorry, back to you.
No, yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much for showing us around, because this is the first chance we're getting at really seeing that part of the beach.
Yeah, and I know it's very windy there, so you're dealing with a lot of conditions. But Just from your demeanor, it seems like it's a little bit hopeful too. So thank you so much. We appreciate it. We will definitely want to be checking back in with you again very shortly, because again, that's our first real look. But for those of you who may be listening over radio and couldn't see everything that she was showing us, she started in Times Square, and there was a lot of wind damage around that area. But and there was a massive sign that was bigger than her. She's a petite lady, but she was bigger than her too, and she couldn't even lift it up. And then as she was walking down towards the beach, we couldn't see it from her live shot, much damage to actual buildings. So
and that's the positive part. But you saw the water on shore very close. So we're going to continue to monitor that. Meanwhile, John Treeweiler is taking stock of the damage in the southwest part of Cape Coral. John.
Well, good morning. Good to be with you. I want to show you some of the power of Irma last night. Take a look at this neighborhood we are. This is the arm that controls this automatic gate right here. Completely ripped off of it. This metal arm ripped off of this metal gate, now disabled. Actually, it's hung up in the electric cord, it looks like, that would operate the gate. Still raining out here, still heavy wind gusts, but the portions of Cape Coral, southwest Cape Coral we've seen this morning, major trees uprooted in people's front yards, across roads, making them impassable, laying on power lines, taking power lines down. We've seen the roof blown off of a building at the Quality Automotive Center off of Cape Coral Parkway. The good news is that police and utility workers are out and about this morning. They're patrolling. They're looking for signs and to get an assessment of their initial first sites of damage. And they're also checking on the city, making sure everything is okay. The majority of the damage we are seeing, though, is not to houses, is not to buildings. It is mainly large uprooted trees. It is palm fronds and palm trees that are now bare. Palm fronds litter most of the roadways here in Cape Coral, and there are still heavy wind gusts. So the big reminder is, do not go out and about this morning to take a look at damage. Wait for first responders and emergency managers to give you the all clear, because we are still experiencing some pretty heavy wind gusts at times, and anything that may have been knocked loose by the heavier winds last night could be picked up and finalized this morning by some of these heavy wind gusts and knocked over. It could hit you. It could knock down a power line. So do not come out until it is still safe. A lot of southwest Cape Coral and Cape Coral is still without power this morning. We'll keep you updated throughout the day. For now, I'm John Treeweiler in Cape Coral. Wink News Now.
All right, and let's take a look at some of the videos and pictures that you've been sending into the newsroom.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of those now. This was, I believe, what is this? Is this Billy's Creek?
Yeah, because there's our
this is
satellite
right outside the station.
there.
Yeah, this is actually a
It's
Billy's
hard to
Creek.
tell because
It is. It's hard to tell.
Come on, you spent every hour here. You can't tell.
I should know what I'm looking at here because I drive by this every single day. But yeah, that's Billy's Creek right near downtown Fort Myers, right there our satellite dishes. You've probably seen it driving, on Palm Beach Boulevard. That water is coming now into our parking lot, basically. It is coming to our parking lot, and it continues to rise every hour. So we're seeing that just right outside our station.
And we also have some video of, I believe, trees and power lines down. This is all over Riverside Park in Fort Myers on the edge of the Caloosahatchee, right there, and you can see some of the damage.
Yeah. And Dean Park in Fort Myers, I know it's very dark. Take a close look. We're waiting now for the sun to rise, but there is a lot of water on the roadways, obviously a lot of palm fronds on the roadways and debris. So this is what you really have to watch out for, when we can get out and start driving. As we begin to assess the damage, you're really helping us tell the story, though.
And we appreciate you sharing your incredible videos and photos. Please continue to do so. Wink News reporter Jessica Alpern is keeping an eye on all those videos that you're sending in.
Yeah, and these actually come to us, the ones I'm about to show you, from a Cape Coral viewer, Ted Tanacha. Thanks so much for sending these in. I want to show you, this is one of those trees like John showed you earlier, and we're going to get that picture up for you in just a sec. John showed us one live out just a couple of seconds ago, but that is one of many trees we're seeing completely down, just blocking roadways in Cape Coral. This one you're looking at right now, this is in Estero. This is sent to us from actually Wink News photographer Adam Wright, and you saw it just a couple seconds ago. That is blocking the home of an Estero neighbor. This one you're seeing now, that's a car that was completely turned over by Hurricane Irma's winds. And again, sorry these photos are going fast for you, but just giving you a quick description of all of this damage. And as I take a look at this one, that downed tree, that reminds me a lot of the one that I saw earlier when I was driving through downtown Fort Myers. Really a good indication of why we do not want anybody on the roads right now. If you see something like this, there are a lot of numbers you can call. Most counties, it's going to be 211. You don't want to be out on the roads right now. It's really too dangerous to be out there. That is why that mandatory curfew is in effect. But again, just a couple of pictures coming into the Wink newsroom that I wanted to share with you. Back to you guys.
All right, Jessica, thank you. And that curfew ends at 6 o'clock for all counties, but Lee County, then it's 7 a.m. And just a reminder for everybody, at least as advised from the last meeting that we were getting last night, because now we're into the morning. Yes, we're into the morning.
I don't even know anymore, so you're good.
It's going to continue. It's going to be a daily curfew until we're told otherwise. So just
and they are enforcing it. So if you're caught outside within the curfew, it's a misdemeanor. So they're taking it very seriously. And, let's be honest, for your safety. You don't need to be outside walking around in the dark because the down power lines could be there, trees. You could really hurt yourself and your children, especially if they're out. Matt, you're here now with the look at the storm surge and what that we could see for today as well.
Right. So we just saw the video outside, literally outside a Wink. And according to one of these sensors, it's down the river. It's the one that we primarily use in Lee County. Right now, the storm surge is currently at 1.5 feet. Now, with that said, we can maybe have, the storm surge peaking at around 2 to 3. So right now it's 1.5. The high tide is at 7:30, so around an hour and 45 minutes away. And again, this is just a look at some of the generic video that we've had so far with Irma. And the impacts range from flooding just from the rain, the flooding from the surge, also the high winds, and more than likely, what you're seeing right there, that is going to be the flooding from the rainwater. So again, those are all the videos, the pictures that we have coming in. And keep sending them in. We love to see it, folks. That way we can show you at home the better weather story. But, as far as the surge, guys, so the 1.5, there you go. There's actually a look at outside. I'd say that was maybe about an hour ago. It's definitely higher now. So the surge 1.5, Lee County, it could possibly cross over the 2 barrier. So some spots could see 2 to 3 feet of surge, but I just want you to know that it's not expected to hit 5 to 10, nothing to scare you, nothing like that. But there could be a water level rise that, especially if you live along the Gulf, the Caloosahatchee, the streams that go into the Caloosahatchee. Just want to give you a heads up that there will be a water level rise. If you look outside and you see it, first off, do it safely. Just know that we could tack on another foot, but for right now, 1 to 3, and some could definitely be in that 2 to 3 range.
Okay.
So that's Fort Myers. Naples right now is at about 3 feet for their storm surge, 3 to 4. And then they're leaving high tide, so that should go down.
So that's good news for them.
So that should go down. And then Charlotte Harbor, let's kind of give you the same range as Lee County, about 1 to 3. So some could be flirting with that 3.
Okay.
Okay. And then their high tide is about an hour from now. So that's basically what we're expecting with the surge. And all of this is because of Irma. And Irma, guys, what'd you think of the eye wall yesterday? I mean, it got intense.
It was undescribable. I've been through hurricanes before, but this one tops the cake.
This was unlike an experience I've ever had, and all I kept thinking about was, where we are, we have the hurricane impact. Our building's very secure. I kept thinking about, I have family and other, all of you who were sheltering in homes, and maybe there was aluminum shutters, and just how much different the wind was. For me, fortunately, it was more just awe. I wasn't that scared because I didn't experience the howling winds like so many of the people, you guys, the people listening to us right now did,
And remember the live
being
shots?
in the dark. We weren't in the dark. We had power.
Right.
We weren't in a closet. So for those of you who are still listening by radio because you're somewhere where you don't have power, I can only imagine how much more traumatic it was.
It's traumatic, and we're going to get we have a new power update right now from LCEC, and I believe the latest numbers are here. Currently, 170,000 customers without power, and this is actually updated since we spoke with Karen Ryan from LCEC.
And so that means that there are about 45,000 of you homes that do have power. We asked her, what's the $1 million question? Well, it's how soon will power be restored? You know, and it's kind of like they got to treat it as a triage system where basically first they got to get all of the power. First they got to assess, and then they got to get power back to hospitals, you know, communication centers, places that are going to be responding to different things like law enforcement. Then it's going to be business areas where there's the greatest impact, and then into the smaller neighborhoods. So it's going. We're in this for the you know. Long
few days,
haul,
few
yeah.
weeks. I mean,
few days at
it's
least.
not out of the question to say it could be, you know, a few weeks in spots, just because, like you said, they do have to do it at a matter of priority, you know.
Yeah.
But this system, I mean, it was powerful. You know, I thought about it compared to Matthew. Remember last year, Matthew, during those live shots, it looked like a wet dog and all that. That was nothing compared to some of the gusts that we had.
Yeah, it was
yesterday.
definitely intense, even inside here. So, yeah, it was something to live through, that's for sure. And I'm hoping all of you out there are safe this morning. And if you're in Cape Coral,
And speaking of Irma, by the way, you know, we were talking about Irma, how strong the system was. Actually, during that, I was across the street. I was 20 stories up.
Yeah.
And it was unbelievable. The building was shaking. It was swaying.
Scary.
You know,
Left
can we
and
go
right.
ahead and talk about Irma and show what the latest
Yeah,
radar
let's
is?
do
We
it.
haven't done that in a while,
Yeah.
and you know, people may be wondering, is it over? Can I, you know, earlier this morning, about 2 hours ago, people were like, when am I going to be done with the winds? Are most people done with the winds
Yeah,
now?
and I'm going to be the guy to tell you that, hey, we can slowly rest easy here. So it's a Cat 1, it's weakening, and it's actually moving away. So it's basically good news from here on out. Granted, we are going to have to clean up, and we are going to have to get that power back, but it's a step-by-step process, and it will gradually start to improve. So let's get right into the 5 a.m. advisory. Still clinging on to life here as a hurricane. It's eventually going to be a tropical storm right around the Big Bend, moving towards the north-northwest at 18. The sustained winds are at 75, and the pressure is at 965 millibars. So it's going to weaken to a tropical storm, more of a rainmaker, some gusty winds around Alabama all the way towards Mississippi and Tennessee by Tuesday. So here it is, big system. You can see the center of circulation around Ocala and Gainesville. As we zoom on in, remember the eye wall slammed Marco Island. It hit Golden Gate, went all the way up to Gateway, all up the interstate. LaBelle got hit very hard by that eye wall. They likely had wind gusts over 100. Here's what's left of it. Again, starting to approach Gainesville, here's the worst part of the storm, where they could see those wind gusts possibly topping over 75. But the motion, it's counterclockwise. So we are starting to see some wraparound showers coming right off of the Gulf. And if you're listening to me right now on radio, you can't see this on radar. I'll do my very best to kind of paint the picture. We have some showers right now just north of Boca Grande. We are seeing some showers around Rotunda all the way towards Punta Gorda, including parts of Tamiami Trail and extending towards Vermont Road. Also a few showers around the southern part of DeSoto County and as well around the border of Lee and Collier counties. So these are the wraparound showers, and we are seeing the wind coming right off of the Gulf. So I mentioned earlier the storm surge values, which this morning will be at around 1 to 2 with a few 3 into the mix. I can't rule out a 3-foot storm surge, but most spots will be at about 1 to 2. In the Keys, during the worst part of the storm, they actually hit about 10 to 14 feet. So there's this one key, and it's called Cujo Key, 10 to 14 foot storm surge. And look at this picture. So when you look at it, you're probably like, what is going on here? So this is basically, you have a home, and it's up propped up. And this is actually 15 feet up. This level right here, that's 15 feet up from the sand on the bottom. That is how high the water got. So this guy's place, he propped it up. He was smart. But even with that knowledge, and even though he planned ahead, look at how close that surge got. 14 feet. This picture went viral. And this right here, you know what that is? It's actually the top of a palm tree. So that is unbelievably how high the surge got. Now, on top of the surge, on top of the isolated tornadoes, we actually had one in Wauchula, just north of DeSoto County. We also had the significant wind. 142 was the highest wind gust in Naples, 130 for Marco Island. They got slammed by that eye wall, and at that point, it was a Cat 3. It was a major hurricane. Lely, 122. Quail Creek Estates, 112. Bonita Springs and Southwest Florida International around 90. Arcadia, DeSoto County near 80, all the way towards Sanibel and Punta Gorda, hurricane force wind gusts. So, unfortunately, that wind, it's not pretty right now. Our wind network across Southwest Florida, I think I've got like 1 or 2 left. So what I'm going to do, because it'll look messy on our graphics that we have, I have a computer model that has a pretty good gauge as to what we have going on right now across Southwest Florida. So these are estimates. These are not actually reports. And it is estimating around 30 to 40 wind gusts currently in DeSoto County. Across Charlotte County, about 25 to 35. In Lee County, let's say around 25 to 35 as well. 30 to 40 around Collier County. Across Hendry and Glades County, we're looking at about 30 to 50 for those wind gusts, and then even higher around Lake Placid and Highlands County. So it is still breezy, it's still windy, but as we go throughout the day, what happened to the red and the purple, those stronger winds? Well, as Irma continues to move farther up the state and away, gradually, in baby steps, it's going to take a while, but these winds are going to slowly start to lower. So notice by 3 o'clock, instead of those wind gusts, 30, 40, 50, they're going to be reduced to more 15 to 25. And then as we transition towards, let's say around sunset, not bad, it's still going to be a bit breezy at times, still coming off of the Gulf and southwesterly at 10 to 20 miles an hour. So again, the key message there is that as we go throughout the rest of today, slowly and surely, the winds will go from very windy to breezy, and then by Tuesday, actually, the winds will not be too bad. So let's take a look at the surface wind. We have the counterclockwise motion with Irma around Ocala and Gainesville. So that's coming right off of the Gulf, and that is leading to our water level rise for this morning for parts of Southwest Florida. Again, 1 to 3, and I do expect in spots, 3 is definitely attainable. But notice the coloring in the wind in the hours ahead. So you have the legend on the bottom portion of your screen. For those listening to me right now on radio, basically the gist here is that we're going to have the gust in the short term at 30 to 50, and then more 15 to 25 as we hit this afternoon and by this evening. And for those watching on TV, you can see the coloring and the improvement here with our future track model. So let's talk about that chance of rain. Yeah, we're going to have a few spotty showers. That includes this morning. Very hit or miss. You can see that with our future track model. Here's what the radar could look like at 10. For our radio listeners, most of those showers would be at least around Collier, Lee, Hendry counties. And then as we go into time, we will continue that potential for these isolated hit or miss showers. That includes around 1, 2, and 3. We're going to try to bring in a little bit more sunshine into the mix. Yesterday, it rained for almost the entire day. It was cloudy. We had those temps. Yeah, they were basically in the 70s and 80s, and then a few areas of spotty rain and storms as we hit this evening as well. So Irma is on the left portion of your screen, continues to ride up the peninsula and then towards the right. Unfortunately, Irma has a brother, and this brother has been a major hurricane for a few days. Jose, and I've had a lot of questions with this. They see the blob in the Atlantic. They think, oh, is this going to happen again? Are you kidding me? Well, I do have some good news with Jose. It's a Category 2. It's moving towards the north-northwest at 10. Sustained winds are at 105, and the pressure is right now at 968. So Jose, quite a track, right? I don't think he can make up his mind, but basically he's going to do loop-de-loops. And then although I know initially this looks bad, you see the slingshot action, and it's moving west-northwest. Watch this. I'm going to go beyond that range and show you our computer models. And you can see this crazy loop-de-loop action for the next few days. And then once it takes, remember that turn towards the west-northwest, it's going to get curved away. And most, if not all of the models at this point, do not have it impacting directly the state of Florida. So the computer model that did the best actually with Irma, the European model, it did very well with Harvey before that, is backing up these models. Okay, so we like that. We like the fact that they're coming into agreement that they're trying to curve it away from the United States and also here in Southwest Florida. So guys, yeah, I just wanted to give you an update not only on what we have right now, the forecast for later on today, but also the tropics and also the Atlantic outlook. Guys?
All right, Matt, thank you very much. Cape Coral first responders returned to service with special conditions. The police department say officers, firefighters, and EMS workers will take priority calls first, and then they'll initially will assess the damage next.
And let's get out to Wink News reporter Oliver Redston, who's on 41 in Hitching Post Plaza. He's been assessing the damage down in Collier County. And Oliver, what's it look like where you're live right now?
Well, Lindsay, we're at yet another scene here that's just hard to look at. It's another mobile home community right behind Hitching Post Plaza off of 41. And again, just want to show you around and give you an idea of how serious the damage is at this hour. You can see in this house here, literally the siding has been ripped off of the house towards the top of the roof there. And then if we pan down towards the ground here, you can see again, sheet metal has actually been ripped from the house. It is now mangled and strewn all across the road, and this extends all the way down. Again, as we look at this mobile home right here, you can see the siding literally ripped from the house, mangled in front of the house. And we're not actually going to get too much farther down because, as you can see, we're now getting into some standing water. And obviously one of the biggest concerns in post-hurricane conditions are downed power lines, especially in the water. So this is about as far as we're going to go. But you can see palm trees uprooted, lying in the road, and all of the road from this point on is underwater. But again, take a look at this awning off to our left here. This was actually ripped from the house that you see up ahead a little ways, ripped and then completely bent in half by this storm. And again, about 4 inches of standing water all along the roadway. And Lindsay and Corey, I'll tell you, just a few minutes before we came live on the air here, one of the folks who lives in this community actually was driving out, leaving for work, and we stopped him, asked if he wanted to talk. Understandably, he was extremely, extremely emotional. He says, I just can't bring myself to talk about it right now. The devastation is at a level that I can't fathom. He was almost in tears, and I think in a state of disbelief like most people here are. Guys?
I'm sure they're absolutely shocked. I mean, this is their homes. This is everything. Oliver, how far is this from where you were before when we checked in with you last?
This is about 2 miles down the road from where we were last. So last hour we were at Rattlesnake, Hammock, and County Barn. This is about 2 miles from that. But, I mean, really, if you go anywhere in Collier County right now, you're going to find damage. It's just a matter of where. And I will say, from what we've seen this morning, it certainly seems like mobile home communities have been hit the hardest. Of course, that's why there was that mandatory evacuation order in place for those mobile home communities. But really, I mean, the few folks that we have seen out so far have just been absolutely devastated. This is ground zero, no doubt about it.
One more quick question for you, Oliver, and I apologize if you said this in the beginning. The gentleman that you talked to, he didn't ride out the storm there, right? Or did he?
No. Yeah, in fact, he was just seeing it for the first time.
Okay.
He had just returned back here for the first time and saw his house. And again, he was almost in tears as he spoke to us, and he said, I just can't bring myself to talk about it right now. And certainly a lot of people in the same boat here in Collier this morning.
Of course.
It has got to be just such a shock, Oliver, to drive upon this damage, and it's going to be a shock for a lot of people, a lot of you watching and listening this morning. So I want you to mentally prepare yourself. If you're in one of these areas, to see some stuff that will upset you.
Yeah. All right, Oliver. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Meanwhile, we want to let you know if and when you start heading out the door or leaving the shelters, bridges, they will not reopen until they know that they're deemed safe. They being crews. Lee County Department of Transportation, the Florida Department of Transportation are going to inspect bridges today to ensure their structural integrity and make sure that they're safe.
And because of Hurricane Irma's significant wave action, the Sanibel Causeway may have actually been impacted by all that. But until there's an inspection, we're told the causeway is still off limits, and it's just not safe to drive on any bridges when the wind is still so strong.
Yeah, you should also make sure that you're really staying off the roads until emergency officials have time to get out there, assess, and also respond. Take a look at this. This is actually from Caroline Allison. You can see it's. Can we drop this for a second, guys? See the tree? This is on Burnt Store Aisle, and it barely actually missed a car there, she told us. There are also downed trees and power lines all over the place. So make sure when you can head out that you are very careful. And also just a reminder, curfews, they're still in effect for another 4 minutes or so. There's in effect till 6 a.m. for Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto, and Lake Placid. Lee County and Hendry County, you still have a whole nother hour. Those are in effect till 7 a.m. In Lee and Hendry, they start at 8, everybody else 9. And then it's going to be like this, guys, until we are told otherwise every day.
All Collier and Hendry County schools also are closed today through Friday until further notice. Now, Lee County schools are closed until Tuesday. They have not yet made the decision on extending that. And Cape Coral Municipal Charter Schools are also closed today.
We are continuing our coverage. We'll have much more on what it looks like around Southwest Florida when we get back.
Beef O'Brady's 2 for $20. The only hard part is choosing. First, pick a starter to share. Then pick 2 entrees like grilled shrimp and a steak bowl. All for $20. Beef O'Brady's, where 2 for $20 gets you plenty.
Let's go.
Penny's singing is a little off-key.
What the hell is that? If cats could sing, they'd hate it too.
Next, Big Bang. Tonight at 7 on WXCW.
If I ever had a friend that was in the situation that I was in, I would immediately recommend Bruce L. Shiner's office. No one wants to be in an accident, but if you are, I would have to say that if you're looking for an attorney, Bruce L. Shiner's office is the place to be. It's the place to go. They will take care of you. They immediately make you comforted. They will bring you in by the hand and they'll treat you like family.
My diagnosis is stage 3B, adenocarcinoma, lung cancer. I was scared. I needed medicine within days. Florida Cancer Specialists had the clinical trials that I needed. Being diagnosed with cancer, the hardest part about it was thinking about my boys not having a mom. It's the actions of my doctor at Florida Cancer Specialists. That's the reason why I'm still here.
Crowther Roofing has been protecting a lifetime of memories in Southwest Florida for 4 generations. Because if it matters to you, it matters to Crowther Roofing.
Crowther Residential and Commercial Roofing up on top.
We've got the wind, we've got the rain, and now we should start to see the development of the storm surge. No matter how long you've lived here, no matter how many storms you've weathered.
That storm surge is coming. As you can see, my hat just blew off.
Every hurricane is different. Brand new information from the National Hurricane Center. This storm's weakening. Stay with Wink News for continuing coverage of this powerful storm.
On TV, online, on your smartphone, and on the radio. Count on Wink News, the Weather Authority.
Beef O'Brady's burgers across America with Des Moines triple bacon, Green Bay's 5-cheeser, or the Memphis Love Me Tender. All made with premium blend Angus. Pick any 2 for just $17. Beef's. Bet your Angus it's good.
We've got the wind, we've got the rain, and now we should start to see the development of the storm surge. No matter how long you've lived here, no matter how many storms you've weathered.
That storm surge is coming. As you can see, my hat just blew off.
Every hurricane is different. Brand new information from the National Hurricane Center. This storm's weakening. Stay with Wink News for continuing coverage of this powerful storm.
On TV, online, on your smartphone, and on the radio. Count on Wink News, the Weather Authority.
And right now it is 6 o'clock on your Monday morning. We are still now starting to assess the damage around Southwest Florida.
Yeah, it's been really sobering getting those images coming in this morning. And it's only, I think, going to get worse as the sun rises and we can actually really see the extent of it out there.
But first, let's get right to Weather Authority meteorologist Matt Devitt for a full look at the forecast as of today and what's the latest on Hurricane Irma. Matt.
Yeah, well, finally, I have some good news to report here. Irma is weaker, barely a Category 1 hurricane, and it's only a matter of time before it becomes a tropical storm. But that does not mean that Irma, didn't leave her mark. We definitely had the winds. We had wind gusts well over 100 in multiple spots. But thankfully, we had the surge. And we actually have some surge right now, and I'll highlight that here in just one second. But because the fact that Irma made this track right here, and notice how it was not more in the Gulf, that would have led to a significant issue with storm surge. But because, thankfully for us, it made that nudge right at the last minute, more inland, Granted, we got hit with the eye wall, very good. We had those winds at around 100 to 140 in spots, but because it did that, it brought the most significant storm surge away from southwest Florida. But right now, we actually do have storm surge in progress across southwest Florida, and just going over some of the lists here. In Lee County, right now, a 1.5 storm surge is being reported. So I'm seeing it right now at Wink. We're right along the Caloosahatchee, and we do actually have some saltwater flooding here at the station. Okay, so 1.5. Let's plan on the possibility that it could hit 2 to 3. So again, right now it's at 1.5. Let's plan on maybe a 2 to 3 foot storm surge, and the high tide is approaching. It's going to be here soon. After high tide, we're going to try to bring that storm surge down a bit. Okay, so 1.5 in Lee County. In Collier County, and the sensor is in Naples, they're reporting a 3-foot storm surge, but that's going down. But that's been going down a bit. Okay, so 3-foot storm surge right now. Hypothetically, let's maybe play it safe and say maybe 4 feet is a possibility. So right now it's a 3, 4 is a possibility, but it's going to try to trend more down here in the hours ahead. So that's in Naples. I don't have an official recording in Charlotte County for the gauge, for the level. So I'm going to treat that very similar to Lee County, which is roughly around 1 to 2, with the possibility of a 3-foot water level rise and storm surge. Now, the way that we do this, and the way that it's done from the Hurricane Center and all the officials here in Florida, it's from ground level and then up. Okay, it's not sea level. Okay, it's going to be from the ground level and up. And basically what they've done is they've calculated where you live, and they've basically made all those maps that I'm sure you've been seeing the past few days, but they've basically calculated that right now you could see, if you live in one of those areas closer to, let's say, the Gulf, the Caloosahatchee, maybe some of those streams where that water can get pushed up. Right now, we're seeing a 1.5 storm surge in Fort Myers, a 3-foot storm surge in Naples. And again, let's gauge it around Charlotte Harbor at about 1 to 2 feet right now, but we could see a few isolated 3-foot storm surge amounts. In, was it about 6 o'clock? Actually, the high tide is at 6:30 for Charlotte Harbor. And then gradually, in time, especially as we hit this afternoon and this evening, we're going to try to lower those amounts, the storm surge values, and I promise you, gradually it will start to improve, especially by late this afternoon and into this evening. So the time frame for the surge, it is going to be this morning, and then as Irma moves away and makes this track more towards the north-northwest at 18, we will feel less of the influence. The winds will gradually lower, and the reason why we're seeing this and seeing the storm surge is because of the wind force shoving that water and the water from the Gulf down our waterways. But if we lose that force and lower the winds, that's less energy to push it into our waterways. And again, the storm surge will improve by especially later on today. So here's the tropical tracker. Notice the tropical storm, more of a rainmaker, if anything, around Alabama, Mississippi, all the way towards Tennessee and Kentucky. So there you go. It's a lot weaker than what we had around 18 hours ago and yesterday afternoon. Worst part of the storm, and what's left of the eye wall is right now on top of Gainesville all the way towards St. Augustine, and this will continue towards the Georgia border. Right now, because it's a counterclockwise system, we are seeing some of those wraparound showers, and if you've been outside so far, which again, please don't be on the roads, they don't recommend that. It's going to be windy. We have some wraparound wind action as well as a few of these showers right now on top of Charlotte Harbor. The rain could briefly pick up with also the wind. This band of rain continues basically from southern DeSoto County right on top of the Peace River and Charlotte Harbor, extends towards Rotunda and then out into the Gulf. And the reason why I'm breaking this down very specifically is we got thousands and thousands of people without power right now. They can't see me on TV, so they're using the radio. So I want to visually put this into their head with what we have going on. So if you're listening to me on radio, I'm going to do my very, very best to kind of paint out everything that we have right now. So in Lee County, we have a few showers right around the border, let's say around Bonita Springs and also around Pelican Bay. So a few isolated showers, a few more of these spotty showers in DeSoto County starting to approach Highlands County. So the wind stations, we've been mentioning this all morning. I don't have very many. They were knocked out, unfortunately, because of the wind. And so what I had to do, I think I literally had 1 or 2 survive. it would have created a nasty looking image. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use our computer model, which is gauging and estimating our current wind gusts right now, which in DeSoto County are at around 30 to 40, 30 to 40 for Charlotte County, 30 to 40 around Lee County, and looks like same type of pattern all the way down towards Collier and as well as Hendry counties. Now watch what happens as we go throughout the day. What happened to the red and the purple? That's that stronger wind. We're going to try to bring it down at around 11 as we hit lunchtime. The winds will hit about 20 to 30 gusting. And then as we transition into this afternoon and this evening, the wind gradually will get better. Baby steps, we'll take it. 3:30, notice those winds still will be breezy out of the southwest coming right off of the Gulf. It's basically the tail of Irma. And it's going to be breezy, 10 to 20, and then even better of a situation by Tuesday. So I know it has been breezy. I know it's been very windy thanks to Irma. That will improve big time as we hit Tuesday. Now the storm surge situation is because of this piling from this persistent southwest wind coming right off of the Gulf. But notice how as the winds gradually back off, I do expect, especially by late this afternoon and into this evening, the storm surge potential will be much lower and it's going to be going down. So the time frame to watch out for it, and we do have it in progress right now across southwest Florida, will be this morning. The rain. We will have a few isolated and spotty showers, including this morning into this afternoon and this evening. Notice how the coverage is very hit or miss, including around the I-75 corridor, Charlotte, Lee, as well as Collier counties. Nothing widespread, not the hours and hours and hours of rain that we had yesterday, but we are going to have some spotty action, so please keep that in mind. Factor in the wind and also this chance of rain as we go throughout your Monday.
All right, thanks so much, Matt. More than 3.6 million Floridians are without power right now. The Florida Power and Light Company says these are the updated numbers as of 5 a.m. In Lee County, there's more than 225,000 without power. Collier County, over 200,000. In Sarasota County, over 174,000. In Charlotte County, more than 70,000. Hendry County, 9,700. And in Glades County, 2,420. Meanwhile, 170,000 LCEC customers are without power. Curfews are in effect right now. Lee and Hendry counties are under a daily curfew from 8 p.m. until 7 a.m., so still another hour to go there. Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto counties, and Lake Placid are under curfew from 9 p.m. through 6 a.m., so that was just lifted 8 minutes ago there, but still probably a safe bet if you wait to head home or wait until it's at least daylight out. These are daily curfews until further notice. It is 6 a.m. now, so that means those of you in Charlotte, Collier, and DeSoto can go outside and try to move around. But again, just please be careful if you do. The same for Lake Placid. Lee and Hendry counties still have an hour left.
But many people will try to get back to their homes today, but they're not really going to like what they see.
Oliver Redston is tracking damage for us in the Naples area. And Oliver, how's it going?
It's going very poorly, to be honest with you, Brittany. Everywhere that we've been so far has just been hard to look at. All of these scenes are difficult to fathom, and especially we just spoke to one man in the mobile home community where we are who was just seeing his home for the first time after the storm, and I think that really kind of brings it home for you. He was almost to the point of tears. We asked him if he wanted to talk on camera. Understandably, he said no. He said, I just can't even bring myself to talk about it right now. It's just so devastating. So with that being said, I want to show you around a little bit what we're seeing right now. We're just behind Hitching Post Plaza in Naples off of 41, and take a look at this. This complete structure, this awning here, absolutely destroyed by the storm, collapsed in on itself. As we pan down towards the ground, you can see the siding from the home has been completely ripped off, leaves from palm trees ripped off of the trees. And take a look at this. I mean, we just found this in the roadway, a board, some kind of a board with jagged nails sticking out of it. This is in the middle of the roadway, so that should give you an indication of how dangerous the conditions are on the roads right now. And again, you've heard it on our broadcast this morning, but we'll say it again. There is a curfew in place that was just lifted in Collier County at 6 a.m. But again, we do want you to use extreme caution. We've been talking talking with first responders here in Collier, and they say, even though the curfew has been lifted, it's not safe to be out on the roads right now. I'm going to continue to walk you down this street here, give you more of an indication of what we're seeing. Take a look at this home right here. You can see there's lawn furniture upended, this palm tree uprooted, and then if we can, I'll have my cameraman Justin pan up a little bit. You can see there's a power line that's completely down there. And again, want to issue another warning, because this is one of the most dangerous things in post-hurricane conditions are these downed power lines, and especially when those get in the water, they can be difficult to see. We've actually almost driven over a couple of them today. Those are the most dangerous thing in the post-hurricane conditions. And again, they are all over Collier County right now. If you're here, if you're anywhere in the area, want you to use extreme caution if you're out on the roads. I'm going to walk you down to one more mobile home right down here, because you can see, take a look at this. This is absolutely unbelievable. Pieces of sheet metal literally folded as if they were paper. Look at that. Unbelievable how strong these winds were here. And Collier County, just about everywhere, is feeling the full effects of Hurricane Irma this morning. And I'll tell you guys, we've been out here for a few hours now, and it's difficult just to see folks now returning home for the first time. So much emotion, and people really, really hurting this morning.
Yeah, Oliver, just incredible pictures that we're seeing now, and it's only going to get worse as the sun comes up. And you showed the carports there that are crumbled. Are you seeing the actual mobile homes damaged as well?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. You can see, well, I'll step out of the way so you can see the roof on this mobile home is actually ripped up on itself. We saw cars with the back windows smashed out. We know that water has been seeping into these mobile homes because a lot of times you'll see towards the bottom they'll have holes in the structure, and that allows water to seep in, especially with the storm surge. Deputies told us this morning there was about 4 feet of storm surge in this area, and again, we're at Hitching Post Plaza right off of 41 in Naples, and he said this is probably one of the worst hit areas. Again, this general area right off of 41 in South Naples, guys.
Thanks so much, Oliver. And I mean, mobile homes, for this reason, is why they're typically one of the first that are evacuated, because they just can't withstand, whether it's a tornado or hurricane, those winds.
Right.
And that shows you the extent of the power. I mean, Oliver described it really well, saying that it folded like paper. I mean, the destruction out there is really breathtaking.
And I'm hoping that no one stayed in those mobile homes out there. So that's going to be what we're going to have to look for, as the sunlight comes up. Meanwhile, all Collier and Hendry County schools are closed today through Friday until further notice. So parents, if you're wondering, in those counties, Lee County schools are closed until Tuesday. They're still trying to decide if they're going to extend that. And Cape Coral Municipal Charter Schools are also closed today. And colleges, FGCU extended its closure today. They will remain closed until Wednesday, September 13th.
Florida Southwestern State College will remain closed through Wednesday, September 13th. These closings include the FSW campuses in Fort Myers, Naples, and Punta Gorda, plus the Henry Glades Curtis Center in LaBelle. FSW's collegiate high schools and child care centers will also remain closed.
And several areas are, of course, under a boil water notice this morning. Those areas include Sanibel, Captiva, Arcadia, the Collier County Water District customers, Marco Island, Bonita Beach, Fort Myers Beach, Big Hickory Island, Little Hickory Island, and Black Island North. Again, those areas are under a boil water alert, and you need to boil your water for at least a minute before you drink it or cook with it or even brush your teeth with it.
Marco Island took a direct hit from Hurricane Irma. Watch and listen.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
You can hear the wind howling. This is from Henry Tyler Hill. The video shows the whipping winds and rain as the hurricane made landfall on Marco Island, and you can see just how destructive it is and powerful with the trees, flying through the wind. The rain is really just going in that certain direction in the video there. You can just see how powerful it is. The storm surge flooding is another big problem, as you can imagine there. And these are images out of Marco Island as well. This is sent in to us by Wink News viewer George Solis, where you can see that the rainwater was almost all the way up to that stop sign, and it's really flooded a lot of the neighborhood. So we'll have to see the extent of the damage at a lot of these homes. Rescue crews will wait until daylight to assess the extent of that damage.
And Wake News reporter Chris Grisby is live along Fort Myers Beach. Chris, many people very anxious to see what the island looks like right now. What is it like where you are?
Yeah, where I'm standing right now, we're just about 25 yards from the Pink Shell Hotel, and we're seeing a lot of debris like this. It's just flying around with the wind. And I want you to see this tree. There's a lot of down tree lines around this area, and then Estero Boulevard has a lot of down power lines. Here's one right over here that I'm going to show you. Let me just gather my steps so we don't step on it. This is the main road, Estero Boulevard here, and you can see that this power line is down, extending all the way across Estero, going all the way up. That's why officials aren't encouraging people to come out and check out their homes and businesses. From what we drove around so far, many of these homes and businesses, they look like they're in pretty much good shape. Last night at the hotel that we were staying at, one window did come off. That was due to a door being hit, and a cigarette butt just hit at it and busted the window on the 6th floor. But as you can see, there's just a lot of down power lines, a lot of down trees. Here's actually another standing water with some more debris, so you just don't want to be in this area because you just don't know what you're stepping into. This is the Island Shore Plaza right back over here. It looks like some type of condominium, but you can see how fast this wind was blowing in overnight, just gusting all this debris and dirt right over here and just forcing it out. Right now the winds have calmed down a little bit since we last spoke to you, but Kelsey Kushner, last time she spoke to you, you were able to see those waves coming up. She was standing about in the Times Square Plaza, maybe just about 50 yards from the ocean, and that water had came up. Luckily for us though, we're standing in dry ground, so that water hasn't came onto Estero Boulevard yet, but you can see that the devastation is still here all along this area, and there's of course some more down power lines. So if you're at home, if you're in a shelter, or if you're listening to us on the radio and you're wondering how your home is looking here on Fort Myers Beach, now is definitely not the time to come and look at it. Wait for officials, Lee County Sheriff's Office and other emergency officials to come sweep the area up and make sure everything's okay before. But I can tell you this, if you live along Estero Boulevard, we've been up and down, most of these homes look okay. Most of these businesses do look okay. We've seen a couple business owners coming and checking on their property. We do not encourage you to do that right now because like you just saw, there's still some power lines down and we don't want you to put yourself in any danger.
And Chris, you know, so many people have been asking, what about the water? Are we going to see the storm surge, you know, pushing up on shore? Chris, do you have any indication, is that water moving closer to any businesses or roadways, or have you seen it kind of stay off?
For the most part, it has stayed off a little bit. Like I just mentioned earlier, Kelsey, where she was standing earlier in her live shot, she was about 50 yards away from the shoreline. So that water had came up a little bit towards the Times Square Plaza area, but it's only just a little bit of puddle. So as far as like major flooding or anything that's going to impact your business or home along the shoreline, it might just be a little bit of puddles. So that's definitely good news because we are expecting a storm surge as high as 12 feet. So just seeing a couple inches, if that, along your business on the shoreline or your residence is definitely good news.
And Chris, throughout the morning, we've been talking to you typically over the phone. So when did you determine that it was safe enough for you to even head back outdoors?
Yeah, so earlier this morning around 2 a.m., those winds were howling. As soon as we woke up, we just heard it going, whistling, just throughout the whole concrete hotel. And so we were doing phoners all throughout the morning, but a lot of people have been messaging us because they know we're here on Fort Myers Beach. How's my resident? How's my business? How's everything looking like right now? And people just want to know. So when those winds calmed down, we knew it was safe to come out and just take an aerial view, but we're taking all precaution necessary, just trying to get the hot spots where people mainly have businesses and where a lot of people live. Like I said, we're on the main road, Estero Boulevard here. So just given that overall perspective, we can't go to each and every single street that people live or have businesses on, but we can give that overall perspective from what we're seeing all the way from the hotel that we're staying at to the Shell, the Pink Shell Hotel that we're at right now.
All right, Chris, thanks so much. And a lot of people still without power in that area as well.
And we actually just got brand new information. We just got brand new information from LCEC, or from FPL, 5.8 million people across the state without power.
Yeah, so that goes to show you right there. And they're working as hard as they possibly can to restore that for you. But it's going to take time for some areas.
Yeah.
Some might get it back today, some might get it back tomorrow, but others it might be days. So just be prepared for that. And new in just the last 20 minutes, Sanibel officials are releasing new details about the condition on the island. They say the highest recorded wind speed on the island was 57 miles per hour. Lee County and Florida Department of Transportation will begin inspecting the Sanibel Causeway today. And right now, most of the island is without power, but officials say they're working with LCEC and they're under a boil water alert. No 911 calls were received from during that storm.
So far, we know Naples is one of the hardest hit areas. I mean, take a look at this video. It shows just one of the neighborhoods slammed by the wind. You see palm trees with all of the fronds missing. You see basically a pipe spewing water, metal on the ground crumbled like paper, debris everywhere, really. And there will be plenty more damage to see when the sun does rise today, so we're going to have to prepare ourselves mentally to see these images. Meanwhile, Michelle Kingston is outside the Naples Grand Beach Resort in North Naples. And Michelle, what are you seeing there?
Well, we're on our way down to Marco Island. We're currently on 41, and this is what we continue to see as we drive south. This is just one of many trees now blocking main roads down here in Naples. If you've ever wanted to feel small, stand in front of one of these. It is incredible to see what Hurricane Irma has done to this area. Look at some of this video that we've been shooting as we've been driving down towards Marco. Many trees, many street lights, a lot of light poles. We've seen some flooding. We're also noticing a power line down on the side of the road here as well. So, of course, just a lot of damage. We're finally being able to see what Hurricane Irma really did to this area. We heard that wind howling last night. We knew that we were going to see some of this damage. We just didn't know how bad it was going to be. And, of course, now we're finally getting to see some of that. We're going to continue down to Marco Island, and we'll talk to you from down there. But for now, in Collier County, Michelle Kingston, Wink News Now.
And Wink News is the Weather Authority. We'll be right back after this break.
We sip, we peel, and we sweat. Nah, like this.
Grab a large or extra large freshly ground, freshly brewed hot coffee for your chance to win. Get your celebration ready. Dunkin' Donuts. This is coffee. This is winning.
My father was a policeman. We were raised in a house filled with love and taught to respect others, work hard, and thank God for everything we had. My blue-collar upbringing has served me well over my 30 years as a trial lawyer. Good, honest, hard work is all I know. I'm Jim Kelleher. If you've been injured in an accident and you want justice, call me. It's what I do. Visit jimforjustice.com today or call me at 833-JIM-FOR-JUSTICE.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, non-stop issue, and they're finally walking into the Good Feet store. Okay, the guy that came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. I looked at him, I said, "Are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been?" I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
See for yourself at the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
The Palms, Southwest Florida's premier 5-star senior living rental community. Our experienced, friendly, and compassionate staff will make you feel at home while giving your family a peace of mind. Independent living, assisted living, a secured memory neighborhood, and even outpatient therapy services. The Palms in Fort Myers is a hidden secret in the heart of Southwest Florida. All the amenities you should expect from a 5-star award-winning community, making every day exceptional for over 29 years. Call today.
Everything all right?
Actually, you know how Tom had knee surgery?
Sure.
We found out Brad's been taking his painkillers. And it turns out he's been doing it for a while.
Most people don't know what to say about drugs, but we do. Visit us at drugfree.org.
Looking for adventure this Labor Day?
Holy smokes. Oh man, that's pretty intense.
Look no further than Chevrolet.
This is a fast car. I feel like I left my soul back there.
Wow, this has power.
Head to the Chevy Labor Day sales event and ride out the summer in a new Chevrolet.
current Chevy owners can use Labor Day bonus cash to get a total value of $11,600 on this Silverado All-Star, or get 0% financing for 72 months on all Tahoe and Suburban models. See your Southwest Florida Chevy dealers.
Dunkin' has lots of fall favorites to root for. Maple pecan, pumpkin, maple sugar bacon. But on game day, we root for one team. One team, baby. Win the fall, folks.
And the time now is 6:26 on your Monday morning. Before making landfall in Florida, Irma left a path of destruction across the Caribbean, killing about 24 people. This morning, the U.S. government is working on evacuation plans now to get Americans out of the hurricane-ravaged region.
Wink News reporter Hannah Doba has more.
Cuba is now cleaning up after Irma bashed the island as a Category 5 hurricane, packing 160-mile-per-hour winds. Havana's famous seawall was swamped by the monster storm. Water was pushed nearly a third of a mile inland, leaving many neighborhoods flooded, some destroyed. Thousands of foreign tourists had to ride out the storm.
We just accept it and we make the best of it and still enjoy ourselves wherever we are.
The U.S. Coast Guard has arrived in St. Thomas in the U.S. Virgin Islands, where strong winds knocked down power lines and flattened homes. Residents are now forced to stand in line for hours to get water and gasoline.
We have a curfew. We need to come out of the houses at 12 o'clock and be back home at 6. That means that period of time is the time that we have to get whatever we need. Water, food, gasoline.
Relief efforts are also underway in hard-hit St. Martin. Irma trapped some 5,000 U.S. citizens on the island. The State Department says evacuations there continue this morning. Americans are being told to show up at the St. Martin airport with only their passports and a small carry-on bag. With no running water and limited shelter at the airport, evacuees are being warned of long wait times. Hannah Doba, CBS News.
And Sarasota County deputies have a warning for you tonight. Stay inside. They say a driver got stuck under a fallen tree. In this video, they're working to get that person out. No word yet on that driver's condition. Meanwhile, Marco Island, the storm blowing cars around. Take a look at this video that was posted to Twitter. You can see the cars right there at the bottom of the screen, just tossed around like toys on top of this parking garage. Again, this was in Naples, but you just see the power of the wind and the rain. An incredible sight, and I hope that no one was injured during that at the particular building in Naples.
Okay. All right, and we're going to move on now to weather. We have meteorologist Zach Malak here, and we want to talk a little bit more about where things are at.
Yeah, in fact, guys, looking at a Category 1 storm right now, we are going to continue to see that storm really across our area, but notice that path move across southwest Florida through basically the afternoon, also through the evening, but still we've had those storms continue to move towards the north, really seeing conditions begin to weaken, and we are going to continue to see our southwest Florida areas see less wind speeds through the afternoon, as well as less rain, but still seeing some rain across the area. But overall, let's go hour by hour throughout the day and show you what really is going on. In fact, a closer look showing at the newest outlook, showing the Category 1 storm. Again, in the newest outlook, again, it looks like the 5 a.m. advisory is still on that screen. Let's go to, Weather 2 is still on there. But overall, the update still showing a Category 1 storm moving off towards the north and northwest. But still, this is a big thing that we have to continue to watch, because many of our friends, our loved ones, our family members actually had to get evacuated to Alabama, to Georgia, as well as to the northern Florida coast. We are going to continue to see conditions improve across our area, even though we see more showers and even a few storms come this afternoon. Going hour by hour through today, Irma, the really most intense conditions are now over with. Still seeing a little bit of surge, really because of this southwesterly breeze moving into southwest Florida, Sanibel, Captiva, even into portions of the Caloosahatchee, but overall not even close to being anywhere near what those worst case scenario conditions were that we noted the last few days. Overall, seeing just a minor surge, 1 to 2 feet, and by saying surge, it's just saying 1 to 2 feet above average. Really not much of a surge, because above the average water levels right now still can be within some of your barriers in your backyard, some maybe just toppling overhead. Us here at Wink News, we actually have a little bit of overdraft with some of those surge, but still not much, seeing at least a foot or so just above the Billy Creek here in Fort Myers. Overall, we're going to continue to see more showers, and even a few of these showers being scattered in nature through the afternoon, through the evening, something we will continue to track on radar because I know many of you are going to be coming home later on this afternoon, evening, maybe coming home to some roof damage. Definitely putting some tarps on your roofs this afternoon, as also through this evening. But the wind speed will be dying down through the afternoon, also through the evening hours, going through the afternoon and evening overnight tonight. Finally seeing conditions really clear completely across our area. Isolated showers to start early Tuesday morning before they finally seeing wind speeds dial back. Notice the colors across South Florida. Seeing a lot of gray, seeing a lot of blue. These are wind speeds anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour sustained. So really back to normal conditions once again for early Tuesday morning. For today, we will continue to see wind speeds dial back throughout the day. Overall, not really talking about it too much in terms of wind speeds from Naples south. Still seeing some sustained wind speeds, Port Charlotte northward, anywhere from at least 20 to 40 miles per hour. All right, still seeing some rain shower activity across the Cape Hayes Peninsula. Still seeing some radar returns really there from Port Charlotte through Arcadia, Lake Placid. Overall, seeing the light to moderate rain across that area, and this band is going to continue to funnel across the Cape Hayes Peninsula into central and southern portions of DeSoto County and even across US 17. So even though the rain showers still continue to funnel in and the wind still continues to be on the higher side, Brittany, it looks like it's going to be one of those afternoons, also one of those evenings. We'll see the wind speeds dial back and also continue to see just some isolated showers from time to time, something we'll track on Doppler radar through the afternoon.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks so much. We now have the Fort Myers Fire Chief, John Caulfield, on the phone. We've been working to get him this morning. John, can you hear us now?
I can.
Okay, great. Well, can you tell us how things are going out there now at 6:30 this morning? How are things going for you guys?
Well, we're methodically going throughout the city, street by street. You know, we've gridded off the whole city, so police, fire, and public works officers are out in the neighborhoods assessing the streets. Once daylight hits, we'll do a more thorough assessment of the buildings, but we're looking for kind of major, obvious issues and problems right now.
Right.
So that's where we are. We sent our crews out about 11:30 last night, and we've been methodically working through the city since then.
Chief, can you give us a better idea of what the initial reports are? How bad is the damage so far?
You know, honestly, we have not seen anything that we would consider to be catastrophic. Okay. You know, lots of debris in the roads, standing water, wires down, fairly standard stuff that you would expect with a storm. So we want to make sure that we do go street by street, though, to make sure that we don't miss something.
What do you expect for today? I know it was a lot of it was that anticipation and buildup, and I know that you and a lot of the emergency officials were extremely prepared for this. So how do you feel about going into today, and what do you expect to come out of it? How much do you think you'll be able to do?
Well, as I said, the first thing we really need to do is get out in the neighborhoods, and we've been very methodical in our approach to this. We've covered the main streets and intersections throughout the city, some of what we would call, you know, critical infrastructure, the hospitals and other, you know, buildings, high-rise buildings, assisted living, and those kinds of places. So we're kind of staying with that process, but as I said, we've got all of our folks out in the streets, and we're going to hit every neighborhood. But we also can learn from our previous events and our preparations. We know areas that are prone to flooding or that are higher risk, you know, trees and those kinds of things. Right. So we're very methodical in our approach. We're not really expecting to see anything catastrophic, but we want to make sure if it's out there that we find it.
And Chief, I mean, you know, that's such a sigh of relief, I'm sure, for a lot of people who have evacuated. They're wondering right now, what am I going to come home to? And that weight is just terrifying. Is there any indication of any flooding or storm surge across the city of Fort Myers right now?
Yes, there is some flooding. Again, I would go to described as areas that are kind of prone to flooding. Okay. Major roadways are not flooded as far as we've discovered to this point. You know, we have seen evidence of some storm surge, but nothing, certainly not at the catastrophic level. I would say it's routine, or maybe a little bit more than routine. But generally speaking, given the magnitude of the storm, we're pleasantly surprised that we don't have any more significant damage.
And I think it's important to point out, too, with the fire department, you guys are not, it's not just fires. You know, they report to every single emergency typically. And so you guys, I mean, it's really a treat this morning to even have you over the phone to get an idea of what you guys are going to be doing, because you're going to be busy. I mean, you typically respond to emergencies and calls and, all those 911 calls. So you guys are just normally busy on an everyday basis. Right. So this is going to be, a days-long process, I would imagine, for you guys?
Well, yes, certainly days long. We started our preparation efforts first thing Tuesday morning, so we've been preparing for this from a planning standpoint for the past 5 days specific to this event. We've called in all of our off-duty folks. We're doing extended shifts or double shifts. This is what we prepare for. And as you mentioned, yes, we have our typical 911 calls. We run 16,000 calls a year in the city of Fort Myers, just in the fire department, medical emergencies, alarms, you name it. So this is adding more burden on our folks, but this is what we prepare for. And I've got a great team.
Yeah, you absolutely do, Chief. And let me ask you one final question. When are people going to know when it's safe to go back home? And what do you advise people to do today if they're not home yet?
Well, the first thing I would ask people to do is leave this stuff to the professionals. Give us some time to get out in the streets, do the assessment of the neighborhoods. We need to be mindful of wires down and standing water, and the fact that the roadways aren't safe, even though they're not covered in debris. We've got lots of intersections that do not have lights, so there's all the traffic issues. I know people have a natural curiosity; they want to get out and see what's going on. They want to get to the stores. But if my safety message is really just stay home. Avoid any hazards. If you have any questions about, should I call 911 or not, err on the side of caution. Call 911. We'll send a team out there, do a quick assessment, get the people settled, and try to alleviate any fears. And, again, leave that work to the professionals. We want everybody to keep safety in the forefront of their mind.
Absolutely, Chief. And thank you so much for taking the time with us. And please give our best to your men and women there at the fire department. They're the true heroes right now. And best of luck to you guys, and thanks for the work that you do.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you covering this, and the nod to our police, fire, and public works officials.
Thank you so much. Well, the storm is moving out, but the danger is still very real.
Wait, reporter John Treeweiler is in Cape Coral, where the winds are still a concern this morning. John.
Well, good morning again from Cape Coral. Listen, this is the signs we're seeing all over the Cape this morning. This is a very large tree. As you can see, it's been uprooted. It has been blocking the roadway. It's been tipped over. We're still experiencing watch out for that stop sign, Akeem. Watch out for that sign. We're still seeing very strong wind gusts. Right now, that stop sign right there, you see it, is being knocked loose. It was knocked loose last night, obviously, by the stronger winds, and this morning large wind gusts are coming out, and they are battering stuff again. So that's the concern. That's why we don't want you out here right now. In fact, we're probably going to go inside for a little bit till these winds die down, because something like this stop sign right here could be knocked loose and could hit you in the face, could hit you and seriously injure you. We're seeing roofs off of buildings in some parts, but mainly we're seeing a lot of trees, not a lot of damage to houses this morning. That's the good news. We'll, of course, keep you updated. Power is still out in a lot of Cape Coral. In Cape Coral, I'm John Treeweiler, Wink News Now.
All right, John, thank you. This flooding is at Sherwood Community in Lehigh Acres at the corner of State Road 82 and Lee Boulevard. Take your attention to the white car back there. The water is almost completely covering the tires.
And flooding in Estero at Copper Oaks. Take a look at this. The water going into the garages there. This was sent in by Wink News viewer through the Wink News Facebook page.
And now Wink News reporter Michelle Kingston is on Marco Island, one of the definitely hit parts of our area. Michelle, how are things looking out there?
Well, we finally made it here. It took us quite a while to get here from our hotel in Naples. We went over the bridge, came a little bit down South Collier Boulevard, and we were greeted with this, a big tree blocking the road here. And when we first pulled up, we thought it was just this tree, but Prina, if you come a little further, closer over here, we'll show them. It's not just one tree. Look, the whole road is covered in these trees right here. It's just an incredible sight to see, just to see how strong Hurricane Irma really did come through Marco Island. Now, I'm sure you guys have all seen the videos that have been sent in from viewers here during the storm last night. As you can see, it's still very dark here, and we just arrived, so we're still not able to see a lot of the damage, but this is, of course, what we saw when we first showed up here. Now, it is starting to get a little bit lighter, so we're going to be able to get a better look shortly. But I can tell you we are hearing an emergency siren over here at a condo building. Of course, power is out here, so that could be why we're hearing that. And there were Marco Island police right at the bottom of the bridge there that were telling us to be very careful. Of course, we are able to drive out here, but they cautioned us. They said it is very dangerous, flooding, and of course tons of trees down, a lot of debris on the road. You can show them right here. This is what we saw the entire drive down here. And actually, I shot some cell phone video so you guys could see it. If you want to pull that up now, just in our drive here. I'll try to remember the streets we were on. My photographer might have to remind me, but we were on Airport Pulling Road. We were on 41 and then Collier Boulevard in order to get here to Marco. And we saw power lines down, we saw street lights down, poles in the middle of the road, and of course those trees. It was, again, just very incredible to see and very emotional too. You know, so many people move here to Southwest Florida because it is such a beautiful place to live, and to see it like this is just so devastating. Now we're going to go ahead and keep driving around here and hopefully be able to bring you some more live video and show you what we're seeing down here, guys.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. Please stay safe out there. Your safety is #1 priority, but thanks for bringing us that live report. It's the first time we're seeing anything from Marco Island.
Right, and Marco Island, would you say that's one of the harder hit areas?
Absolutely. Yeah, they had some significant surge. That's where it made landfall.
Yeah.
Cat 3, they had a wind gust to 130, the highest 142.
Really?
Naples Airport.
Wow.
Yeah, so there was that potential. I've already heard some murmurs about, hype. Sure. And no, it was a powerful storm. And if anything, we got lucky. We got lucky with the surge. And speaking of, this is what we have right now. Okay, so in Collier County, you peaked at around 3 to 5 for your storm surge, but currently, as of right now, I have a sensor that's checking in at around 2 to 3, but that one is falling. So good news in Collier County. That one is falling. The one in Lee County is currently actually at 1.5. Now, because it's rising, I'm going to at least throw in the potential for a 3-foot water level rise. I would say more than likely, truthfully, it would probably be near 2, but I'm going to play it safe here and throw in the 3. So that one is rising. However, high tide is around 7:30. So after that point, I do expect eventually that one to join Collier and start to fall. The high tide for Charlotte Harbor is actually right now. High tide's right now for Charlotte Harbor. You're checking in at around 1 to 3 feet of a water level rise. And then just like eventually Lee County, that one will fall. So I've been actually on Facebook. I've been reading all your questions. So that way I can give you a little bit of peace of mind here and have you not worry. All this is not going to be life-threatening. Okay? What you will notice is that if you live along the Gulf, if you live along some of our rivers, Imperial River, Caloosahatchee, Myakka, Peace River, you will notice a water level rise, and it's because of Irma, and because of that wind basically forcing the water from the Gulf farther up. But because of the fact that, we got so lucky with Irma, this could have been a lot worse. This could have been so much worse, 5 to 10 feet. There was that possibility if Irma would have stayed more in the Gulf. Because that way the eye wall, the worst part of the storm, would have forced in more water. But the fact that this system, and Zach was talking about it a little bit ago here in the Weather Center, the fact that it moved more inland and more towards the east, folks, I cannot stress enough how lucky we got. Now, we got unlucky in the fact that the eye wall are right on top of our most populated areas, from essentially Marco Island all the way towards Lely, Naples. We had that 142 wind gust. So pros and cons, it was pick your poison, but the storm surge right now, again to recap, it's at 2 to 3 feet in Collier County, especially around Naples. That's where my sensor is. That one's falling. The one in Lee County, which is on the Caloosahatchee, that one right now is at 1.5 feet. Again, it's not 5 to 10 feet. It's not through the roof. It's not going to be over your head, but it is a little bit of a water level rise. And as we hit around high tide, that's going to be at about 7:30. It will continue to rise, and I would estimate it would probably peak at about 2 feet. So right here at Wink, we actually have some flooding in our parking lot, and it's I would say about 3/4 up on some of the cars that we have in the parking lot, and it is still rising. But I just want to stress enough here that it's not going to be life-threatening, and it's not going to continue to rise to 5, 10 feet. That's not going to happen. Okay, so the range is going to be, again, for if you see let's say the upper end and the worst part of the surge, it would be at about 2 to 3 feet in Lee County, and that's from the ground up. From the ground up for where you live and then up. That was one of the, I think, the confusions with the storm surge maps and all the ones that we had. There was a lot of confusion, but that was always the plan from the Hurricane Center. And then as being a media outlet, we wanted to relay that information out to you. So the message that they want to give you is that it's not from sea level, but it's from where you live in the ground up. That is from the Hurricane Center when they issue these storm surge predictions. So in Lee County, we're right now at 1 to 3 feet. Okay? So, and that can range depending on where you live. But this one is rising eventually as we go throughout the later morning hours, and especially into this afternoon and this evening, that's going to fall. Okay? So that will improve. The potential for surge, no question, it is going to be a morning thing. And then as we go throughout this afternoon and this evening, gradually it will start to get better. So same type of pattern here in Charlotte and Sarasota counties. The range, 1 to 2, could have a few spots approaching 3, but it's not going to be a major life-threatening significant thing. It should be on the lower end of the water level rise potential, but still 1 to 2 could have a few 3-foot reports. And this one is rising, but high tide is right now as Irma continues to move towards the north and takes its massive wind field with it. Gradually our winds will lower, and that's less force that we're going to bring up our waterways, our rivers, that force coming off of the Gulf, and that's why you'll notice that potential for surge to start to lower. Okay, so that's why it's mainly a morning thing, because we still relatively have this hurricane within our proximity. But notice the plan here. By later on today and into tomorrow, it's going to make a visit to Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and then Tennessee. And while it's doing that, it's weakening. It's lowering its wind field and lowering the amount of force that could be brought in, pushing our water up our streams, our rivers, and also from the Gulf. So that's why the storm surge potential is going to lower, especially by later on today, and by Tuesday it will not be an issue. So Doppler radar, here we go. Here's a look at Irma as it continues to basically take a trip all the way up I-75. It's right now around and east of Gainesville. The eye wall has pretty much completely broken apart. It's very hit or miss here around I-75 all the way towards I-95. But they're still seeing the bands of rain, the wind gusting at times over 70 to 75. And because it's a counterclockwise storm here, as it is in the northern hemisphere, we are still seeing these showers coming off of the Gulf. And we are starting to see some of those spotty showers from DeSoto County all the way towards Charlotte County. And because of those wind gusts over 100, we have many people, thousands and thousands, without power. They can't watch TV. So what they're doing is they're actually listening to me on radio. So if you're listening to me on radio right now, try to visualize some of these showers right now from Rotunda, crossing over the Peace River around Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte, and then curving up all the way towards Arcadia and DeSoto County. So as we cross off Glades County, you have no rain for you. Most of Hendrick County is dry. Actually, Lee County is dry for right now, but could see a few of those isolated showers. And speaking of, we do have a few isolated showers right now around Marco Island and Lely, and they are actually pushing more inland and towards the northeast. So for our friends around Arcadia and DeSoto County, there you go, some Monday morning showers and wrapping around Irma towards our north. So Irma, no question, took a toll on all of our wind sensors. We really don't have much right now kind of hanging around. So I have a backup. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use our computer model, which takes all the variables in the atmosphere, and it's essentially predicting what our wind speeds are right now. So let's use that. And it's saying that our winds are generally gusting between 30 to 40 right now. Could have an isolated 50, especially closer to Irma and across our northern counties. But watch what happens as we go throughout the day. The 30 to 40 goes to 20 to 30. And then notice the timestamp on the top portion of your screen at about 4 to 5. The 20 to 30 goes to 10 to 20. And that's because of the fact that Irma is going to be moving away, and also it's going to be weakening as it does that. So if you need a break from the wind, and hey, I'm with you there, it will gradually start to get better. But here's the logic behind the surge. Here's the wind field, and notice how you can see that coming in from the west and moving east. And for those listening to me on radio, it's basically a southwest wind coming right off of the Gulf, and that is piling in temporarily and for the next few hours into some of our waterways, including our streams, our rivers, and also from the Gulf. So here's your chance of rain for today. Absolutely not like what we had yesterday. It is not going to be a widespread all-day rain event, but we are going to have some wraparound spotty showers. That includes this morning, it includes this afternoon and this evening. Notice how it's going to be very hit or miss. You know, we're not all going to see the rain for today, but it is going to be isolated and scattered, and we will have that chance of rain hanging around by the second half of today. So let's take a look at the tropics. You know, what I've been doing the past few days, because I want to hear from you guys. If you have a question, feel free to let me know. I've been checking Facebook and Twitter, and they said, all right, so Irma, let's get that system out of here. We don't have any more storms, right? What's that? What's this system right here, you know, north of the Hispaniola and the Dominican Republic? What is that? Do we have to worry about it? Well, this is Jose. Jose was a major hurricane. Right now it's weakened just a bit, still a Cat 2 with sustained winds at 105, moving north-northwest at 10. It's going to have a crazy track. Take a look at this loop-de-loop. It literally does a 360 and then makes this jog towards the northwest. Now, for a little bit of peace of mind, I know that when you initially see this, you're thinking, oh boy, here we go again. Double trouble? Now, watch what happens with the computer models. It does take that loop-de-loop, and then after that, it's going to try to get deflected away. So the model that did the best with Irma and all the intensity forecasts and all the overall track forecast was the European model, and the European model is agreeing with these other computer models that want to deflect it away from us here in Florida. So I know that the past 24 hours has not been ideal. I know for many it's been stressful, but I wanted to show you this for a peace of mind that currently computer models have Jose not at least influencing us here in Florida. Guys?
All right, Matt, thank you very much.
And we're still checking in on social media to see what all of you have sent us. You've been great, even in the overnight hours of keeping us updated, sending us videos, pictures. Keep coming in because we have crews everywhere, but it's hard for us to be, we can't be in every place.
Yeah, and you're really our eyes and ears out there. We really love it when you send in your photos and videos. Let's get right to Wink News reporter Jessica Alpern, who's been going through all of these photos and videos all morning. Jessica.
Yeah, Corey, like you said, been going through these all morning as they come flooding into our Wink newsroom, and a lot of you will be returning home to significant damage once you do today, with cleanup many days ahead. This is video I want to show you sent in from Wink News viewer Lindsay Dowdy. She left her home in Island Park. Remember, that was one of the areas that was hit hard already by all of the flooding before Hurricane Irma. Now, Lindsay decided to ride out the storm at her family's house in Bonita Springs. Take a look. This used to be a parking overhang. And I know it's a little bit pixely. That's because this is cell phone footage sent to us. But that overhang has just completely been destroyed. And all of those panels coming really close to the homes. Again, this neighborhood in Bonita Springs, and also lots of the cars underneath that structure now have damage. I'm going to show you some pictures as well. Wink News reporter John Treeweiler snapped these. He's been covering the storm in Cape Coral for the past couple of days. Take a look. This is as Hurricane Irma was so strong. And actually, these are photos I was hoping would be from John, but these are actually sent to us from Collier County. Okay, there we go. This is from John Treeweiler. This is a auto center on Cape Coral Parkway, a very popular roadway in the Cape, so an issue many of you will have if you're traveling through that anytime soon. But you can see the roof was just completely torn down from that, obviously, as those winds were making its way through the storm time in Cape Coral. The next photo I want to show you is exactly the reason why we told you and why you were forced to evacuate any sort of mobile home during this storm time. We're going to get that picture up for you in just a couple of seconds. But what you're about to see is the roofs on those mobile homes just completely torn off. All of those panels, again, could have been really dangerous as they were flying around. and lots of people are going to be returning to significant damage and days of cleanup. Back to you.
All right, Jessica, thank you very much.
You saw that at the end there. We did want to, within the last half an hour, we wanted to let you know that the North Collier Fire Department tweeted out that their 911 system is down right now. So if you have an emergency, they tell you to please go to the closest fire station to you, and hopefully they'll be working on that 911 system. But within, I think they tweeted this out at about 6:30, North Collier Fire 911 system is down.
Also, Collier County Sheriff's Office are issuing their preliminary reports this morning. They're saying that Marco Island, Immokalee, Everglades City, Golden Gate Estates, and mobile home parks across the county felt the worst of Hurricane Irma. They say there's flooding, structural damage, down traffic signals, down signs, tree limbs, all kinds of stuff across the entire county. We're just being told that first responders are now in the process of making sure everyone's safe and making sure property is safe as well, ensure the roads are safe to travel on.
Yeah, and if you start running your generator, be aware of carbon monoxide poisoning. It's a toxic, colorless, and odorless substance, which makes it very hard to detect and very dangerous. Any fuel-burning appliance could put you at risk for CO poisoning. Here's the big one. Never use portable generators inside your home or a closed garage or any closed space at all. Don't bring grills inside either, particularly charcoal. And if you start to feel seasick on dry land, you're likely experiencing symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning. Governor Rick Scott said that you should keep your generator at least 15 feet from your home and away from doors and windows. Well, Irma is still moving north. Wink News anchor Lindsay Sablon is in studio now with some of the damage it's caused up that way.
Irma is causing havoc in the Tampa area as well. This actually video from the Lakeland Fire Police Department took this video, posting it saying this is right outside, and you can see just the strong winds blowing in the light pole and the palm fronds here. Pretty scary stuff. Let's take a look at the scary moments for first responders in Polk County. Take a look here. That is a massive power pole. Do you see that just slammed down on a deputy's car? Their deputy and paramedic got trapped in that cruiser for a while. Fortunately, I believe they were able to get out, but it took about 2 hours. Electric crews did have to disconnect all these lines and because they were live. But look, glad to see that they're doing okay. The next video, a transformer blows in a Tampa neighborhood. Watch right here. See that? And then you had the lightning in the background on top of that, so it just makes for a very eerie video that you're looking at. And we've got more video from Tampa. A traffic light barely hanging on. They're just that one little cable there just kind of blowing in the wind. That is pretty scary. Also, Jacksonville Beach, feeling the effects this morning. Let's see if we can get that pulled up. And that wind just blowing all of that water. I think we can even see maybe the building shaking it. So it says, it's hard for me to see that, but this looks like a parking garage. See, these are cars right here. And then all that blowing wind there. That's pretty amazing. So just a look at some of the stuff we're getting. It's really impressive. Like Brittany mentioned, please keep, and Jessica mentioned, please keep sending your stuff because we'd like to see it. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, Lindsay, it's really incredible to see just how powerful this storm system was. And Marco Island, as we were saying, really seems to be the worst hit place across Southwest Florida.
Right, so hopefully everyone is doing okay there. We haven't had any reports of injuries yet this morning, which really is amazing. So, I mean, if we're just dealing with damage, then I guess, that's great because that can be replaced and lives cannot. So keep sending in your pictures and video and we'll make sure to include it in our show.
Yeah, it's so helpful when you do that. The time right now is 6:58. We'll be right back.
When we walk into Mr. Bruce Shiner's office, we didn't feel like part of another case, part of another paperwork, part of another. We just felt like, like a family taking care of a family. We just felt different. We feel connected. Somebody cared. Whenever I needed it, I could talk straight to him. He was always there. I really feel like I have like in the family, we have like a personal lawyer.
Whether you're the top chef in a restaurant or simply the top chef in your own kitchen, everything you need is right here at Chef's Warehouse. Chef's Warehouse only stocks top quality cooking supplies for both commercial and home kitchens. Start cooking with the best in the business. Chef's Warehouse.
7 years ago, Florida Community Bank had a mission. We wanted to create a bank that Floridians could trust. One that is built on relationships and community involvement. A bank that Florida's entrepreneurs would appreciate working with, that had professionals with decades of experience in the issues unique to Florida businesses. We wanted a place that families could go to for all of their banking needs that would be local and focused on their communities. We have accomplished much in 7 years. We've built a banking institution with 46 locations in 17 counties across the state that employs nearly 700 Floridians. And through the help of our team and great customers just like you, we've grown to more than $10 billion in assets. From all of us at Florida Community Bank, thank you for the opportunity to grow with you. Florida Community Bank, Florida-based, Florida-focused, built here and based here.
You vacuum, I chlorinate.
The hygienic duo!
The cleansome twosome.
Let's call ourselves Floating Fish.
Get up to $200 on automatic pool cleaners and 10 to 20% off store-wide at Pinch A Penny's 4-day fall sale. Hurry in.
All right, welcome back. The time right now is 7 o'clock on your Monday morning, and we're finally getting some indication of how bad the destruction is across Southwest Florida.
Yeah, it looks like from what we're seeing, Marco Island and Naples are probably the two hardest hit areas. And we have a reporter who has been in Naples all morning as well as yesterday, and he's been doing a really good job of, getting to all of these different locations. Our crews are mobile, you know, they're not just sticking in one place because they really want to move around and get to as many areas as possible while we're on the air so we can, let you know how your neighborhood is, because a lot of these people aren't even home, just like us.
Yeah, and a lot of you are probably listening to us. You're in a shelter maybe and wondering, what am I going to come home to? And that's the worst part, I think, is just waiting to hear some news from your neighborhood. Let's get out to Oliver Redston, who has been tracking the damage for us in the Naples area. Oliver, you're at a gas station that really got ripped apart by this storm.
Corey, one of the most unbelievable sights I've ever seen in my life. We are at the K-Square Food Mart in Naples. Take a look at this. The entire gas station upended by the storm. Absolutely unbelievable. The entire overhang here in the gas station completely toppled. Look at the individual gas pumps here. Completely destroyed. You can actually see the inner workings of the gas pump torn apart, completely mangled. I mean, this is a massive structure here. I don't know if you can see, I'm 6'2". This is probably about 4 or 5 times taller than I am. So, figure that's about 30 feet above the ground, this structure is, and it's made of solid metal, completely destroyed, ripped from the ground and toppled here just off of 41 in Naples. And guys, I have to tell you, we were on our way to another scene of destruction when we just happened upon this. It's really everywhere you go in Naples this morning. And my photographer and I were commenting, it really does feel like a ghost town, because every single establishment, you normally see lights on, everything is dark this morning. Most of the county is without power. We've just learned that the 911 system in North Collier is down. Things are really bad here in Collier County. There's no other way to put it. The destruction is very real, and people are feeling it hard this morning.
All right, Oliver, thank you so much. And yeah, it's terrible to see that businesses have to repair like that afterwards, and hopefully no one was hurt during that.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of people are experiencing power outages right now. Hundreds and thousands across our area are without power and could possibly be for days. But we want to get out to Florida Power and Light. We have David McDermott on the phone with us. Dave, can you tell us where the power outages are at right now? How many people are without power?
Well, as Oliver noted, there is widespread destruction out there as a result of this hurricane, unfortunately. Currently, statewide, FPL has roughly 4.9 million customer accounts statewide, and we've got about 3.6 million currently out of power. We've been able to restore about 800,000, but currently throughout our service area, 3.6 million. More locally in Lee and Collier County, we've got roughly 470,000 customers in those two counties, and about 85% of them are currently out of power. That's about 415,000 of our customers. Now, we do have a workforce that has already hit the ground running, Fortunately, we had planned ahead for this and assembled the largest storm restoration workforce actually in United States history. We've got about 17,000 restoration workers, including FPL, and we've brought folks in from out of state. In fact, we've brought in restoration crews from nearly 30 states, from as far west as California, as far north as Massachusetts, and we're getting them out into the field right now. In fact, they are into the field right now, beginning repairs.
And Dave, when you say in the field, I'm sure a lot of people are wanting to know, does that mean they're here in Southwest Florida now, or are they still trying to travel across the state to get here?
They are here in Southwest Florida right now. We have restoration areas or gathering areas and staging sites at 4 locations here in the western part of the state, and including Collier County and Fort Myers. So we have pre-assembled them. We've got equipment located there, repair equipment. So we've been able to get them in and get them out into the field. They're there now, and that number will be increasing hourly.
And Dave, if I heard you correctly, you said that this response effort is the largest in U.S. history. Is that right?
That's correct. In terms of the pre-storm workforce that we have assembled, is the largest in United States history, and that number we expect that number to grow in the coming days as more crews come in.
So would you also say that this amount, this magnitude of power outages is also one of the largest that you guys have had to respond to? Just as far as 85% in our area alone is such a large number. Is this one of the biggest power outages that you've really had to deal with from a weather event?
Yeah, it certainly is. It's because of the widespread nature of the damage. This has impacted our entire service area, and so in terms of numbers, yes, it is one of certainly not but one of the largest. And here in Lee and Collier County, certainly one of the largest, just given the numbers I reported earlier. About 85% of our customers.
Now, Dave, I'm sure you've got this question a lot, and we keep asking you, but so many people keep asking us, so we have to ask, can you put any type of time frame on when the power is going to come back on?
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't do that right now because part of the work that's going on right now is damage assessment. I can tell you that this is more in some areas, particularly once you go further south. In some areas, it's not just a repair. It is going to require a rebuild of some parts of our infrastructure. Wow. And whereas in many cases it will be a matter of hours for some folks, for others days. Unfortunately, in areas where we have to rebuild, it could be more than days.
All right. Well, Dave, thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to talk with us. Give our best to your team out there. They are going to be working so hard over the next few weeks, I'm sure.
And as Matt pointed out, it wasn't maybe potentially the worst damage that we've ever seen, but just those power outages alone show you that we were not hyping, the extent of what this system did, of the power behind it. It still caused damage, and the amount of power outages out there is really going to be a major inconvenience. Some people are going to be without power for days, so this is huge.
Well, and it's not just an inconvenience, but for some people, it's a life or death situation without having power. So I'm hoping that those of you out there took, the process, you basically did everything in advance that you needed to do.
Right.
If you're on oxygen, or if you need medication that requires, a pump or something they need to plug in. So hopefully the people out there that need electricity prepared, and hopefully we get your power back on pretty soon. Let's get over now to Week 2's meteorologist Zach Malak. You have been tracking Irma for, what has it been, a week or two weeks now?
I sure feel like it, and we're waking up this morning finally seeing the sun come up and finally seeing light, and unfortunately, it's making really enlightenment on what has happened over the last 24 hours. Oliver obviously showing what was going on in Naples. Michelle doing a great job in Marco Island. But also, we are going to continue to see Irma continue to move off towards the north, away from Southwest Florida. So for us, really,
Good.
The worst is done. Besides the wind, it is still staying around the area for now. It is going to continue to dissipate over the next few days or so and really work off towards the northwest. But here has been Irma's track. Again, starting at a Category 3 storm, really Saturday afternoon, we saw the turn begin to work towards southwest Florida. As they put this into motion, actually makes a landfall Key West around 10 in the morning or so. Cujo Key as a Category 4 storm, and then makes landfall Marco Island as a Category 3 storm. Continues to move off towards the north and through our inland communities. So we see this here really along the coast, US 41, I-75, moving towards Tampa right now. And that track really has kept it straight and narrow through southwest Florida. Again, the second landfall in Marco Island, the first Wilma 2005, and now Irma 2017. But let's zoom in on its track. In fact, we had the storm moving due north right after it made landfall in Key West, and then it shifted off towards the northwest. And this turn was actually in line with what was going to happen from the National Hurricane Center. In fact, the center of the cone, that red line that always has our eyes glued to that red line, for the initial track within the middle of that cone, had Irma staying just off the coast, potentially making landfall in the Cape Hayes Peninsula or even as far north as Tampa. So something we were watching and something that was a possibility yesterday. Instead, it actually turned abruptly and actually to work towards Marco Island, and Jim Farrell saw that turn, and he mentioned that yesterday afternoon before we saw it make landfall at 3:35 in the afternoon, Marco Island as a Category 3 storm. And then it continued to move towards Collier County, move towards southern Lee County, and then really a central area of that storm moved towards eastern county. But what if the storm moved along that red line, moved along the National Hurricane Center line and stayed off of the coast? In fact, we would have had a less wind, but we actually have one model in-house that shows really what the difference would have been. By 3:30 yesterday, instead of making landfall, it would have been just off the coast. We actually had a good amount of storm surge, unfortunately, across Everglades City, Everglades, as well as Marco Island. That was always going to happen, no matter if it was going to make landfall in southwest Florida and Marco Island or remain offshore. We always had this type of surge occurring in southern Collier County. We tried to make that aware to everyone in Everglades City as well as Marco Island. That's why we had those evacuation zones put in place for that reason. But as we put this into time and really see what happens over time, looking at 5, 6, 7 p.m. yesterday, instead of the storm being over land and weakening, it would have still have been over the water. And because it was going to be over water, still way more surge would have been piling into Naples, 5th Ave, 3rd Street, downtown Naples, Bonita Springs, Estero, all the way up towards Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, Captiva, even into Pine Island, Cape Coral, and through the Caloosahatchee. So this is what possibly could have happened yesterday, and really what makes what we went through not as bad as what could have happened. Let's continue to move this forward into time and see where the storm could have been around yesterday, 7:30 p.m. instead of being in eastern Lee County. Again, continuing to weaken, but still having wink news. Many of us in the center of the eye wall seeing an hour and a half of wind speed sustained anywhere from 70 to 80 miles per hour. Wind gusts much higher than that. Really a terrible situation. It could have been much worse because we would have had the initial surge moving into eastern portions of Sanibel, Captiva, still through Fort Myers Beach, Pine Island, Matlacha, and even through the Caloosahatchee all the way up towards the northeast, even through the Alva area, towards the Olga area. So going to continue to move this forward. Really, this is affecting everyone across southwest Florida with the wind, with what actually happened, but this could have been the wind and also the surge. Notice the wind speeds moving inland, moving towards the Peace River, so Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, as well as the Cape Hayes Peninsula, Rotunda West, seeing a lot of this. Even Inglewood may have seen the surge. That would have been the beginning of this surge. As we continue to have this move off towards the north, you notice that all of this wind all comes from the southwest. That's the second surge. We could have seen more rain and more surge across the Everglades City, Marco Island, more surge across Naples, Sanibel, as well as Captiva, Bonita Springs, Estero, Fort Myers Beach, and this would have been continuing, and this would have brought us that worst possible solution for those surge heights, those maps that we were showing you the last few days. And in fact, do you remember what these maps looked like? The potential surge, seeing all the red colors. This is what possibly could have happened if Irma didn't make landfall in Marco Island. Instead, it stayed off the coast. We could have had so much more water, so much more devastation, as well as the wind speeds that we had around the area. Look at all this surge. We would have had Fort Myers Beach potentially completely underwater. Instead of this morning, Kelsey Kushner doing a great job, as well as Chris doing a great job out there, showing us that minimal surge, really no water across the streets of Fort Myers Beach, just the water along the beach itself. On the higher side, St. James City, Sanibel, Captiva, places where people have invested really their lives to live out in Southwest Florida, to retire, to be happy, may have been underwater this morning from Estero south through Bonita Springs, even towards Naples, 3rd Street, 5th Ave, Lely, Marco Island. So this is the reason, in fact, that we continue to show these maps, even though this is not what happened. Luckily, it didn't happen. Luckily, the storm unfortunately made landfall, but unfortunately enough, it would have been much worse if the storm remained offshore and it continued to have all this surge move in. In fact, still today, we would have had all this extra wind bringing much more surge to our area, and we could have been really underwater across our coastal communities. Instead, unfortunately, we still have surge in Marco Island and Everglades City, but it could have been much worse. We can take the wind damage from Port Charlotte through Fort Myers, the 142-mile-per-hour wind gust in Naples, the 130-mile-per-hour wind gust in Marco Island. We could take that. We could fix that. We can actually repair that stuff just fine. But when you get a surge of 5 to 9 feet across the entire coast, the biggest population of Southwest Florida, that is unfixable. For a very long time, that would have caused a big and catastrophic damage across our area. So luckily, the storm wasn't as bad as it could have been. If it tracked it just offshore, like the European model had the last step, as well as one of our in-house models had the last step, and the National Hurricane Center main focus line and their last forecast cone, it could have been very bad across our area. Luckily, the surge is extremely minimal through the afternoon for today, evening for today. High tide along the Caloosahatchee, 7:30. High tide Fort Myers Beach was this morning at 5 a.m. In fact, Fort Myers Beach south, the surge is really no more to even worry about. From Naples through Fort Myers Beach, high tide is now over with. Fort Myers northward still dealing with some high tide, so some surge possible 1 to 3 feet, which is already ongoing. If it's nowhere close to your house as of yet, it really is not going to be over the next 3 to 4 hours. So that is really the best news we can see. And guys, really still a bad scenario we saw across the area. No one wants to see a major hurricane make landfall in Southwest Florida. But Brittany, if we saw the storm move just offshore, the surge could have been catastrophic. And really, we could be waking up this morning, Corey, to a very different sight across Southwest Florida, one that our reporters couldn't drive to and couldn't be down at Fort Myers Beach. And luckily, we are just seeing that wind damage across the area instead of major flooding like we are currently not dealing with for today.
All right,
There's
Zach.
some good news there.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of places, I feel like we did dodge a bullet in many areas.
We really did. I mean, I think people are some people are going home to some major damage, but overall, I think a lot of people are just going to be thankful that they're okay and that they took heed to a lot of our warnings.
Absolutely. We now have Fort Myers Mayor Randy Henderson on the phone with us this morning. Mayor, can you hear us?
Good morning. I can hear you.
All right. Good morning. So I'm glad you're safe, and I'm glad, we spoke to the fire department officials a bit earlier, and they're starting to assess the damage. Let's talk about city buildings, city services. When do we expect that the city departments to reopen back to business?
We know that we're closed today, of course. We're going to do assessments as quickly as possible. It may be a little optimistic, but certainly middle part of this week is in reach. I don't know about tomorrow yet, but as we move around the city, which I'm doing right now, looking at buildings, assessing, I know our first responders were out early this morning, as early as 3 a.m., moving around when they could do so safely. And so I'm hoping we can get city facilities open sooner than later, and I'll know more about that in the early afternoon.
And Mayor, what do you foresee for the city after this? I feel like the community as a whole just typically comes together in times like this. Do you foresee there being, quite a cleanup process, or do you guys have a plan in place as far as, helping the community move forward from this?
Yes. Let me just say quickly that there's a massive movement now to make sure that resources from the north get to us as soon as possible. Pleased to share that our federal, state, and local officials have been coordinating with our offices to get resources here in some form of fate for us, that it came our way, opened up the East Coast for transport quicker to get resources to us. The local community is coming together. They're helping neighbors. As I move around the city, there's neighbors helping neighbors, and that's exactly how we're going to come back together while our state, federal, and local officials coalesce around this, communicating, coordinating, and moving things. There's going to be a lot of inconvenience, but what we're happy about right now is we're celebrating life, and we're going to help one another.
And Mayor, there's so many people in shelters right now probably hearing this or watching this, and they're just kind of wanting to get a sense of what it looks like out there. Can you briefly tell us what you see as you're driving through the city?
Yes. There are pockets of what I would say very ugly situations, tree limbs mostly, debris, evidence that people had boarded up, put bags out, and they were smart to do that. There's people out starting to move out where they can and coalesce around helping one another, moving debris out of the way, getting ready to receive people from shelters and otherwise back into the city as efficiently as possible. It is reminiscent of the time after Charlie, where there was so much tree damage and trees across streets and power lines, and so that's a disconcerting vision, to be honest with you. I'm looking at trees right now that have been just uprooted, and so I think those in shelters, we're going to be getting you home soon. We're going to be getting you home safely, and just be patient a little bit more and celebrate life.
And Mayor Henderson, this entire weekend, especially yesterday and coming into this morning, the entire nation's eyes are really on Fort Myers specifically, as initially we thought that it was coming directly for the city here. It ended up really hitting Marco Island and Naples the hardest. Fort Myers seemed to really luck out. Would you say that that's the case, that we kind of lucked out in all of this?
Well, thank you for bringing that up. Let me say, everything about this storm is random once it starts coming toward us. It's very random. We have our neighbors to the south, Marco and Naples, to thank. Their landmass buffered us somewhat and helped shield us. As Irma came across the southwestern perimeter of Florida, she was weakened by the landmass, and that helped us. And the storm even tilted to the east as it approached. Literally, the eye was aimed right at downtown, and as it approached, it just tilted to the east a little bit. And so the random nature of that, yes, Fort Myers did fare better, as did Charlotte County, Tampa, and St. Pete. I think as Irma moves on, that she's going to get weaker, and that's just the way these things work.
Yeah. Well, Mayor, thanks so much for your time. And I know everyone across Southwest Florida is going to be banding together, no matter what county we're in now, to just help each other out at this point. And thanks again for the time. And we're going to also be trying to talk to people from Collier County to see about their damage there. So stay safe out there, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you for your coverage.
Absolutely. Wink News reporter, go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that. Wink News reporter Kelsey Kushner is live at Fort Myers Beach, where she's been with two other of our reporters since the storm was heading there. And Kelsey, how are things looking now? It looks like you're back outdoors now.
I'm back outside, and you know what? When I last updated you guys, I tried to show you the water line and how it was so close to the boardwalk. I just stepped out on the beach, and look at this. The water line is no longer all the way up to the front. I'm amazed right now. I mean, you have beach, you have sand, you have time to walk down and then actually reach the water. And then if you take a look at these waves out here, They're huge. I'm pretty sure we've never seen anything like this out here. I don't know if you guys can hear the wind too. I want you guys to be able to actually hear what's kind of happening out here on the beach. I mean, between the wind, the waves, it really is beautiful. And then there are some birds down on the end. It might be a little bit harder to see. And then actually, we just spotted a sailboat in the middle of the ocean. He definitely might be a little bit too hard to see, but he has no sails. A little concerning. We are going to keep our eye on him. But yeah, so take this beach. I mean, it's beautiful. And then we were walking down. We found these trees here, which I kind of thought was amazing. So these two trees both snapped over, and look at this, like completely snapped and bent this rail right here. So I guess that just kind of shows you just how heavy those trees are had they were to fly any further than the beach. And they both, I think they both completely snapped off. They did, they both snapped off. So as we're walking down here on the beach, the only thing we really see are just palm trees, branches. Nothing too destructive out here. None of the houses that I've been looking at have been affected. There's some houses that are boarded up and they did, perfectly fine. And then the houses that weren't boarded up facing the water, they survived this as well. So it really is incredible out here. And we are going to keep walking around. We'll keep finding some more damage, some good spots like the beach. So I want to bring you guys good news too. So we'll keep you guys updated.
It's definitely a good sight to see that there's not too much damage where you are. So, Kelsey, thank you very much. We appreciate that.
All right. Well, Wink News is your weather authority. We'll be right back after this break.
GMC Sierras, Terrains, and Acadias. All remaining GMC trucks are drastically reduced for 2017. Today and tomorrow only at Dixie Buick GMC.
Used cars and trucks on sale now. Visit Gatto.com to browse nearly every make and model. Vehicles for every budget. Hundreds of cars and trucks under 10 grand. And we'll pay top dollar for your vehicle, even if you don't buy ours. Gatto's got it. Visit Gatto.com.
I fell in love online.
I fell in love online.
I fell in love online.
You too can fall in love at GulfCoastHumaneSociety.org. The pets remain in our care until they find their forever home. We rely solely on donations, grants, bequests, and special events to fund our mission of rescue, compassionate care, and adoptions for more than 1,500 animals each year. Adopt, volunteer, donate, and fall in love at Gulf Coast Humane Society.
One thing I learned from my counselors is to keep it cool, that I can strive to be better. They built my spirit back up.
I don't want to be the next victim or a statistic.
Even kids with a troubled past have the potential to reach a bright future. AMI Kids empowers kids to reach their potential by transforming their lives. For more information, visit our website and join us. Together we can change lives and strengthen our communities.
The Wink News fleet of airborne cameras is the biggest in Southwest Florida.
The view from the Wink News drone show.
No other station even comes close.
View of the destruction from the Wink News drone.
Count on the Wink News drone Air Force to take you places nobody else can.
Within the last hour, we were telling you that North Collier Fire said that the 911 system was down, and we just got an alert that it is now back operational. So, but the City of Naples 911 is still down, though.
And just in case, if you do call 911, keep in mind that they're going to prioritize all of these calls because they're out assessing the damages. They, some of these calls may have to wait longer than others. It just depends on which ones they can actually get to right now.
Right. And we want to get you the latest numbers of LCEC outages. In Marco Island, that number is at more than 19,000. In Immokalee, it's over 13,000. Carnstown, Everglades City, 2,800. Lehigh Acres, more than 29,000. North Fort Myers, over 43,000. And Cape Coral, also over 43,000. Pine Island, 7,281. In Sanibel, almost 11,000.
Wow.
So that's a total of 170,707 people without power.
And right now, a lot of people are also worried about the storm surge. We've been talking about, what could happen with this storm surge, and where are we looking? How are we looking now when it comes to that?
So the one word in that you're not going to have to worry about is the word worry, because you won't have to do that.
Okay.
Storm surge is not going to be life-threatening. It's not going to be something that's going to rise to 5 to 10 feet, which we only had yesterday, basically from Marco Island towards Everglades City and around Chokoloskee. There was the potential that could move over very highly populated areas, especially around Coastal Collier, Lee, and Charlotte counties, but thanks to a shift in the track, that didn't happen. So I do have some good news to report. Now, do we have a water level rise? We do. In Collier County, after peaking at around 3, 4, and 5, this is basically around Naples, okay? This is where we have one of the official recording sites there. It was at about 3, 4, and 5. Now it is down to 2 feet of a storm surge and water level rise. And I've been watching the sensor hour by hour. It has actually been falling. Good news in Collier County. Let's take it to Lee County. Around 15 to 30 minutes ago, this was going up. I literally just looked at the sensor, and it is basically plateauing, and it's steady at about a 2-foot water level rise. So I've been looking at my phone, my Facebook. I've had a lot of questions. Hey, is the water level going up in the Cape? What's going on there? We're steady. Okay, so the water that you see right now in Lee County, it is not expected to go any higher. So good news in Lee County, but I do want to give you a heads up. We do have at least the potential for a 2-foot water level rise. And that includes along the Gulf, along the Caloosahatchee, and also some of those streams that lead into the Caloosahatchee. All right, so in Charlotte and Sarasota County, right now, I'd say you're at about a 1 to 2 foot water level rise, and some additional tacking onto that amount is possible, but notice how these amounts are not going to be 5 feet plus, and I am not expecting a life-threatening situation, nothing like that, but basically a little bit of a higher and greater water level rise. So again, Charlotte and Sarasota County, about 1 to 2 feet, and could tack on a little bit more, but nothing major and nothing too significant. So we lucked out. Truthfully, we lucked out. This could have been a lot worse. So that's a look at your storm surge forecast. Here's what we have right now. Oh, I was also asked the question, what's the deal with the storm surge as we go throughout the day? It's actually going to get better. Okay, so by this afternoon and by this evening, the possibility for a water level rise and storm surge will gradually go down hour by hour, and here's the reason why. So the mechanism for the surge, it's Irma. Watch what happens. It's going to weaken and start to move away, so the wind field shrinks, and this system is going to start to fall apart and basically become a rainmaker around Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee. So as this moves away from our area and also weakens, storm surge is going to become less and less and less of an issue. Here's a look at Irma right now. As of the 5 a.m. advisory, still holding on to Cat 1 status, but likely going to be a tropical storm. Not nearly as well organized as what we had 24 hours ago. The center, however, is right around Gainesville and just towards the east. But the spin around Irma is bringing in a few showers and still some windy conditions. You may have noticed that if you stepped outside. And, Brittany and Corey were just talking about the power outages. So there are people who, right now, they can't watch me on TV at Wink. So what they're doing is they're listening to the radio. So, and I've had a lot of people like, hey, Matt, can you paint the radar right now? Because we're just listening to you. Let's try to visualize it in our head. So I want to help you out here. If you're watching me or if you're listening to me on radio, we have a few areas of rain right now in DeSoto County. It's extending all the way towards Charlotte Harbor and also the Peace River. We do have some of those isolated showers around Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, and then curving all the way towards Rotunda. No rain right now in Lee County. We do have a few pockets of rain on the alley in Collier County. Right now holding south of Immokalee. In Naples, you're rain-free. However, I do have a few of these isolated showers from Marco Island all the way towards Everglades City. And some of these spotty showers will remain possible as we go throughout your Monday. Outside of a shower here and there, if you're listening to me or watching me around Lake O, you're pretty dry, but we will have that potential for a few of these isolated showers as we go throughout the day. I've also been asked the question, hey, enough with the wind, buddy. All right, when is it going to lower? So the wind was so bad, we had those wind gusts yesterday, 100, 120, 140 plus. It knocked out a lot of our sensors I only have like 1 or 2 hanging around right now. So I'm going to use a computer model to forecast and get a grip on the wind gusts that we have right now. All right, so as we look at these numbers in DeSoto County, Charlotte County, and Lee County, it's been averaging around 30 to 40. And same type of pattern around Collier County. So it's a windy start. And then also notice around Lake O, those wind gusts 30 to 40 all the way towards Highlands County. It gets better. It's still going to be breezy as we go throughout the day, and still we're going to have those wind gusts by lunchtime at around 15 to 25, but by dinner time, we're going to lower it even more, and then by Tuesday, all in all, not too bad. So the wind will be improving, the surge situation will be improving, and it's really not bad. The surge situation could have been so much worse if Irma tracked about 30 miles towards the west. So let's talk about that rainfall prediction. Spotty areas of rain and storms. It is not going to rain the entire day like we had yesterday. It is not going to be like your Sunday, but we will have these brief, quick pockets of isolated rain coming right off of the Gulf. It's essentially the tail of Irma, as that will be crossing into Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi. So just factor in that potential, a chance of spotty rain and storms as we go throughout the day. So brother and sister right now, double trouble in the Atlantic. So here's going to be Irma on the left portion of your screen, riding northward across the peninsula. And then here is Jose. So just like I did with Irma, I want to give you that peace of mind. I want to calm you down because I know after this you're thinking, oh, geez, are we going to have to deal with another hurricane? Well, let me first off show you the stats with Jose. Was a major hurricane, now it's at 105. It's a Cat 2 moving north-northwest at 10. First off, look at the crazy track. Does a loop-de-loop and then eventually moves towards the northwest by Friday into Saturday. Now, although that may initially look bad, here's where I come in, and I'm going to kind of put your nerves at ease. And most of the models do have it after doing this loop-de-loop. It has it avoiding Florida and moving northeast. Now, the model that did the best with Irma throughout this whole process, when it first started around Africa, crossed the Atlantic, and approached Florida, was the European model. The European model is agreeing with all these other ones that it does this loop and then curves off towards the north and towards the northeast. So although it will get close, as you see from these model guys, at least Jose will not be an issue.
Matt, thank you very much. We now have Sanibel City Manager Judy Zimamra on the phone with us. Judy, can you give us a better idea of what exactly the island looks like right now?
Yes, sir. First, before I do that, I want to thank everyone in all of Southwest Florida who did heed the warning to evacuate, and the media for the fantastic job on educating the public. You just have to look at the pictures of the Keys to realize if you evacuated, you did the right thing.
That is true.
Sanibel, because of the quadrant and because of that last-minute hit to the east, we did relatively well. We do have a lot of trees down on the main. We have a lot of down power lines. At this point, it is not safe to be on the island. We're doing our first push through the vegetation. Our structures did extremely well because the wind's maximum sustained speed was 57 miles an hour. So as soon as we can open up the facility, the county is currently inspecting the bridge. We do not have water service yet. We do not have power yet. But it appears we do not have structural damage of any significance. We have some antenna damage at the police department and other things we're still assessing at first dawn. But because of that tip to the east, overall, Sanibel Island did go through this in a fairly decent manner.
Wow, and I'm sure so many people that had to evacuate the island, that is a little bit of sigh of relief right there when you said that, Judy, so I'm sure people are very thankful for that.
Yeah, and Judy, would you say that everyone really did evacuate the island, or were there some that decided to stick it out and stay behind?
Well, you always get a few, but I can tell you that we do it door-to-door, which we did on Friday, and we were down to a handful. Our below market rate housing had 100% evacuation, and we would have been in the very, very high 90 percentile evacuated. We do a year-round training of our residents on hurricane safety and hurricane preparation, and it's not something just the city takes very seriously on Sanibel. We educate our residents as soon as they move in. We give them a new resident packet, and we talk about hurricane preparation. As if you're going to live on Sanibel or own property on Sanibel, you need to know about hurricanes.
Yeah, absolutely. And Judy, I want to ask too, because, a lot of homes, as we know in Sanibel, are built up pretty high, but a lot of people were worried about the flooding there. Are we seeing any flooding on the island?
If we are, it's going to be spotty. It's not storm surge much. I mean, we are focusing up literally as we speak. We're doing the push through the vegetation to the utilities and to the police department. So we haven't assessed things yet, of course, like beach parking lots.
Okay.
That will come much later in the system. But we have, at this point, we've got through the high tide we were concerned about, which was at 3:46 this morning. And so we have been watching monitors we have put into the water with our nonprofit partners for the purpose of watching water quality. But they stayed intact all through the storm, so we were able to watch all of our tidal information in real time throughout the storm, and that was very beneficial to us.
And at last check from LCEC, there's nearly 11,000 without power on the island, so a lot,
Yeah.
just doesn't even have power. So it's
Sure.
better if you're not on the island. And of course, we know that bridge is extensive, so you want to make sure
Right.
it's safe to pass over that. Any indication of when it will be safe enough to come back?
From our initial push, as in right now, the county directive is to be sheltering in place. We are going to need at least today to get the vegetation out. So everyone from Sanibel who is sheltering somewhere should rest easy. No, they're not coming back to structural damage. But today is going to be a day where we're focusing on getting those main roads open. But today will not be the day based on the initial conditions, but not because of anything other than a lot of live power lines down, dead power lines down, and a lot of vegetation blocking main thoroughfares.
Okay. Judy, lastly, what is that process going to be like when people are allowed to get back on the island? Are they going to need that special pass, or is it just going to be free to come and go? Or is that a process in phases?
No, we actually, as you just mentioned, on Sanibel, because we know we are at high risk as a barrier island, we do issue pre-evacuation passes so that if we have very bad damage, we can come back in phases or zones, and also so that we can come back residents only. Based on what we have right now, it appears anybody will have free flow once we can get the bridge open and the mains open. We are not planning to require any type of identification so that people can get to their homes quickest to get their own assessments done.
Okay. Well, Sanibel City Manager Judith Zamamra, thank you very much for taking the time to be with us, and you guys be safe out there.
And the last thing is I want to again thank the media and all of our first responders, particularly today on 911, the wonderful job they've done for our community.
Absolutely.
They're the heroes. Judy, thank you so much.
Well, many of you sent in video to us of what you saw during the hurricane yesterday. Wink News reporter Jessica Alpern has been going through them all. Jessica?
Yeah, and what we're going to show you right now is video from Lee Memorial in Fort Myers, and you can see what looks like a chunk of the roof that flew off and almost hit a car in the parking lot. I think you just saw it right there. Incredible. Just imagine, had people been walking in that parking lot, what really could have happened at that time. Now, also in Sundance Apartments, this is in Fort Myers as well. That's on East Mall Drive between Fowler Street and Solomon Boulevard. I want to show you this. You can see a flash in the top right part of the video. Looks like a transformer blowing up. Incredible to see. And imagine these people watching from just the balcony of where they live and seeing this as Hurricane Irma is just coming through their neighborhoods. I also want to show you this one. Now, these are catfish. We're familiar with this in Southwest Florida whenever we get flooding, just swimming down the street. This is from a Marco Island viewer. So another thing that came into the newsroom that lots of people are talking about right now on social media. This looks like it happened during the eye of the storm. And right now, Calusa Trace Circle in San Carlos Park, that's what you're looking like. This is from Madeline Summa, a Wink News viewer. She sent this in to us, and you can see looks like also during one of the more intense parts of that storm. Take a look at all of that water just being moved away, blown by all of those intense winds. Really crazy to see. Significant damage also this morning in Gateway, that area of Fort Myers. You can see a lanai just completely collapsed and caved in. That person's obviously going to have lots of cleanup in their backyard. probably parts of that lanai just spilling into their pool, and looks like some of the trees causing some issues for them this morning as well. This next one we're going to show you is from Emerald Cove. This is in Cape Coral, so we've seen our reporters live in the field out there showing you all of that damage live. This was sent in from a viewer, though, so this is some of that serious flooding, looks like spilling off onto the roads, and just really why we've been telling you, and officials have been keeping you off the roads this morning. You can see the wind just pushing all of that. Really looks like a stream rather than a road right now. And lastly, this is from Wink News viewer Jessica Perry in LaBelle. You can see trees just completely downed. They're snapped in half. Really just incredible to see. And this is just not far from her home. So just chaos going on in her backyard as Irma was just sweeping through her neighborhood. We'll be right back with some more news and weather. I think we're going to send it over to you guys, actually.
Yeah, all right, Jessica, thanks so much. No, we are. Time right now is 7:44.
Yeah, and we'll be right back after this short break.
Beef O'Brady's 2 for $20. The only hard part is choosing. First, pick a starter to share. Then pick 2 entrees like grilled shrimp and a steak bowl. All for $20. Beef O'Brady's, where 2 for $20 gets you plenty.
Achieva Credit Union offers locally serviced and locally approved mortgage solutions to suit your needs. And now you can get a 15-year fixed rate as low as 3.5%. Lock in your rate and get moving. Achieva, banking for good.
Come boys, let's go. We got everyone?
The all-new Discovery. Land Rover, above and beyond.
My father was a policeman. We were raised in a house filled with love and taught to respect others, work hard, and thank God for everything we had. My blue-collar upbringing has served me well over my 30 years as a trial lawyer. Good, honest, hard work is all I know. I'm Jim Kelleher. If you've been injured in an accident and you want justice, call me. It's what I do. Visit jimforjustice.com today or call me at 833-JIM-FOR-JUSTICE.
When it comes to cataract specialists, you may have heard claims about the most experienced, the first, the most volume, free surgery, and more. The fact is, your insurance or Medicare pays for most of your cataract procedures anyway. You should trust your eye care to the most experienced and the first name in total eye care. Dr. David C. Brown's Eye Centers of Florida, celebrating over 4 decades of superior eye care.
You can make a real difference for breast cancer patients right here in Southwest Florida. The American Cancer Society is making strides against breast cancer. Walks are happening all over Southwest Florida during Breast Cancer Awareness Month in October. Learn more and join in at winknews.com.
As Southwest Florida recovers from Hurricane Irma, count on Wink News. I'm Wink Chief Meteorologist Jim Farrell. The Wink Hurricane Team is here with up-to-the-minute information on cleanup, resources, and critical weather forecasts around the clock. At Wink News, we understand what Irma means to your families and ours.
You said we were going to be through a scary ride, and we were.
We weathered it perfectly because of you.
We live here, too. We're here with you.
Count on Wink News, the weather authority.
Beef O'Brady's burgers across America with Des Moines triple bacon, Green Bay's 5-cheeser, or the Memphis Love Me Tender. All made with premium blend Angus. Pick any 2 for just $17. Beefs, bet your Angus it's good.
Well, it's the calm before the storm and then the calm after the storm. And it looks like we're getting some of that this morning. We're actually getting a pretty nice day.
You know, the morning after the storm, we all went to bed last night just hearing the wind howling. Many people are still having the wind this morning, but it looks very different. Last night, no power, pitch black, very hard to see out your windows, not knowing what you're going to wake up to in the morning.
It's terrifying.
And really, we lost a lot of our sky cams here at Wink News, our tower cam. We lost a lot of our pictures, really, of our temperature sensors, our wind sensors, our anemometers. But we have one sky cam left to show. And this is of the Hyatt Regency Coconut Point Resort and Spa in Estero, looking towards Fort Myers Beach. And man, oh man, is this a fantastic sight to see after the last few days of really some trial and tribulations of seeing Irma really move through and really change the landscape slightly of Southwest Florida. And I say slightly because there was no overly impressive surge. There was no catastrophic surge. Really, there was minimal surge, 1, 2, 3 feet, and we are going to continue to see some minor rise in some of these water levels before they finally calm back down and go back to typical tidal patterns. But overall, really, this is a gorgeous sight to see the morning after the day where we had some of the strongest wind speeds and the second landfalling hurricane in Southwest Florida, in Marco Island, I should say, particularly Wilma 2005 and now Irma 2017. Again, as I mentioned, many of our anemometers, the wind sensors are down. Many of them went down yesterday afternoon when we had those wind gusts on the high side reported. Seeing a few, though, sustained 26 miles per hour in Punta Gorda, 16 mile per hour sustained wind in Port Charlotte, and Palmdale from the south-southwest at 9. So we are going to continue to see sustained winds anywhere from 10 to as high as 30 miles per hour, primarily in our northern counties. Starting to see the wind already decrease from south to north, and that is going to be the trend. Still seeing wind gusts, though, near 40 miles per hour in Punta Gorda. We are seeing that in the last 10 minutes, but still, that is really the last sensor we have on the board. And look at these current temperatures. Really, all of our sensors are knocked out from Marco Island, Naples, and Immokalee, Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Lehigh Acres, Arcadia, Port Charlotte. Just seeing temperatures right now in the upper 70s and even close to 80. So we have a lot of preparation, repairs to do here with all of our sensors across town. Many of you doing the same thing with your repairs to your own homes. Irma took an effect on us as it did on you. And right now, a Category 1 storm moving off towards the north-northwest at 18 miles per hour. This is the latest advisory. Now back to getting advisories every 3 hours now that Irma has weakened, and continuing to see pressure rise back to 965 wind speed associated with this storm at 75 miles per hour. So why am I showing you the track? Well, we've had many friends, relatives, loved ones actually evacuate Southwest Florida, maybe to Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia. I know a few friends of mine went to Atlanta, a few others to South Carolina. And they have to wait until Irma passes the southeast before they can hop back in their cars and come back here to the Sunshine State. And that's actually good news. Take your time in coming back home because it is going to be a tough time really cleaning all of our roads back up, getting rid of all of the debris. A lot of trees down. We've been seeing that all morning long from Oliver and Naples as well as Michelle, Kingston, in Marco Island. So we'll continue to monitor and see when these roads are really going to be back in shape. And really, with Irma trekking off towards the north-northwest, have your friends and family who did evacuate towards the north really take their time and actually come back to the southeast and southwest Florida coast refreshed and fine to tackle what awaits them at home. Again, not as much damage as what could have been because of the surge along the coast, but our inland communities, we didn't have much flooding either. We had some of those freshwater flooding areas in the typical spots, but we had those wind gusts anywhere from 100 to 142 miles per hour reported in Naples. That occurred really throughout the day and afternoon hours yesterday, and that created a lot of damage across much of our inland communities as well as the west. We can clean up damage. We can definitely clean up trees. We can clean up roofs. But really, it takes a long time to clean up a surge, and that is a good thing that did not happen, all because of the track of Irma making landfall in Marco Island instead of staying along the coast and staying offshore. That would have increased the surge both before and after that storm. All right, Doppler radar showing some light to moderate showers across Port Charlotte now, across Arcadia, approaching Lake Placid, so still seeing some rain really across some portions of the area. Seeing others east of Marco Island, Goodland, even towards Everglades City and Everglades by themselves, seeing just a few small showers south. But overall, we are going to continue to see just a few showers throughout the afternoon and evening. A closer view is showing those few showers in Port Charlotte and really not much across the eastern portions of Collier County. Again, Everglades City about to see a very small, moderate shower pass overhead here soon within the next hour or so. So let's go throughout the day and show you what goes on. We'll keep these few showers in the forecast. It is going to stay a little breezy, sustained winds anywhere from 10 to 30 miles per hour in a few spots. The higher wind speed sustained still will be in our northern counties as Irma continues to push off towards the north. Some wind gusts will be on the higher side too, but the sunshine is coming out, and really that is the best case, making these wind speeds and even wind gusts more bearable compared to the darkness we really had across the area last night. All right, still seeing a few of these showers for the afternoon and the evening. We will track these. Jim and Scott back in the afternoon and evening. We'll track these showers town by town because I know many of you will be coming home and looking into repairing your homes right away, putting tarps on the roof and seeing if there are going to get outside and try and get those repairs. Obviously, you don't want the rain to continue to mess up any of your things inside of your homes if you do have some holes in the upstairs. But overall, we're going to continue to see drier conditions move in. We'll see the wind speeds finally decrease completely overnight tonight. Early tomorrow morning, really seeing just a wind speed 5 to 15 miles per hour possible. And really seeing just still a few more showers across the area. A closer look at the forecast for today has highs back in the mid to upper 80s. The wind speeds will be decreasing throughout the day. The rain showers will be decreasing throughout the day. We'll still have isolated showers from time to time. Again, the wind speeds from the southwest 15 to 30 miles per hour. And sunset tonight is at 7:36. So guys, it was a gorgeous sight to see in Estero. Really nice to finally see the sun across our area. But again, it is easy to clean up damage when it comes from trees, when it comes from roofs, and when it comes from things across our area. Really hard to clean up damage when it comes from storm surge. So luckily we did not see the storm surge as well as that worst case scenario that we were showing you guys at home the last few days.
Thanks, Zach. It's great to have some good news for people this morning because we didn't know over the past week how it was going to turn out.
It's been so stressful.
It's been very stressful.
Just the anticipation and waiting. We have Wink News reporter John Schrieweiler on the phone now from Cape Coral. John, so many people evacuated the city of Cape Coral. You're making your way around town now. What does it look like out there?
Well, Corey, good morning. It's, it definitely, you can tell that a major hurricane came through last night. Now that we have daylight, we can see more of what's happened out here. But we can tell you, people are waking up. They are coming out to see their homes, to see their communities, what it looks like. We've got a lot of trees down throughout the city. We are primarily in the southwest portion of Cape Coral. We have a lot of trees, from small trees to medium trees to extremely large trees that have either been snapped in half or they've been uprooted. They're laying on roadways. They're laying on power lines. We're actually stopped right now. We are on Country Club Boulevard, and we have some power lines down that we are stopped at that we cannot cross. Utility workers are out here working on it. We're at looks like in front of a condominium apartment place called Country Club Place. There's a parking canopy, like one of those structures that you would park your car under, that is actually pretty mangled and taken off. But that's pretty severe to most of the damage we've seen. We did have a portion of an automotive center that had their roof blown off on Cape Coral Parkway. We noticed overnight. But for the most part, the severity of the damage is mainly palm trees, palm fronds everywhere, large trees snapped in half, and power lines down and laying across roadways. So Cape Police, Cape Fire, as well as utility workers are out trying to find these scenarios and situations and address them and get it taken care of. And that's where we are right now on Country Club Boulevard with a power line down and utility crews on the scene.
All right, John, thank you so much for that update. We'll be checking back in with you a little bit later. But for now, we are going to send it to break, and we'll be right back after this.
I had 35 sessions of radiation over the course of just under 2 months. Field of radiation they gave me is something unparalleled. 3 weeks into radiation, everything went down. I couldn't eat because my esophagus was all torn up by the radiation. Your chest feels like it's on fire. There's almost no way to describe the amount of pain that I was in. Quitting is hard, but cancer is so much harder.
Quit your way. Visit tobaccofreeflorida.com.
Folks, there's some bad weather on its way, and all of us here at Action Automatic Door and Gate hope you and your family are prepared.
That's right, Dory. And once the storm has passed, should you need our help repairing damaged garage doors or gates, or preparing for future storms, we're here for you. And with what we have in stock, we can do it fast.
That's right, George. Now you're talking, and I think I'm gonna go hunker down.
Action Automatic Door and Gate, home of the talking door.
I'm Dr. Neil Goldhaber. If you're suffering from sinus headaches, fatigue, or nasal congestion, I have the solution for you. Many of our patients have experienced significant relief from a minimally invasive office procedure called balloon sinuplasty. Performed in under 20 minutes with no general anesthesia and no downtime, imagine being able to breathe clearly again. See if the balloon sinuplasty procedure is right for you.
Tell your neighbor to see Dr. Goldhaber. Breathe better today.
Hi, Jared. What are you doing?
I'm writing another check to Mrs. Smith for the large diamond she just sold us. We have clients all over the world looking to buy your special items. If you have large diamonds, Burma rubies, Colombian emeralds, or cashmere sapphires, any modern or vintage Patek or Rolex watches, or designer jewelry like Cartier, Van Cleef, and more, bring them to us or we'll come to you. We make it easy for you to sell your jewelry. Visit ProvidentJewelry.com for more information.
Good morning. Wake News is the Weather Authority, and we are just waking up and starting to see all the damage across Southwest Florida. And we actually have on the phone right now Corporal Efrain Hernandez from the Collier County Sheriff's Office. First of all, good morning, Corporal. Thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Good morning.
And as you guys are waking up, and I'm guessing at this point you have been out on the roads, just what's your overall assessment of the damage that you've seen in the places that you've been?
Right now, I am driving in Golden Gate, and I'm checking one of the roads, and I'm about 3 feet underwater. People are waking up to a lot of debris. Trees are blocking a lot of our roads. A lot of communities were affected, mostly with debris and shingles flying off and so forth. Last night, we actually ventured out and we did just a basic survey, and we discovered a lot of flooding, mostly rain, and power lines down. Traffic signals, a lot of them are not working. We are asking people not to venture out just to see what's going on. Our emergency personnel are out. They're assisting people who are in need, such as medical needs. We are actually making sure our primary right now is people's health. Then we're doing a survey on what roads are open so our emergency vehicles can get in. And folks are flagging me down, and I think their priority is, when is the lights coming back on? So that's, to me, if they're worried about the lights, that means they're in pretty good shape. So that's a plus. But right now, we're going through different areas throughout the county. Our deputies are working hard right now to make sure that we can assist everybody we can, and we just want to make sure that people don't call 911 for trees or debris or house damage. It's not anything life-threatening, because our emergency personnel, they're doing the best they can to assist those who are in immediate needs of emergency. And just have a little patience. We'll get to everybody, and I think Collier County, we work together, so I think we're going to get through this really, really good.
And Corporal, Collier County is one of the harder hit areas. Have you noted, you mentioned medical calls. Do you know if anybody was injured, or have most people evacuated the area?
I don't know on the injury part. I'm out on the highway and so forth right now, but our main office would know that part of it. But the emergency workers are all out. They're assisting different people. We have elderly people who are calling because of medical needs and so forth. But basically, on 911 calls for injuries due to the hurricane, I'm not aware of that right now.
And, as you're taking a look at all this, you're describing debris in the roadways and, flooding in certain areas. The curfew is now up in Collier County, at least for today. What would be your message? You have a lot of people who stayed in shelters. I know many people who are listening to us, not only here on Wink News, but also on the radio, are anxious to get back to their homes and see what the situation is. What do you want them to know?
Just to be patient. Let us take care of the streets, the emergency situations. Like we do have power lines that are live and they're laying in wires. And we're trying to laying on the water. We don't want people to start walking around trying to get to their houses, and then there's debris that will cause them to go into the water to go around it and so forth. We don't want any of that. Just be patient and wait. People are going to be allowed to go back to their homes in time, but let us do our survey, make sure the roads are clear. There's several roads that we cannot go through, and we have to make sure that those roads are clear so our emergency personnel can get in, and eventually, folks can go home and be back at their house and take care of whatever's happened. But there's a lot of water in many areas, and we want to be careful. Don't go into the water just thinking you can make it through, because you may get soaked, and everybody's very, very busy trying to get our priorities done right now. So just stay in your shelter right now. Wait until we authorize everybody to, when it's safe. Power lines down, trees down. We got trees that are actually hanging on power lines. And until we get everything situated, we want everybody just to stay put and be patient. We'll get everybody taken care of.
Any specifics, major roadways that people should be aware of that that are currently impassable? There's several. On the main roads, like on 41, last night we did have power lines that were hanging on US 41 going to the city of Naples and so forth. We had traffic signals that were actually hanging on different areas. On Vanderbilt Beach Road, a lot of trees are down. In the Golden Gate Estates, there's a lot of water in some of these areas. I'm actually going through right now about 3 feet of water. And I'm in a big truck, but I don't want people to think it's safe to just come out, because the water alone will stall your car, and then you're going to be stuck. And if there's power lines laying around, you're just putting yourself in danger. Yeah. Okay, I think the final thing,
mostly debris.
Okay. More of a housekeeping, practical tip for people when they return home. I know before Irma hit our area, we were reporting to make sure to have some kind of proof of residency, because you may need that to get back in. Any practical tips like that people should be thinking about now, so when they can return home, they've got everything in order?
You have.
All right, Corporal, I think we went ahead and lost him. He was driving through Golden Gate Estates, where he said that he had 3 feet of water and there could be some spotty cell service down there. But there's some information on the roads. He said US 41 had a lot of power lines down. Vanderbilt Beach had a lot down. He's in 3 feet of water in Golden Gate Estates. So
yeah, Collier County is hit hard. So as we head into the morning, it's 8 o'clock now. We are going to assess a lot of damage out there. We have a couple crews out there, and they've been really good about updating us along the way. And so we're going to be getting out to them a little bit later to show you ourselves what it looks like.
And one of those crews is actually ready right now. We want to take you to Marco Island, where that was one of the direct places of impact. Wink News reporter Michelle Kingston is there now. And Michelle, what are you seeing?
A lot of people have been asking what happened in Marco Island overnight, and this is what happened. If you can believe it, a palm tree just completely snapped in half here, making a perfect 90-degree angle. And we continue to find these pieces of metal all over this property. We're at the Old South condo off of South Collier Boulevard. You can see it all along the grass here, right? Well, if you come this way, you'll see what happened. The tree fell right onto the carport here and just demolished it. You can see the garbage cans over here also turned. There's a lot of glass on the ground here, and that's because parts of that carport actually hit the cars. You can see right here, right through this person's car. And we just talked to a neighbor who lives here who said this used to be a carport, all right here. Oh, watch out there. All right here was a carport, and right behind you, Prina, also, this also was a carport, and now it's gone. And we don't even know where it is. It's not on the property anymore. That just goes to show you how strong those winds were. We're going to bring you over here as well. Now, we're kind of walking this for the first time with you. We just arrived here. We've been driving down South Collier Boulevard, and we've seen a lot of trees down in the middle of the road, but this is probably the worst destruction we've seen so far. If you turn the camera right here, you can see also the gate down on top of some of the bikes here. It just goes to show you how strong those winds were. It's a little ladder here. And then just to the left over here, you can see more of that carport as well. Just, it's gone. It's totally down here in Marco Island. And we talked to one guy also in another condo. He lived on the 19th floor. He lives on the 19th floor off of South Collier Boulevard. Hear what he had to say about the noise of that wind last night.
I have shutters on all our windows and the balcony, so you can't see anything. You don't know what's going on. It's all you hear is the noise and the banging, things banging, hitting the windows and hitting the shutters. But we'll be okay, I'm sure.
And that wind, the sound of the wind is the scariest part.
It is. It sounds like a freight train coming through. Then the eye came through, and it got nice and calm, so we came out and looked out over the balcony to see what was going on. But I think, all in all, I think we were lucky.
It's a mess out here. I mean, the backyard of this property, you can just find the little pieces of metal everywhere. And we've also been trying to pick it up just to kind of show you how heavy it is. I mean, you can tell that a big storm came through here. But I got to tell you, our whole drive down here, a lot of trees, a lot of signs down, but it could be so much worse. And you just heard from that man there. He agrees. A lot of people are coming out for the very first time today, out walking their dogs. The sun is finally out. And a lot of them are really relieved that Marco Island wasn't hit as bad as they thought. Guys?
You know, Michelle, one thing that a lot of people are wondering, and we were trying to get an idea of the roadway, since you did drive down from Naples, there was a lot of debris. Were there any roads that were completely impassable, and do you remember what those roads were?
So when we left our hotel, we went down Airport Pulling Road, then forgive me if I'm not right here, but Airport Pulling, I think, to 41, and then to Collier Boulevard. And we did pass probably 2 or 3 trees that did completely block the road, but that was hours ago, and there are a lot of emergency crews out there. So I got to say, I bet those trees are out of the way now. We've seen quite a few people out in their cars now that we're on Marco. A lot of people curious and driving around. There's one tree out on South Collier Boulevard that we weren't able to pass. We had to actually go around it, and other cars were doing the same thing because there aren't a lot of cars on the road. Some people are going on the other side of the road to get around those trees. So it's still not very safe to be out. If you don't have to come out, I would stay inside. There's a couple wires down on those roads in Naples on our way here. So again, I mean, just take your time, stay inside and wait till, emergency crews and our crews tell you that it's okay to go out there. But I got to say, there's not a lot of flooding. We did not see a lot of water. There's, some puddles and stuff on the sides of the roads, but nothing that was impassable for us aside from those trees.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much for that update. It's really great to see the sun shining on your face and that conditions are clearing and that, people are going to be cleaning up. But considering it's one of the hardest hit areas, it's nice to see that you were able to get there and that the sun is out for cleanup. So we appreciate that update. And we want to send it over to Wink News meteorologist Matt Devitt, because although the sun is shining, there are still the effects of storm surges.
Yeah, that's right. But the good news is, and I tell you what, real quick, in the back, could we switch it to the other weather computer? See how good they are? They are that good. Okay, so we do have a little bit of a water level rise this morning, but folks, it is not life-threatening. It's not bad. It's not what the initial prediction showed, because Irma shifted its track and took a more favorable route. That helps us out. Could have been a lot worse. But I've had a lot of questions on Facebook Live right now. We've had some emails coming in. So I want to leave this graphic up for some peace of mind. We have people that have evacuated to Orlando, Ocala, Gainesville, and they're watching this Facebook Live feed from home, or at least from out of town, wondering about home. And here's what I can tell you right now. So the most significant storm surge, and truthfully, most of it was yesterday, was from Marco Island towards Everglades City. Now, that was when the eye wall and the worst part of the storm was starting to make landfall. They had about 5 to 10 feet of surge. The worst was actually in the Keys. They had about 10 to 14 feet. But as you just heard, in that live shot, the situation is better in Marco Island. Now, they still had wind gusts to 130, and it's more cleanup. That's going to be their main focus here in the next 24 hours. But in Collier County, and this sensor that I get it from, it's around Naples, right along the Gulf, their storm surge is currently at 2 feet. But notice the trend. It's falling. It's getting better. So as we head throughout your Monday in Collier County, the surge is going to become less and less and less of an issue. So good news there. Let's take a look at Lee County. Right now, it's at 2 feet. The sensor is actually around 1.7, 1.8. So I just rounded up, and it's going to be around 2. But it's steady. It's not going up anymore. So if you look outside, that is basically the worst that it's going to be, and then it's going to go down. Okay, so if you don't have any of flooding in your place or anything like that, it's not like it's going to get any worse because we've leveled out, and it's going to go down. Okay, so that's what we have in Lee County. If you are not currently seeing any flooding from that water level rise, it's not like it's going to get any worse. We've leveled out, and eventually that will lower. Now in Charlotte and Sarasota County, you know, a little bit of an additional water level rise is possible, but we've been averaging around 1 to 2 feet. So again, we technically do have some storm surge and a water level rise, but absolutely it could have been a lot worse. So I just wanted to help out everybody who's been out of town and also in town. A lot of questions I've been reading, the emails that have been coming in, the Facebook Lives. So I just wanted to take that opportunity to help you out. So finally, how about some even more good news? Irma is no longer a hurricane. It's still an upper-end tropical storm. The sustained winds are at 70 with right now the pressure at 970, but it is continuing to move away from southwest Florida, and boy, does that sun look good outside. Take a look outside. If you're right now watching locally, the sun looks great. Sight for sore eyes right after that rainy day and cloudy and all that wind. And eventually, this system will continue to weaken and pretty much more of a rainmaker around Alabama, Mississippi, all the way towards Tennessee. So the center right now is making a visit towards Jacksonville. They have a huge flooding issue right now, and all these bands of rain and storms, they are right now pushing onshore from Brunswick, Georgia, St. Simon's Island, all the way towards Sanibel and Tybee Island, as well as around Hilton Head. Now locally, here in southwest Florida, we do have a few wraparound lingering showers, but a far cry from what we had yesterday afternoon and yesterday evening. So one of the issues, because of all the wind that we had yesterday, we had wind gusts 100 and actually as high as 142 in Naples, led to downed trees and power outages. So I don't have everybody that's hearing me right now seeing me as well. We have a lot of people listening on radio. You know, they lost that electricity. They can't see the TV. So they're listening right now for very important information and also what we have going on weather-wise. So I'm going to try to kind of help you visualize what we have right now on radar. We have a few areas of rain in DeSoto County around Arcadia. It's extending towards the Peace River and also very spotty along the coast. So again, a few showers. We're right now completely dry in Lee County. We do have some peaks of sun. We also do have a few showers right now around Everglades City, Chokoloskee, and Plantation Island. It's moving northeast. No rain around Immokalee. No rain around Lake O. And again, here's a look at some of that spotty activity. A few showers right now moving northeastward. And this is the tail of Irma as it's right now approaching the Georgia border. So Irma, no doubt about it, took a toll on all of our wind sensors. I think I have like 1 or 2 left over. She wiped out the other ones. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use another type of way to show you the weather story and what we have going on. And I'm going to use a computer model that is essentially estimating what our wind gusts are right now. It's still windy in spots and gusting between 30 to 40 in DeSoto County, 30 to 40 in Charlotte County, give or take 25 to 30 in Lee County. Same type of pattern towards Lake O, and a windy start down towards Collier County. Now, as we go throughout the day, look at that. As Irma continues to weaken and that massive wind field gradually shrinks, look at how our winds will improve as we go throughout the day. Here's lunchtime, and notice how we've gotten rid of the 30s, the 40s, the 50s miles per hour, and we're more in the 15 to 25 range. So that's lunchtime. And then as we fast forward towards dinner time, even lower. Now, it's still going to be breezy at times, gusting 15 to 20, but it will not be like what we had yesterday. And we also won't see this massive rain event. It won't be like Sunday. We're not going to have rain for hours. We're not all going to see the rain. It's going to be very hit or miss. these spotty showers on the tail end of Irma, so just keep that in mind if you're going to be out and about, if you're maybe coming back, assessing the damage, doing some cleanup. I would love to help you out and say that we don't have any chance of rain for today, but it's a possibility, and we could see a few of those spotty showers. So even by this evening, could see a lingering tail end with that chance of rain. So we do have brother and sister right now in the Atlantic. So we have Irma right now continuing northward, starting to approach Jacksonville and the Georgia border. And then here is Jose. Had a lot of questions about Jose because of Irma and the influence. And you're basically thinking, hey, we don't want to deal with any more tropical systems. We want to break. And I do have some good news to report. Now, initially, this was a Cat 4, powerful a few days ago. It's weakened a bit. It's at 105, moving north-northwest at 10. Now, although this track doesn't look good initially, where it does this loop-de-loop, and then, it's moving northwest. Are you kidding me here? Is it really going to move towards Florida? Watch this. The computer models, they do the loop, and then once it tries to approach Florida, it's going to get picked up by a weather system and move north and then northeast. So computer models for right now are trending Jose away from not only Southwest Florida, but the state of Florida. And the model that did do the best with Irma, the European model, is agreeing with this track of doing this crazy loop-de-loop at least for the next 5 days, and then moving northwest, guys, north, and then curving away from us here in Florida.
All right, Matt, thanks. And some of the worst damage that we've seen is in Naples. Wink News reporter Oliver Redston came across a gas station that was just demolished by the hurricane-force winds.
Well, we're at the Circle K Food Mart just off of 41 in Naples, and I want to show you this pretty unbelievable sight that we found this morning. An entire gas station canopy here overturned by the strong winds of Irma. And you can see it's about 30 feet high and it's completely toppled over by these winds. Take a look at the individual gas pump here. Even this has been flattened. You can see the sides have come off of it. You can now see the inner workings of this gas pump, and that should show you just how strong the winds were when this storm passed over here last night. But a lot of folks we talked to say they're still thankful the storm surge was not as bad as it could have been, even though the winds here were quite punishing. Live in Naples, Oliver Redston, Wink News Now.
That is very telling video right there of how strong it was.
Absolutely.
And we did talk to Fort Myers Mayor Randy Henderson on the phone just a little bit ago.
Yeah, he addressed when the city departments will reopen.
Well, we know that we're closed today, of course. We're going to do assessments as quickly as possible. It may be a little optimistic, but certainly middle part of this week is in reach. I don't know about tomorrow yet.
The mayor also talked about how the city is planning on moving forward. Listen in.
The local community is coming together. They're helping neighbors. As I move around the city, there's neighbors helping neighbors. And that's exactly how we're going to come back together while our state, federal, and local officials coalesce around this, communicating, coordinating, and moving things. There's going to be a lot of inconvenience. But what we're happy about right now is we're celebrating life, and we're going to help one another.
Yeah, you're already seeing that, and you're going to be seeing that for, I'm sure, in the days to come. And Fort Myers Mayor Randy Henderson also acknowledged that the city really lucked out in a way because it was headed directly for Fort Myers, and it ended up kind of hitting, the surrounding areas, which Naples and Marco Island are going to be even worse off as far as cleanup efforts. So the city of Fort Myers is doing okay, but still some damage ahead. So,
oh, absolutely. Yeah. And he said, neighbors helping neighbors. We've heard that from the power companies as well. More than 3.6 million Floridians are without power right now.
And the Florida Power and Light Company says these are the updated numbers as of 5 a.m. In Lee County, it's over 225,000 people without power. In Collier County, that's over 200,000. Sarasota County, over 174,000 without power. In Charlotte County, over 70,000. Henry County, 9,700. Glades County, 2,420. Some of those have remained the same here this morning. Meanwhile, 170,000 LCEC customers are without power. Crews are out now taking stock of the damage and figuring out how to most quickly restore power to the most people.
And we got the chance to talk with Karen Ryan with LCEC earlier this morning. She told us where exactly LCEC customers don't have power.
On Marco Island, all of our customers are out of power.
Also in Everglades City, Sanibel, the Barrier Islands, Maceley, Pine Island. We still have some customers with power in Cape Coral.
Okay.
And a few in North Fort Myers, but Lehigh Acres is also all out of power.
And the LCEC outage is a huge challenge for the utility company. The number of people without power now represents about 80% of the electric co-op's total customers. So that's when they told us earlier, neighbors help neighbors. I mean, there's a lot of people who don't have power, but if you see that your neighbor doesn't, maybe invite them in and offer them, some air conditioning, a cold drink out of the refrigerator, that kind of thing.
I mean, and really it can be, it's an inconvenience, but in some cases, Corey pointed out in the last hour that it's a life and death situation for some who need power and rely on it. And some may be without it for days. FPL says this is historic for them as far as outages are concerned. 85% just in our viewing area.
Yeah.
So we're hoping for the best, and we're keeping up to date with them, and we'll keep you up to date as well. I know a lot of people have questions about that.
And they are on it, both companies. Wake News reporter Chris Grisby, he is live out at Fort Myers Beach right now. And Chris, you've been out there all day, all morning long. How is it looking at this point?
Yeah, now that the sun is up, we can really see the type of devastation that's happened here on Fort Myers Beach. I want to show you Estero Boulevard right now. You see a lot of people are starting to make their way back over the Matanzas Bridge and come and clean up. Exactly. You see this gentleman helping to clear the street right now. You know, it's just that feeling, like you said earlier, neighbors helping neighbors. We've seen Lee County Sheriff's Office around here as well, and they're just trying to clean up all this brush that has happened all along this whole beach area. I want you to take a look at Times Square right over here. Look at this roof on this pizza and grill. It's the covering over this patio set has ripped completely off from the storm force winds, and then you can see some of these trees are still down, and then some of these palm fronds are down as well. And if we're going to continue walking right back down here, and I just want to show you how far the sand came up as Irma made its way to the shore of Fort Myers Beach. Luckily though, the storm surge that we were expecting isn't that bad. It will only rise just probably a couple of inches. So if you have a home or a business along the beach, you're pretty much in good shape. The water might have gone into your home or business just a couple of inches, but that 12 feet storm surge that we were expecting and anticipating, that didn't happen. Water probably only came up to this sandy area at the highest point during this whole storm, so that's definitely good news. Once again, we're on the Times Square Plaza, and you can just see all the sand that just came in. We're about maybe 20 yards away from the beach right now, and that water is starting to slowly recede, which is definitely good news. But all you can really see right now is just pretty much down power lines, down trees, limbs, and things like that. One roof did come off. We're going to show you that up in the next hour, show you that roof. But other than that, everyone made it out of Fort Myers Beach safely, which is definitely good news, and that water is starting to recede from the shoreline, so it's looking good right here in Fort Myers Beach. I'm going to send it back over to you.
Chris, did you tell that guy to move that palm frond off the road? That was just perfect timing, right when we tossed to him. It was really neat to see that, like you said, people are just cleaning up, they're not walking by, they're taking it off the road because somebody has to do it. That was just perfect timing, Chris.
That's why we live in Southwest Florida,
They're
everyone's
great.
helping each other out.
The people here are great. We did just get word breaking within the last few minutes that the Sanibel Causeway is now open. And we just talked with authorities over there within the last hour, and they weren't really sure when that was going to happen. So that's huge news, because they would only do that if it was safe, and we know how large that causeway is.
Yeah, because the reason it was closed is they needed to check the integrity of it. And I know they were saying, I believe it was almost 57 mile per hour winds that they were dealing with over there.
Yeah.
And I did read in a press release that the city sent out earlier today that they actually are not requiring a pass for re-entry. So if there are families who are trying to get back there and not sure if they got their pass, that's what the city said. But we'll try to get more information now that we do know the causeway is open and see what the latest is out there in Sanibel.
Keep in mind, though, There's, at last check, at least 11,000 there without power. So there's really not a lot to get back to at this point.
No.
We're actually told, even though the causeway is open, which is great news, you still want to hold off on going there, even maybe for this full day, because it's going to take a long time to not only get the power back on, but to assess the damage and see how things are. I think about 90% have evacuated, which is great. That is definitely what you should have done. But I know it's hard to hold off, but I would still caution you on, taking that causeway back home, because there's really, not much that you're going to be going back to at this point. You kind of want to wait
Absolutely.
it out.
Anywhere you hit the road today, it's a risk for sure.
Yeah.
Let's look at this flooding in the Sherwood community in Lehigh Acres at the corner of State Road 82 and Lee Boulevard. Look at the white car right there. Can you see that? The water almost completely up, covering the tires in that neighborhood in Lehigh.
There's also flooding in Estero right here. If you want to take a look at this, this is at Copper Oaks. This was sent in by a news viewer. You guys have been great at sending in your pictures and video. You can see that it is just completely flooded in that area, which is what we're seeing a lot now that the daylight is out.
And let's take a look at some video from Naples. This is just one of the neighborhoods. Look at all the destruction there. That's pretty bad. Completely slammed by the wind. Pipe bursts, and you can see just debris still flying everywhere. This was taken yesterday, so we're still trying to get a better look at exactly what all is going on. At this point, let's get a better idea of what's happening in Cape Coral and take it over to Wink News reporter John Treeweiler. Are we having some issues with John?
Yeah, guys, good morning. Well, we're here in Cape Coral. Let's take a look at it and see what we're dealing with right now. Come right over here. This is obviously a power line, a power pole. Look how this was snapped in half by the force of Hurricane Irma last night. You can see totally snapped down. The top portion of the power pole crashed against the ground, likely causing some type of a burst or some type of an explosion when that happened. The power line strung down across the street.
All right, looks like we're having some issues. We'll try to see if we can get John back and give you a good idea of what Cape Coral is dealing with. He's been showing us different views of the Cape, and very similar, seeing trees down and lots of debris in the road, but we'll see if we can't get that back for you. In the meantime, emergency crews across Southwest Florida have been out on the roads this morning getting a better idea of the damage. You've heard this already from the corporal earlier. Take a look at this video. This was yesterday off of Colonial and Summerlin. And this morning, the fire chief for Fort Myers joined us on air. He said they have seen flooding in areas that are prone to flood, and there's been some evidence of storm surge. But his major message was what they've seen so far is better than what they had expected.
Honestly, we have not seen anything that we would consider to be catastrophic. Lots of debris in the roads, standing water, wires down. Fairly standard stuff that you would expect with a storm. So we want to make sure that we do go street by street.
Now, the chief says, please do not go out in the roadways until they deem them safe. So a message you'll hear from, I think, all local law enforcement and local emergency personnel probably today.
We want to reiterate that because it's still not perfect out there, even though the sun is out and it's great to see. So you want to, be cautious out there. We do have John Treeweiler back out in Cape Coral. So we want to get you back out to his story that failed just a few seconds ago.
Yeah, guys, good morning. Well, we're here in Cape Coral. Let's take a look at it and see what we're dealing with right now. Come right over here. This is obviously a power line, a power pole. Look how this was snapped in half by the force of Hurricane Irma last night. You can see totally snapped down. The top portion of the power pole crashed against the ground, likely causing some type of a burst or some type of an explosion when that happened. The power line strung down across the street. Cape Coral Utilities is on the scene here dealing with this, trying to pick up some of the debris and obviously report this, clean this up, and this will be one of their areas they'll work to mitigate and fix today. Unfortunately, this is the scene across Cape Coral. We're in the southwest part of the Cape. We've seen this all over this morning. A lot of downed trees. You can see downed trees in people's yards over here. Lots of debris on the roadway, mainly because of palm trees and trees that have been snapped in half or uprooted. It's mainly the site we're seeing this morning, but Cape Coral crews are out. They are assessing this damage. They are getting it on their list to start fixing these issues. And like this power pole situation right here, they are working to get this safely taken care of, and then, of course, get the power company out here to repair this and obviously work as fast as they can to restore power as fast as they can. A good majority of Cape Coral is still without power this morning. Probably will be the case for some time. There are parts of Cape Coral that did not lose power and still have power this morning, so it's not the entire city. That's good news if you're wondering, but a lot of folks are without power because of situations like this. The good news is utility crews are aware of it. They are assessing the damage right now, and they are working as fast as they can to get it fixed. Reporting in Cape Coral, I'm John Treeweiler, Wink News Now.
Okay, we'll continue to monitor that. We do want to show you a live look right now at the Collier EOC. We're expecting a press conference from them in just minutes, getting a better idea of just all of the personnel responding to the aftermath of Hurricane Irma. As soon as we see them step up to the podium, we'll make sure to bring it to you live. The other thing that we're just getting into our email, I'm seeing a clarification from Lee County. They say that yes, the causeway is open. No, it is not open to motorists to cross yet. So it's structurally fine. It's good to go. And they said that as soon as they know when people will be allowed back onto the island, it sounds like you'll be hearing that from the city of Sanibel. So
it's a good clarification
yes,
to make
absolutely.
That it's open, but you're not allowed on it yet.
It's okay, but you can't cross it yet.
Good clarification. Take a look at this new video we're getting out of the Florida Keys. This is on Big Pine Key. There are boats strewn across the roadway. This was shot late yesterday afternoon after the most severe parts of the storm had passed over. Just a devastating scene in the Keys. And as the morning continues on, we'll start to get a better idea of the scope of the damage left behind, not only there, but of course locally. However, the Keys, I think, experiencing a lot more damage than we are.
The video we're seeing out there is really heartbreaking.
Yes. All Collier and Henry County schools are closed today through Friday until further notice. Lee County schools are closed until Tuesday. Cape Coral Municipal Charter Schools are also closed today.
And we do want to let you know that Florida Gulf Coast University extended its closures today. They now tell us that they are going to remain closed all week long.
Florida Southwestern State College will remain closed through Wednesday, September 13th. All of these closings include the FSW campuses in Fort Myers, Naples, and Punta Gorda, plus the Henry Glades Curtis Center in LaBelle. FSW's collegiate high schools and child care centers will also remain closed. And just a reminder, bridges won't reopen until they are deemed safe. The Lee County Department of Transportation and the Florida Department of Transportation will inspect their respective bridges today to ensure structural integrity and safety. As we just told you, the Sanibel Causeway was deemed safe and reopened, but again, not to motorists this morning. You should really just stay off the roads altogether until emergency officials have time to get out and respond. This came from Caroline Allison. A tree went down in Burnt Store Aisle and it barely missed her car. There are downed trees and power lines all over the place, so definitely be careful when you do head out this morning, even if it's just stepping out your front door.
All right, let's bring in meteorologist Zach Malak now. And as we're seeing the sun come up and the cameras that we do have that are functional, because we had camera that's functional.
Still good. That's still good.
A little clouds, but a little bit of sun there.
Yeah, the blue sky behind some of the clouds. The clouds still moving rather fast. That signifies that we still have some decent wind speeds sustained across the area, mainly in our northern counties. But look at the camera. It is dirty, it is battered, it is beaten, but it is still up compared to the other three cameras. Even the tower camera that we have here at Wink News, the cord snapped last night, went down in the parking lot, and has since yet to be repaired. It is going to take some time to repair everything here at Wink News. Like many of our sensors across Southwest Florida, they have gone offline, from wind sensors to temperature sensors to really a lot of these sensors that we use to forecast weather and tell you current conditions. A lot of them currently not working because of the wind speeds from Irma, but still, look at this, a gorgeous shot behind the clouds, plenty of blue sky. Really, the picture you want to see in the sky the morning after a major major hurricane moves through southwest Florida. I know the winds were high yesterday. We had those wind gusts, 142 mile per hour wind gust in Naples, 130 mile per hour wind gust in Marco Island, 90 is what it actually hit as a wind gust in Bonita Springs. So we had those major hurricane type wind gusts yesterday afternoon and evening, but really wind damage is all we are waking up to. This is because the track actually moved to onshore. It was moving off towards the northwest and then turned abruptly, making landfall 3:35 yesterday afternoon, Marco Island. And the eye remained onshore, allowing it to weaken, moving into an environment with more shear. The eye wall moving over Naples, Marco Island, Bonita Springs, even across Fort Myers, which is why we've had those higher wind gusts. But look at one of our models. It was actually forecasting Irma to be just off the coast. This is why we actually had all of those surge maps showing 5 to 9 feet. You're waking up this morning, we're getting many messages across southwest Florida saying, what about that surge? What about that surge? It's not coming. The 5 to 9 feet of surge is not coming. It is not going to come anytime soon. And that is great news because the hurricane made landfall in Marco Island as opposed to staying just off